Chapter 201, Allocation. The castle appeared overhead within a sky of solid gray. Rain had yet to form within the thick clouds, but I could feel the moisture on my skin and clothes and the dense water mana around me as I neared the flying structure's base. The soldiers on flying mounts guarding the floating fortress gathered around me. General Arthur. They saluted in unison before making a path in the sky leading to the landing dock. I mustered a terse nod at the squad before landing, taking one last look back in the direction of the wall as the gates rolled shut. The workers that were in charge of keeping the dock and all of the artifacts in place to keep it functioning and properly warded in defense stopped what they were doing and immediately scrambled around me in salute. "Proceed with what you were doing," I stated, motioning them away. I continued walking, my clothes and hair dripping with water from the clouds until I spotted two familiar girls that appeared close in age. A smile tugged at my lips at the sight of them. Ellie stood tall with chestnut eyes glowing with confidence. Her ash-brown hair that flowed just past her shoulders was a sore reminder of our father, who I had just met and argued fiercely with. Standing next to my sister was a girl more unique. She looked a bit younger than Ellie, but her glimmering yellow eyes radiated a sense of maturity. A curtain of pale wheat hair draped over her slender figure, which was shrouded in a black dress shining like fine obsidian. Matching her attire were two jagged horns that jutted out from the side of her small head. What made her unique wasn't the fact that she had horns, but the fact that she was actually an Azura, a dragon, and, most importantly, my bond. My sister waved before trotting happily toward me with Sylvie in tow. My bond took hesitant steps, but her movements had become much more fluid in the few days since we've been apart. "Welcome back," my sister greeted. "Seeing as how your entire body is drenched, let's just pretend like we hugged." "I'm not one for pretending," I said deviously before pulling my sister into my arms. "Gah, I just bathed," she protested, struggling from my grasp. After soaking my sister to a satisfying degree, I let her go and turned to my bond. I tousled her light hair, which felt almost sharp to the touch. "I see that my fearsome dragon is growing up to be a healthy young girl." Despite my light-hearted jokes, Sylvie's large eyes only narrowed as she regarded me with concern. "We'll talk about it later," I sent to her, cursing the inconvenience of our telepathic link at times. My bond let out a sigh and patted my arm. "Welcome back." "It's good to be back," I said to both of them. "So how was your mission?" "I want to hear all about it," my sister asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As Ellie improved her skills in magic and archery, I could tell she was yearning more and more to be out on the field to prove herself. "I'll tell you all about it later," I promised. "But first, I need to report to the council." After conjuring a simple wave of heat to dry myself off, the three of us left the crowded room that had become uncomfortably silent due to my presence. As soon as we stepped out, I could almost feel the workers relaxing as they began picking up where they left off. "I broke into light red stage while you were gone," my sister declared proudly. "That, and because of my daily training regimen with Boo, probably makes me a pretty competent conjurer for my age." Even Commander Virian complimented me on my skills, saying that I might even be able to skip the mandatory training for the soldiers. Every time my sister brought up her enthusiasm in joining the ranks of the army, I felt immediately inclined to intercept her. This time, though, I gave her a friendly smile and nodded, the most supportive response I could give. Meanwhile, my bond walked silently beside me, her concentration still on the action of walking bipedally. I could feel mana practically bursting out of her small body as she used magic as a crutch until she has full control over her body. Still, Sylvie's acclimation to her human form had vastly improved since the last time I had seen her, which was just a few days before. I could tell she was doing her best so that she could join me on missions as soon as possible. "You know, Princess Catherine has been really helpful too. She's been sparring with me and helping me out with some intricacies of mana manipulation," my sister chattered on, skipping ahead and walking backward to face me as she talked. "Oh, really? You know I could always help out with teaching magic when I'm free," I replied. "I was an official professor at Zyrus Academy after all, for like a semester," my sister reported with a smirk. I waved her snide comment away. A professor is a professor. Thanks for the offer, but I feel like learning from you will just discourage me more, she chuckled. What? I blurted, surprised. Why would you be discouraged? I know we're 5 years apart, but we still share the same blood, she answered, turning around, so her back was to me as she walked properly. Seeing as how you're already a white core mage on top of being a quadra elemental, I'll probably just start comparing myself to you every time you teach me magic. My sister's chirpy attitude dampened and I found myself staring at Sylvie in hopes that she had a way to solve the mess that I just created. My bond raised a brow at me before walking up to match pace with my sister. Sylvie patted Ellie on the shoulder. It's okay. Your brother's talent is considered an anomaly even amongst Jras. Don't compare yourself to a freak like him. I scratched my cheek. Freak is a bit much, isn't it? My sister looked back over her shoulder with a smirk. No. I think freak describes you perfectly in this regard. We reached the meeting room after parting temporarily with my sister. I wanted some time to talk more with my bond, about the changes in her body now that the seal had been broken, but some obligations that had to be fulfilled. I locked gazes with the 2 guards standing on either side of the entrance and they, in response, clicked their heels together and saluted at our arrival before letting us in. Sitting directly in view of the entrance was Virian, who turned eagerly in our direction. His face lit up as he got up from his seat. Arthur, you've finally arrived, Commander, I greeted, keeping formalities in public. Sylvie opted for a slight dip of her head. Sit, he motioned, looking off to the side with a grin on his weathered face. I turned to see what he was looking at to see the rest of the council and one familiar face that I hadn't expected to see. Twiddling his beard, looking bored out of his mind, was Bundema Glonuid, my former dwarven magic teacher. Oh, if it isn't the young Lance, he greeted monotonically. I see the meetings have been taking a toll on you, I replied with a grin that mirrored Virian's. Never has my ass been so sore since the days I got whipped by my mother as a child, he groaned, stretching his stout body. I let out a laugh and turned my attention to the rest of the council. Councilman, I greeted with a respectful nod. Councilwomen, General Arthur, Priscilla Glader replied. You've come at a good time. Yes, Blaine agreed. We were still going over your report, Arthur. Alduin Aralith exclaimed, his expression brightened. Take a seat, you two. Welcome back, Mriel Aralith chimed in with a warm smile, a sense of gratefulness in her voice. Thank you, I replied. I walked past the former king and queen of Illinois, taking a seat with Sylvie next to Bund. Virian sat back down and rolled the transmission scroll in front of him. Seeing as the rest of the lances are out on missions, we'll proceed with the meeting, but before we say anything, I'd like General Arthur to give a full debrief on what happened at borders of the Elshire Forest. After taking a sip from the glass of water in front of my seat, I explained all that had happened, leaving nothing out from the interrogation of the Alacrian mage. It took the better part of an hour to get the rest of the council, and my bond, up to date on what had happened. It seems we've been underestimating the Alacrian mage's level of abilities, Virian replied thoughtfully. Underestimating? Blaine furrowed his brows in confusion. If anything, learning that those Alacrian bastards are so limited and specialized in their magic makes me think we've been overestimating them. I'll have to agree with Councilman Blaine on this one, Alduin added. I think this is a clear weakness to their fighting tactics. I don't think it's as simple as that, Bund argued, rubbing his beard in thought. If we look at it surface level, their specialization can be seen as a weakness, Virian agreed. But from what General Arthur found out, their method of awakening and training magic to their people seem a lot more advanced than Daikathan's own way. How so? Mriel asked curiously. Bund spoke up again, a tinge of excitement on his face. This is me just speculating at this point, but with the system of marks and crests and whatnot, the mages of Alacrian seem to be hyper-focused on a spell and its alterations and evolutions. That means, while mages of Daikathan focus on various spells of their attributed element, or elements. He looked over toward me. These Alacrian mages spend their lives honing a single spell and building off only that. What Elder Bund says adds up to what I've seen on the field. I added. One of the strikers that I had battled against only used one spell, but from the cast time to the durability and potency of the magic in combat, I had mistaken him as a mage around the level of a yellow core. And the fact that these specialized mages work in small teams that negate their weaknesses, I'd say that only our veteran mages of light yellow core and higher can actually exploit their limitations. Duels are one thing. In the forefronts of war, versatile mages aren't as useful as specialized soldiers that are damn well good at one thing, Bund concluded grimly. Looks like we'll have to send this information to all the captains as well as the guilds and military academies so they can develop better ways to fight against these specialized mages, Blaine grumbled in frustration. I stopped by the wall and told the captains there, I informed. Good. Now let's discuss plans on how to best spread our forces, Virian said heavily. I had originally wanted to discuss with Lord Alder about this, but seeing as him and the rest of the Azuras have ceased contact with us, we'll need to go forth on our own for now. The mention of Alder and the Azuras brought a sharp throb to my chest and I wanted to speak of what Hagrona had told me right then and there, but I held my tongue. This discussion won't get far if I say it now, I thought. You'll need to tell everyone eventually, Sylvie sent back before she paused. But maybe once the discussion is over. True to my expectations, even without dropping the bomb, the gods are no longer with us. The meeting had soon turned into a full-blown debate as the members of the council argued with one another where to most heavily fortify with soldiers and mages. The main problem was that there was just too much ground to cover. What Hagrona and the Alacrians had done well, as much as I hated to admit, was keeping their goals nearly unreadable. From the battles so far, we knew that the Alacrians were spending quite a bit of resources into getting through the wall so that the corrupted beasts would have free reign over the eastern borders of Sapin. The Alacrians have also been able to utilize some of the tunnels in the Kingdom of Darv to transport their forces from the southern coast all the way near the borderline of Darv and Sapin. From what Bund had told us, there seemed to be a faction of radical dwarves so discontent with their positions and lives in Dikathan that they actually wanted the Alacrians to take over in order to reap the benefits. Bund made it clear that he and his loyalists were taking charge in eradicating this group as soon as possible. As if it wasn't enough, there were still Alacrian ships being sighted all along the western shores that forced coastal cities like Telmore, Edston and Mabur to build defenses on not only the eastern side, in case the wall doesn't hold, but their western borders as well. The council had reasonably concluded that the brunt of the Alacrian attacks would be devoted to Sapin, but my last two missions proved otherwise. Towns as north as Ashbur, which had the fastest access to the Grand Mountains and to Illinois' main cities within the Elshire Forest, had Alacrians hidden within them. We had thought that their goal was to march south and join their allies coming in from the western shores. But with these last attacks directed toward Elven territory coming from the Beast Glades, the Alacrian troops up north could actually have been aiming east toward Illinois. Alduin and Mriel's main concern was for their kingdom, while Blaine and Priscilla argued against sending troops into Illinois and spreading even thither the already lacking forces stationed all around Sapin. And with Bund and much of the dwarven mages focused on their own civil dispute with the radicals trying to aid the Alacrians, the debate was getting nowhere. Throughout the debate, I could tell Virian was trying to be the diplomat and remain neutral. He was silent throughout the entire meeting that took us well into the night, only weighing in his thoughts on specific scenarios that could happen. This is why I wanted to wait until Lord Alder was here. Blaine huffed in frustration. He'll know that it's foolish to spread our forces even thinner than it already is. Commander Virian, you mentioned that Elder Camus had gone back to Illinois after my training with him was over, I said, ignoring the former king of Sapin. Yes, his latest transmission scroll had him in the northern city of Asifin. Does he know about the attacks that had broken in the south? He was made aware, of course, he said, understanding where I was going. Perhaps it'll be in both his and our best interest if he helps survey the south for any suspicious movement. The Elshire Forest spans hundreds of miles. No matter how powerful Elder Camus is, he's just one man, Mriel rebutted. And General Ayan, Virian added, turning to Blaine and Priscilla. With your two lances as well as General Micah being mostly in Sapin, it's acceptable that I keep a lance in Illinois, right? She can be pulled if absolutely necessary, and we still have General Arthur. Blaine looked like he was about to say something, but Priscilla intervened. That's fine. It'll have to do as a temporary solution. Alduin stressed after Virion turned his gaze toward him and his wife. If attacks escalate toward Illinois, we'll need to send troops capable of navigating through the forest back to defend. Don't sugarcoat it. Just say you'll take the elves back because defending Illinois is more important than defending all of Dykhaven. Blaine shot back. Enough. Virion snapped, shooting a deadly glare at both parties. If that's all, we'll end the meeting. Actually, I interrupted, gathering the gaze of everyone in the room. We have one more topic on the agenda that I feel we should address as soon as possible. Virion raised a brow while everyone else looked at me with similar curious expressions. Oh, and what is that? I looked at Sylvie one last time and she met my gaze with a resolute expression. Letting out a deep breath, I began. It's about the absence of Alder and the Azuras. Chapter 202. Trader's request. The meeting room had fallen eerily silent as I finished reporting what Agrone had told me, minus a few details. I withheld some information that I felt were unnecessary to say at this point and, to be frank, was uncomfortable with the council knowing. Making my conversation with Agrona seem more like a unilateral declaration from the Vritra leader for us to surrender allowed me to tell everyone present in the room about how the Azuras had tried using our war to attack the Vritra in Alakria. And had ultimately failed. Damn it. Virion swore loudly, slamming his hands down at the table. The commander's usually controlled expression was twisted into a scowl as the tips of his pointed ears were red. Those conceited sons of. As if it wasn't bad enough that they used us and this war for their own plans, they didn't even succeed. Virion got up from his seat and began pacing, muttering curses under his breath until he finally looked back at me. Arthur. What else did Agrona say in his message? Just that Ephatus' attack on Alakria failed. Agrona leveraged the failed attempt to further push the Azuras from taking part in this war by cutting off all communication between us and Ephatus, I answered. Virion gnashed his teeth but remained silent. At least that explains why we haven't seen more scythes and retainers yet. Besides the ones we've already gone up against, Bun chimed in. The Dwarven Elder was the least shaken by my news since he had never actually met the Azuras in the first place. Agrona must have kept his powerhouses in Alakria along with the actual members of his Vritra clan in case something like this happened. That makes sense, Muriel replied, her brows furrowed in thought. But that leads us to the next question. Are we to expect the rest of Agrona's scythes and their retainers to came to Dykhaven now that the Azuras of Ephatus had attacked them and failed? The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, as if a weighted blanket fell down all of us. I'm sure this battle between Ephatus and Alakria wasn't as one-sided as Agrona led Arthur, and all of us, to believe. Alduin responded. That's right. I've experienced Lord Alder's power firsthand. No way Alakria got out of a full-blown assault by the Azuras of Ephatus without experiencing some casualties themselves. Hell, their home might be in shambles right now. Blaine added, speaking as if he was trying to convince himself rather than those in the room. That's all sunshine and peaches, but from my experience, nothing good happens from expecting the best in situations like this, Bund added grimly. He's right, I agreed. We should make several contingencies assuming that retainers and scythes are headed this way now. The gates that the Alacrians had laid down in the dungeons of the Beast Glades, Muriel suddenly exclaimed. What if the retainers and scythes are already here? According to Captain Trodius' reports, there hasn't been a teleportation gate sighting within months after the last one was destroyed, Priscilla answered. From what I gathered, the constructs were of poor design that failed after a few Alacrian troops made it through, and there was even a report where a soldier witnessed only half of an Alacrian mage coming out through the portal before it broke. That mage died within seconds. Right now, the Trailblazer division is mainly wiping out corrupted beasts and their controllers before they're able to make it up to the surface. That adds up to what I've seen, I muttered, recalling how even the Sai that had saved me from Yuto had arrived via teleportation gates through the kingdom of Darv before traveling by land through Sapin. We'll just have to hope that's true. Virion let out a sigh, still pacing. Then are we to expect them to arrive from the western coast by ship? Blaine asked, his face pale. If that's the case, no amount of wall building is going to hold up against an assault from them. As the council continued batting ideas and assumptions at each other, my mind shifted to my previous life during the rare occasions where disputes between countries had actually escalated into wars rather than paragon duels. I thought of Lady Vera and her strict teachings of leading wars, despite them being so rare, as we went through endless rounds of strategic board games when a loud clap drew my attention away from my thoughts. While we have a lot to think about, I suggest we take time to rest. Some of us have been here for over a day, and it does no good to have sluggish minds, Virion said in a defeated tone. We'll meet back here at sunrise. I looked out the window to see that night had fallen and began calculating just how much time I had to finally rest. Not enough, I thought, walking out of the room behind Bund. The dwarven elder let out a groan as he stretched his back, muttering, I wonder if it's not too late to just throw myself out into the field and fight alongside the soldiers. Sylvie and I made it back to our room in silence, the few communications done through mental transmission. After shutting out of everything but my inner shirt and trouser, I sank down into the couch. My vision had been glazed, hardly focusing on anything until the sight of Sylvie changing her clothes caught my eye. The simple black dress she was wearing swirled around her as if alive. Her sleeves receded while her dress elongated, reaching past her knees until her attire had turned into a nightgown. How'd you do that? I asked sheepishly, more curious than impressed. I can mold my scales into clothes in this form, she said quietly, fashioning the bottom half of her gown into pants to prove her point. With my interest piqued, I leaned forward in my seat. What else can you do? Sylvie took a seat from the couch across from me. So far, I've been focusing mostly on how to function in this bipedal form, but apart from the lack of stability in walking with two legs, I'll have to admit that I've begun to understand why the Azuras choose to stay in this form more than their original. Oh? I raised a brow. Do tell. Mana manipulation and even using ether is somewhat easier in this form, she acknowledged, curling and uncurling her fingers. Interesting, I replied. Speaking of which, what are your magic capabilities like after the seal was broken? Because the Indrat clan are ether users, most of my mana manipulation abilities are centered towards strengthening my body, she answered. But I am able to dispel a large amount of my mana at once. Suddenly, mana began gathering into her open palm, casting a bright light all around the room. The light artifacts hanging from the walls and ceiling flickered and dimmed. My eyes widened as the orb of concentrated mana began growing in size. Sylvie, please don't destroy this room. Or this castle. My bond's stoic face broke into a smile as she looked at me. Is the mighty lance scared of a little girl now? Your jagged horns kind of negates every girly thing about you, I said uneasily, scooting farther into my seat as the charged sphere of mana began pulsing with power. But seriously, you still stumble over your own feet, Sylv. Let's not endanger everyone in this castle. The glowing orb slowly faded, dispelling into tiny particles as Sylvie let out a deep breath. I'm glad that I was able to break the seal since I'll be of better use out in the field, but there's a part of me that feels foreign now. Well, you are still getting used to your human form, I comforted. Sylvie shook her head. It's not like that. It's more internal, like there's much more to my abilities than what I thought before. Well, you'll have a lot of opportunities for self-discovery. You heard in the meeting too. I feel like things are only going to be more hectic from now on. At least we'll have one another to count on, she replied with a determined gaze. After getting better control of this form, I feel that the two of us defeating a scythe isn't impossible. Isn't impossible, I echoed with a laugh. Not the best of odds, but much better than before. Maybe we'll have some time to spar before going on a mission, Sylvie said hopefully. I'd like to test out the extent of my control over ether in this form. We're lucky if we can actually have the whole night to sleep without being disturbed, I mumbled, heading over to my bed. The two of us continued talking from our beds. Despite my lack of sleep, speaking with my bond had rejuvenated me more than I thought it would. Having Sylvie in human form just made it seem as if I got another younger sister, albeit one with large intimidating horns. Speaking of sister, Sylvie chimed in, reading my thoughts. Wasn't Ellie waiting for us? She's probably asleep by now, I mumbled, slurring my words as my drowsiness began taking hold of me. I'm not so sure about that, Arthur. Ellie's been looking forward to having you back. However briefly that might be. I'll try to spend time with her tomorrow, I replied, about to fall asleep until a firm knock on my door startled me awake. What? I snapped, my annoyance practically oozing out of my voice. I apologize for the disturbance, General Arthur, but I have a message from Commander Varian to meet him in the dungeon. A deep voice sounded from behind the door. I shut my eyes, refusing to part ways with the fluffy feather-stuffed pillow molding to the shape of my head. This is just a dream, Arthur. No need to get back up. General Arthur. With a growl, I rolled out of bed and put on a robe. Come on, Sylv. Let's go. Must I? She sent back, not even bothering to speak. I just made myself comfortable, and the guard only asked for you. Traitor, I grumbled, heading toward the door. I followed the guard down the dim hallway, going down the flights of stairs until we reached the lower levels of the castle. Did Commander Varian tell you any details about why he wanted to see me? I asked. Unfortunately, number. I am just the dungeon guard currently on duty. We walked in further silence as we neared the reinforced doors leading down into the dungeon. In front of it were several figures that I recognized as the council. They were still all in their sleepwear, apparently having been disturbed from their slumber. The last figure, right in front of the door, was a hulking man a head taller than Blaine and twice as wide. It took me a moment to remember that he was the assistant to the old man that was in charge of interrogating the prisoners. Arthur, do you know what this is about? Varian asked as we approached, his expression just as annoyed as mine was. I jerked a thumb toward the armored guard. I came here because this guy told me you called for me. We just arrived as well. What is going on? Alduin asked worriedly, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. I called for you all because this man Varian turned back to face Gentry's assistant. What was your name again? Duve, the burly man grunted. Because Duve said that Gentry finally got one of the prisoners to talk, Varian finished. Who? The retainer? Priscilla queried, her arms crossed. I'm not sure, Varian replied, shooting another gaze at the burly man. And where is Gentry now? I asked, looking behind the interrogator's assistant in case he was hidden behind him. Shouldn't we go inside instead of waiting out here? Master Gentry will be here soon, Duve replied, standing his ground as if guarding the door. Hardly a minute longer had passed and my patience was growing dangerously thin when the dungeon door slid open and the hooked-nosed elder trotted out. Gentry. Blaine barked. What exactly is going on? My apologies to the council and General Arthur. I was just finishing up the maintenance on the restraining system of the retainer when things suddenly unfolded this way. Still, I didn't want to take the small chance of my beloved prisoner to break free while we were all down there, Gentry said, cleaning his wrinkled hands on a cloth. Varian rubbed his temples. Please just tell me you were able to get something important out of the prisoners. Unfortunately, no, the hooked-nosed elder rasped. Well, not exactly. Then for what reason did you find the need to pull us down here at this godforsaken hour? Muriel quipped, her eyes narrowed. Gentry let out an uncomfortable cough before speaking again. I have yet to break the retainer, but the traitor, Rahaz, I think that was his name, has finally spoken for the first time. What did he say? I asked, getting up from my seat. Did he give you any information? Well, no, not exactly. On with it, talking corpse. Bund snapped, talking for the first time. Stop talking in riddles and spit it out. Talking co. Gentry, Varian said, his voice frighteningly low. Gentry winced but took a step forward, puffing his chest in confidence. Thanks to yours truly. The traitor has finally spoken and he has requested to speak. His crooked finger pointed toward me, but only to General Arthur. Chapter 203, a poem. The hallway was quiet as everyone's gaze followed the long crooked finger to me. I furrowed my brows. Me? My mind spun trying to think of why Rohdas would want to speak to me and what he could possibly say to me in this situation. After basically splitting up the entire Dwarven kingdom and leaving me to clean up his unwiped ass, who is he to declare who he wants to speak to? Bund growled. Do you think he's aiming to make some sort of deal with General Arthur? Blaine asked. I doubt it. If he wanted to strike a deal, he'd have a much better chance of doing so with Commander Virion or anyone else in the council, Muriel answered. Perhaps it's because of your ties with Elijah. Virion wondered. That's what I'm afraid of, I sighed. In the midst of the discussion, Gentry let out a cough to gather our attention. Council members and Lance. It would be an understatement to say it had been difficult for me to get the traitor to talk. Perhaps it's best we capitalize in this achievement and talk to him while he's still able. Lead the way, Gentry, I said, walking through the reinforced doors, bearing through the familiar musty smell of the castle dungeon. I walked silently behind Gentry while the rest begrudgingly stayed behind. Gentry motioned for the two soldiers guarding the lower levels where Udo and Rohdas were held to open the door. Taking a deep breath, I waited for Gentry to carefully unlock the cell barely the size of a shoe closet. I will be on standby just outside the door, General Arthur. I'm sure you already know, but please refrain from touching anything else, Gentry warned before stepping aside as he opened the cell door. I waited until the old man left before shifting my gaze to the kneeled man in cuffs. Rohdas. The man twitched at the sound of his name before a smile formed. My gratitude for your time and presence. He dipped his head respectfully. Allow me to begin. Begin? I asked, but the man kept his head and gaze lowered. I kept my guard up, uneasy because of his odd behavior. A lad of humble origins, born wrapped in rags for a towel, he began, finally lifting his head. Within, however, he was more. Just like the unassuming ashes of a particular fiery fowl. And as with all heroes to be, the lad had the looks and the lad had the might. Rohdas stretched out an arm while his other hand laid over his chest. His mother taught him the world, his father taught him to fight. I watched, dumbstruck, as the tortured man continued his epic. Rohdas' voice got deeper, darker. That is, until the day came, when the lad knew that there was a larger stage to tame. His blood knew as well that they could no longer contain the lad's fire that wished to reign. So they took up their bags and wished their small town good luck. Rohdas let out a breath. But whoa, as all stories go, tragedy struck. Rohdas, I called out, but was silenced by a raised finger. The man continued, but never fret, never doubt, because as all stories go, a hero never drops out. So he grows and grows, through his heartache and his death throes, never ceasing, overcoming. Rohdas looked up at the dim flickering light above us. Alas, every light needs a shadow, every hero needs a foe. The brighter the light, the darker its night. Finally locking gazes with me, he shoots me a grin. But I ask you this, hero to be, what happens when your foe, who has crossed both time and space, is actually brighter than thee? Perhaps a fair maiden's shining night is another one's deadly blight, and the side of dark and the light is just a matter of who wins the right. An uncomfortable silence lingered as he finished his, for a lack of a better word, performance. And just when I thought things couldn't get weirder, Rohdas, his arms chained to the ground, reached out and grabbed my hand with his blood-crusted fingers. His glossy, soulless eyes turned into crescents as he smiled up at me and nodded. Ah, good, you're real. I was afraid you were just another illusion and that my performance had gone to waste. I stared down, not really knowing how to react as Elijah's guardian continued to hold my hand. I've forgotten how warm a person is. His gaze remained afar as he stroked my hand like he would a house pet. I jerked my hand from his grasp. It seems that your time spent here has made you unbalanced. Out of all of more accurate words out there, you chose unbalanced. Not crazy or insane or mad, but unbalanced? Rohdas snickered. I'd rather not waste my time with lectures on my word choice, especially from someone unbalanced, I stressed, narrowing my eyes. Rohdas shrugged. Regardless, It is of your own free will whether you choose to ignore my words or not, poetry or prose alike. So that poem you just recited. Well, I thought a heart-to-heart conversation was a bit boring, and though I'm not very versed in the art of poetry, I had to do something to pass the time here, Rahiz replied seriously for a second until his eyes twinkled. Or, you know, this might just be the rambling of a man unbalanced. A sigh escaped me as I shook my head. Be honest, though, my rhyming may have been a bit elementary, but it was catchy, was it not? He grinned, wrinkles lining his ghastly skin. Annoyance bubbled up, showing on my face. I don't think you understand the gravity of your situation, Rahiz. You're going to be here for a long time and it's going to be unpleasant. Revealing anything that might be of help to the council, to Dikevn, will ultimately decide how unpleasant. Now is not the best time to worry whether your rhymes are catchy or not. He matched my gaze, unaffected, before suddenly falling flat on his back, resting his head on his hands like he had no care in the world. I know precisely what sort of position I'm in and I've told you exactly I wanted to. Again, what you gain from it is none of my concern. I gnashed my teeth in frustration and waited in silence for a bit longer, hoping that he might change his mind. In the end, the traitor shooed me away with a wave of his hand as he began humming in the rhythm of the poem he had recited to me. Letting out a scoff at the traitor's attitude all the way until the end, I called for Gentry and had him lock Rahiz's cell. I turned to leave, frustrated and speechless, when my gaze landed on another cell, one even smaller than Rahiz. Despite the mana-inhibiting qualities of the mysterious material that the cell was made of, an ominous aura constantly seeped out. For a moment, I was tempted to open the cell. In a short amount of time, I had grown and broken through to a stage that rivaled the top mages of Dikevn. The fear that I had felt when facing Yuto, even with the help of Sylvie, left a deep impression on me that I wanted to get rid of, and I thought that confronting the retainer again would do so. As silly as it sounded, especially since he was bound and severely weakened, I caught myself walking toward Yuto's prison. There's nothing to gain, Arthur, I scolded myself, shaking my head. I left the dungeon, greeted out by the sound of Rahiz's humming that made me replay the bits and pieces of the poem that he so theatrically recited. The members of the council were still waiting for me by the time I came back out. Their gazes bored into me, waiting for me to say something, anything. I shot a thumb back at the withering, hook-nosed interrogator behind me. Gentry's interrogation tactics seemed to have made Rahiz lose a bit of his mind. The only thing he did was recite a poem to me. Poem? Blaine said incredulously. Everyone knew Rahiz as a mild-mannered dwarf that was intelligent and someone who always strived for a collaborative effort and solution. Hearing me say that he was basically babbling like a madman raised some eyebrows. What was the poem about? Virian asked hesitantly. It was a story about a boy on his way to being a hero, I replied. He said he made it up, but some of it didn't really make sense. My tactics do sometimes leave the prisoners in a less than desirable state, Gentry said with a cough. My apologies for the false alarm. I sincerely thought that he would be confessing something important. Seeing as nothing substantial has been revealed, how about we discuss this more in our next gathering? Alduin suggested. I second this, Bun grunted. We can choose whether to decipher his poem once we've got some sleep in us. If Rahiz's state of mind is as you suggested, his words most likely don't hold any weight, Muriel said, already turning to leave. Like that, the impromptu gathering of the council in the dead of night in the lowest floors of the castle was brought to an end. I got back to my room, and despite my lack of sleep and rest, I was wide awake. For some reason, what Rahiz said kept me thinking. Dimming the light artifact on the desk to its lowest setting so I didn't wake up my bond, I began jotting down the parts of the poem that I remembered. While my memory recall wasn't perfect, I was able to get a lot of it down on paper with the help of the rhymes and simple structure of the poem. Leaning back in my chair, I read through the poem again, frustrated at some of the parts that I couldn't remember because I had been so confused at Rahiz's behavior. The main message I got from this poem was about a hero. That much is true, But there was something more to it than that. Under the assumption that Rahis wasn't out of his mind, he explicitly said that the poem was what he wanted to tell me. This led me to think that maybe this hero had something to do with me. I was positive that the poem started off with something about a lad of poor origins, and how he was wrapped in a rag. Or maybe a towel. But I couldn't remember what he used to rhyme with towel. Owl, growl, foul. I clicked my tongue and moved on, assuming that this lad was me. How did Rahis know details of my childhood? It wasn't just the fact that I was from a rather modest upbringing in Ashbur, but the poem also said that the lad wished the town luck before a tragedy struck. It probably wasn't too hard for Rahis to have done a background check on me using his resources while he was still part of the council, but even then, this whole thing just didn't sit well. Frustrated at Rahis for the needlessly cryptic message and at myself for dismissing his poem for the jabbering of a madman, I moved on. At least I started paying a bit more attention here, I thought. The latter half of the poem was a bit more ambiguous as it began to sound more and more like an overused prophecy foretold in nearly every hero story I've read throughout both my lives. Lines like, "The brighter the light, the darker its night," most likely had something to do with my foe being more powerful the stronger I became, as if I chose my enemies by their strength relative to my own. Regardless, the last few lines were a bit tricky and I felt like I might have misheard or remembered incorrectly. Night being someone's blight? I went through the incomplete poem for another half hour before I gave up. I'll just ask Rahis to repeat the poem one more time tomorrow. I was still skeptical of whether the poem even meant anything, which was probably why I hadn't bothered to even listen carefully when the dwarf said it, but I was still curious. Sliding into bed, I tried to get rid of my thoughts of the poem, instead focusing on what I should do to best help out in this war. Still, even as sleep overcame me, I found myself trying to piece the poem back together by trying to remember all of the words that rhymed. Chapter 204, Lost Words. I stepped back as Lady Vera positioned her thin metal stick she called a foil for a horizontal swing. Still, somehow, the foil managed to slap my left arm. "How?" I hissed, rubbing the fresh wound. "I thought I dodged that." "You're too focused on my weapon," Lady Vera answered, keeping her body still. "Your vision should encompass your enemy, or enemies, as a whole. What do you see differently right now?" I looked down at the foil still pointed at me. Aside from the obvious, that turned me another smack with her weapon. "Don't get smart with me, kid." Okay, I yelped. "And I have a name, you know." "I'm aware that you were named after a rather boring color," Lady Vera said bluntly. "Now, answer my question." Afraid of getting hit again, I scanned the tall woman. She wore a dark shirt and tight-fitting black pants, which only emphasized her long, curly red hair. After saving me from my captors several months ago, I began my lessons a few weeks back after completely healing from my injuries. While her methods were brutal and her personality was about as warm as a block of ice, they were effective. "Well?" she pressed, jolting me out of my thoughts. I let out a breath and pointed at her foot. "You pivoted using your lead leg, bringing your back foot forward for longer reach." "Good," she nodded in approval. "Although, if you weren't able to see that from the track mark on the ground." Yes, "Then I don't deserve to be your student," I finished. "Now, how do I get better?" My mentor muttered something under her breath before walking over to the man-made pond she had in her yard. The entire training ground we were in, which stretched out for 50 yards in both length and width, was her backyard. The simple fact that she even had a backyard in a city where high-rise building took up about every available plot of land spoke a lot about her wealth and power. Adding to the fact that her entire backyard, which looked like something out of an old nature magazine, was also blocked off from the outside world by a 20-foot wall made me wonder what sort of position she actually held in Witham Academy, the military school I was still enrolled in. As we reached the clear pond that had fish in it, actual, live fish, Lady Vera sat down at the edge and motioned me to join her. "Try catching a fish with your hands," she said, without using key. What, won't they die if they come out of the water? I don't think I can afford to replace a living fish like this. She gave me a rare smile. Don't worry about that and just try. Gazing warily at the aquatic animals that I've only seen in a frozen and processed form, I reached in and tried to scoop one up. Just as my fingers barely touched the water, however, the golden black fish darted off to the other end of the pond. So fast! I exclaimed, marveling at its speed. She snapped her finger to get my attention. Again, it only took about a dozen more tries to realize that there was a message that I was supposed to be getting from all of this. Frustrated and wet, I swiped my hand without a care whether I'll hurt the fish or not, only to slip on the wet stone and fall inside the water. Gah! I flailed out of the water, letting out a gasp as my mentor just laughed. Barely managing to climb back out of the deep pond, I laid back on the grass. What's the point of this, anyway? It's impossible to catch one with just your bare hands. Is that so? My mentor said in a haughty voice. Yes, it's impossible. I lifted my head, only to see that she was holding a fish in her hand. What? No way. Do it again. Lady Vera shrugged and threw the fish back into the pond. Sure. I scrambled back to my feet and watched closely in case my mentor tried to pull a fast one and use key or cheat in some other way. Leaning forward, Lady Vera waited with her hand close to the surface. Just as another fish was about to swim by, she dipped her hand slowly into the water and came out with the fish in her hand. She shot me a smug grin, tossing the fish back in. Now do you believe me? I don't get it. You did it so slowly. I mumbled. Wait, did you train these fish to just go into your hand? Do I look like someone that'd spend the time to do something as useless as that? My mentor looked at me, deadpan. I scratched my head. I guess not. But I still don't understand the point of this. Unless it was for you to just show off. My mentor splashed water on my face at my remark. I did it to show you that you and these fish, the ones that were able to make a fool of you, are similar. I furrowed my brows. What? Lady Vera's hand suddenly shot out toward my face, causing me to whip my head to the side. Your reaction speed is fast, frighteningly so, my mentor explained, patting my shoulder. But it's instinctual, not tamed. Just like these fish. I don't understand. What do you mean tamed? I asked. You might not be aware of it, but, through this ability, by the time your opponent's arms flex in order to throw a punch, your brain has already sent a signal to your body in order to react. Now, if your opponents are on the level of students here, you hold a large advantage over them. However, if left like this, stronger opponents can easily predict how you're going to dodge. Just like how I predicted the fish would try to dodge when I grabbed it. I thought for a moment and realized that what Lady Vera said was pretty spot on. So how do I tame this ability? By responding, not reacting, she answered, getting up and taking an offensive stance. Isn't that the same thing? She shook her head. One is intentional, the other is instinctual. We've focused on basic conditioning for the most part. But I think you're ready to start learning how to start responding. My eyes shined in excitement at the thought of finally learning to fight from Lady Vera. The fun part, fun for me, she replied with a dark smile, swinging her foil in a figure 8. But lucky for you, your next class starts soon, so we'll start with this exercise tomorrow. I let out a groan and rubbed the welt on my arm from where she hit me earlier. There's a car waiting for you to get back to school, Lady Vera said while shooing me away. Now scram. Thank you for the lesson, I grumbled before picking up my uniform and backpack that were hung by the door before leaving. While the ride back to school took less than an hour, I still managed to fall asleep deep enough for the driver to have to shake me awake after arriving. I took a deep breath as I stepped out of the sleek black vehicle, prepared for the sharp gazes of my peers at the mere luxury of being able to ride a private car. However, the outer courtyard that was usually filled with students either lounging around in between classes were all gathered around the entrance of the administration building on the left. Blocking off the perimeter were several fortified vans that looked a bit different from the usual city's police force. What is going on? I muttered to myself, making my way toward the crowd. Armored guards in black, with their customary straight sabers strapped to their hips, kept all the curious students from getting any closer from the building doors. These weren't normal police officers. They were enforcers. I grabbed the nearest student. What happened? Why are enforcers here? Was there a break-in or an attack? Did you just get here? The boy scoffed. You missed the huge explosion that happened out in the training grounds. Explosion? Do you know what caused it? Apparently, it was a student. The boy smirked. Now, out of the way. I want to try and get closer. The boy disappeared in the sea of students, leaving me dumbfounded. How big of an explosion was it for enforcers to have to come? I wondered, looking at the soldiers clad in thin armored uniforms that were designed to strengthen when imbued with ki. I couldn't help but remember how Nico had gone on and on about how revolutionary the material those uniforms were made of was. Vein fiber was the name. He had also mentioned how expensive vein fiber was to produce, which was why they were only provided for kings and elite soldiers, either for the special operations soldiers going on international missions or enforcers of the counter-terrorist squads. Speaking of Nico, if anyone knew what was going on, it would probably be him, I thought, my eyes scanning through the crowd in hopes of finding him or Cecilia. Unable to get a good view, I turned back and climbed up one of the light posts until I spotted a familiar dark-haired boy. He was at the very front, just beyond the perimeter that the enforcers had set up, but I wasn't sure if it was Nico. I narrowed my eyes, focusing on him until he finally turned around. There you are. I jumped down and made my way through the crowd of students. After bumping shoulders and fighting my way in for a good 10 minutes, I was able to squeeze and get to the front. Nico, I called out. My friend turned around and the first thing I noticed was the trail of blood running down his lips. That was never a good sign, Gray, he exclaimed, making my way to me. Your lips are bleeding, Nico. What's going on? I asked, my eyes shifting between Nico and the enforcers just a few feet away behind the red warning tape. Some guy told me there was apparently an explosion caused by a student. I don't know what happened. The key restrainer must have malfunctioned, but I checked it just a few days ago and it was fine. I don't know what happened. It's all my fault, he said, chewing on his lips again in worry. Slow down, Nico. You're not making any sense, I answered. Nico buried his face in his hands. It's Cecilia. She had one of her accidents. I opened my eyes, letting out a deep breath. It had only been a few days since my last dream and this one was a particularly bad one. It was a memory that I would never forget, dream or no dream. Along with Headmaster Wilbeck's death, it was that day that caused my life to unfold the way it did. I looked outside the window to see that the sun had yet to fully rise, which meant that I had at most only a 2 or 3 hours of sleep. With a groan, I got out of bed and washed up, hoping cold water will help wash out the fatigue that seemed to have made a permanent home in my body. You're awake? My bond asked, not bothering to speak. Yeah, I don't think I can fall back asleep anyway. Want to join me in a morning stretch outside? As enticing as that sounds, unfortunately, that requires me to get out of bed, she replied, pulling the covers over her head. Growing children do need their sleep, I agreed with a chuckle, drying my hair with a towel. That immature retort speaks volumes about who the child actually is between us, she replied casually. I let out a laugh. You got me there. After dressing in a plain loose shirt and dark trousers, I headed out, passing my desk, looking down at the messy paper filled with bits and pieces of the poem that I tried to remember. I changed my plans. On second thought, I'll give Rajas a short visit. Hopefully he's functional enough to repeat the poem. I greeted the few maids and workers that were just finishing up their night shift as I made my way down toward the dungeon. Walking through the long, dimly lit hallway leading to the entrance of the first level, I spotted a familiar face guarding the door. Using the term guarding very loosely, Albold, the elf of the Chaffer family that Virion had introduced, was currently nodding off to sleep as he stood guard beside the large metal door. With a smirk, I erased my presence and softened my breath. I coded my footsteps in mana in the same precise manner that I did back when I was training alone in the forests of Ephaotus. I quickened my speed as I got closer to the sleeping guard, but as soon as I was within a few yards of the door, Allbold's eyes shot open and a thick layer of mana covered his body and swords as he swung out. I easily caught the two blades with my hands, but I was still surprised. "General Arthur?" he said incredulously, quickly sheathing his dual blades. "Sorry about that. I swore I felt someone sneaking up on me." "I was sneaking up on you. Weren't you asleep?" I asked, suspicious. "Ah, I got caught." Allbold scratched his head in embarrassment. "Please don't tell Commander Varian. I barely have a few days left doing guard duty. I can't stay here any longer." "Relax. I was just impressed." I chuckled. Varian was right. "Your senses are good." "Haha, saved my ass more than a couple times in my life," Allbold responded. "So, what can I do for you, General?" "I need to speak to a prisoner," I replied. "Is Gentry inside?" Allbold nodded as he opened the door. "I can't think of a time where he hasn't been inside." The two of us walked in and soon found Gentry sleeping on a cot in one of the cells of the upper-level dungeon. What's going on?" Gentry muttered as we shook him awake. "Gee, General, what can I do for you?" "Can you open Rahda's cell for just a moment? There's something I want to ask him," I explained. The interrogator rubbed his eyes as he began unlocking the entrance to the lower level of the dungeon. "Of course, and my apologies again for the trouble I caused by calling the entire council. I was certain that the traitor was going to reveal something important." After a few clicks, Gentry motioned for Allbold to help and the two of them heaved the doors open. My eyes widened at what I saw. Gentry's assistant was splayed out on the floor with several black spikes pierced through his body. Seeing the spikes, my gaze immediately veered toward the cell that Yuto was in, only to lock eyes with the retainer. I immediately imbued mana around me, fearing that Yuto would leap out, but the retainer was completely still and silent, no signs of life in his glossed eyes. He smiled. Allbold let out a sharp gasp as he strengthened his body as well and drew his swords. "Chester!" Gentry cried, oblivious of the retainer out of his cell. He's dead," I muttered, eyes focused solely on Yuto. Because of his black body, I didn't notice the spikes pierced through his chest and stomach as well, with blood still leaking out. "Rahda's." I stepped inside the dungeon and the restrictions of magic in the room could immediately be felt. Jumping over the assistant's corpse, I swung open the door to Rahda's cell that had been unlocked, only to see that the old dwarf had met the same fate as Yuto and Chester. He was dead. Chapter 205, Enemy Territory. Alacrian. "How much longer?" Thane hissed, his head constantly darting left and right. His voice was hardly louder than a whisper. None of us dared to be any louder than that. I held up two fingers, turning my focus back on the tree in front of me. The crest on my back flared as I grit my teeth to keep my powers under control while mana coursed through my arms and into the tree itself. "My veiling barrier isn't going to last much longer on such a wide range," Cole muttered through gritted teeth. I wiped a bead of sweat running down my cheek. "Done." Maeve grabbed my arm and we were already on the move. I turned back one last time to make sure the three-point array I had just finished was in place. "It's in place." I allowed myself a breath of relief as we began making our way through this forsaken forest. We traveled at a frustratingly slow pace with Maeve and myself in the front. Only by using my crest did my senses extend to about 30 yards. Much too restricted than I was comfortable with. It didn't help that, because of this mysterious fog that only seemed to exist in this forest, I was the only one that could see past a few feet around us. "Do you see anyone around us, Circe?" Thane asked for the 5th time. I whipped my head back and shot him a glare. I said I'll tell you if I see anything out of the ordinary. He narrowed his eyes, discontent, but didn't say anything further. After about an hour of practically crawling through the fog-laden forest, I signaled for everyone to stop. "We need to place another array." Everyone got into position. Maeve hopped onto a nearby tree with her hands poised to fire. Cole stuck beside me and enveloped the area in a veil to help mask mana fluctuations while I worked. Thane circled the perimeter with wary eyes as our first line of defense. After everyone was in place, I continued in our most important, and quite likely our last, mission. Activating my crest once again, I began setting up the first part of the three-point array. With my control as a mid-tier sentry, it wasn't hard setting it up. The tricky part was making sure it was all but undetectable until I finally activated it. There could be no trace, no leakage, of mana, or the elves lurking around the forest will sense it. If any of the arrays that I had made were discovered, the whole plan was ruined. Pushing aside the burden weighing down on me, I controlled the mana coalesced in the tip of my fingers as it began seeping into the first tree. A rustle sounded to my left and I jerked. Were we discovered? By the time I turned my head in the direction of the sound, Fane was already there. He shook his head, holding up a rodent whose neck had been cleanly broken, as expected of a veteran emblem holder. The striker's attitude was foul, but he was a reliable teammate to have. Turning my focus back on the old tree, I controlled the passage of my instilled mana until it buried itself deep into the core of the tree. After it was in place, I had to cover the tracks and the mana fluctuation at the site of the wound. For this moment, my attention had to be concentrated. I wasn't able to afford to spread my senses around us in case an elf sneaked up on us. Minutes crawled at the pace of hours as I blinked away the tears trying to get inside my eyes. The mana imprint left by my spell had to be manually obscured with surgical precision so that no one could sense that magic was used in the area. Done. I mouthed at my teammates before moving on to the next point. Kneeling down on the ground a few feet away from the tree, I repeated the process until finally I was on the last part on a tree on the other side of the array I had made on the ground. After this three-point array had been completed, we were once again on the move. Luckily, Cole's Veil barrier didn't leave any mana fluctuations. Neither did Fane or Maeve's magic. Truly a team specialized for this mission, I thought, feeling out of place. After all, I was a sentry. I wasn't built or trained for this. My only source of comfort was that we weren't the only team. Maybe one of the other teams have already succeeded in securing a route, I hoped, knowing how unlikely it was. Out of all the other teams, I knew that we were the most likely to succeed. Because of my newly acquired emblem. Suddenly, an arm shot out, stopping me in my tracks. It was Maeve. She locked gazes with me and then looked down. Hidden underneath the fog was a small ditch with spikes of wood. My heart thumped at the close call. The spikes weren't sharpened, it was twisted into this shape, Maeve informed in a whisper. Plant magic, I breathed. My heart dropped at what this meant. We'll have to find another route, Fane said from behind, still on the lookout. Then we'll have to stop in a bit for me to scout another route, I replied, disheartened. With a solemn nod from Maeve, we continued our hellish march. My legs throbbed in pain and my sore back made me feel older than my grandma, but I continued on without complaint until the sun was about an hour from setting. Merciful Vritra, I mumbled as we finally settled down for the night on the thick branches of a tree. Cole passed around strips of salted dried meat and a candied root to each of us. Tearing smaller pieces from the dried meat, I let it sit in my mouth so my saliva would soften it before I chewed it down. The four of us ate silently, relishing the first small break in 2 days. After sucking the sugar off of the candied root, and taking a sip from my flask, I got back to work. Igniting my hard-earned emblem, I activated True Sense. The unsettling sensation of my consciousness leaving my body felt as if I was undressing amidst a snowstorm. But I endured through it by relishing the breathtaking sight of the forest beneath me. Like a ghost floating through the sky, unabated, I narrowed my true sense to lock in on a single element. My head, figuratively speaking since my actual body was sitting comatose below on a tree branch, throbbed terribly. I've read that true mastery of this ability will come when my mind is able to see all 4 elemental mana particles in the atmosphere. If that's the case, I still have a long way to go. Despite the numbing pain, I was soon rewarded as particles of ambient mana lit up green. Hurriedly, I scanned throughout the horizon, desperately searching for large clusters of ambient wind mana that would lead us to the hidden kingdom of the elves. As I extended my true sense, the throbbing grew unbearable. Just a little long, there. Immediately my non-physical form was sucked back into my body that had been anchored by the powerful emblem. The last twinkle of green flickered out of my vision as I returned to my physical visage with a gasp. Were you successful, Circe? Fane immediately asked, true to his impatience. My body still felt cold, like I had gotten into a fresh set of sheets, but my lips curled into a smile. The kingdom is still too far away, but I was able to find a larger area of mana fluctuations about a day's travel from here. Larger? Maeve echoed with a twinkle in her eye. That means it's a bigger settlement, or maybe even a town. Cole let out a sigh. At least we're going the right way. Nice to know all of this so far wasn't for nothing, as expected from a member of the Millview blood. Your skills as a sentry hold true, Fane complimented as he tore off a piece of his dried meat. Accepting his rare praise, I continued, I won't be able to use my emblem for another day, but after I've fully recovered, I'll want to do another scan honing in on water attribute mana. Smart, Maeve agreed. From our reports, these elves are adept mostly in either water or wind. After finishing our modest meal, we got as comfortable as we could within the branches of the ancient tree deep within enemy territory. Either Cole or I had to be on watch in case something approached, but since I had just expended a lot of my mana activating my emblem, Cole and Maeve took first watch. The weathered shield about the age of my father shot me a smile before erecting a small veiling barrier around us while Fane and I slept. Despite the cold and hard branch pressed against my back and the fear of falling down, even after tying ourselves to the tree, I soon fell asleep. I must have barely closed my eyes when I was already shaken awake by Maeve. It's been 2 hours, she whispered, signaling me to take over before waking up Fane. There's no way it's been 2 hours already, I groaned internally. Noticing that I was awake, Cole extinguished his spell before rolling up his cloak and using it as a makeshift pillow to sleep on. Even with the ever-looming threat of being discovered and killed, I still had to pinch my cheeks to fully wake myself up. Coursing mana into my second crest, the one that I had received after fully comprehending the spell while it was still just a mark, my awareness spread to a 40-yard radius around us. Normally, I'd be able to stretch my sphere of awareness to over 100 yards no matter what the terrain, but the mysterious magic encompassing this endless forest restricted everyone's senses. If our trek during the day seemed to be going slow, the night on watch was endless. I entertained myself by focusing on a nocturnal bird feeding its newborn blood a dozen yards away when I felt bodies enter the scope of my range. Elves? I whipped my head and locked gazes with Fane. Before I even mouthed the word, he seemed to know something was wrong by my expression. How many? Fane mouthed. I held up 3 fingers and pointed in the direction they were coming from. With a nod, the two of us quickly shook Maeve and Cole awake, covering their mouths while doing so in case they made a sound. After being caught up, Cole quickly erected a 2-layered barrier that dampened sounds and veiled our presence. After erecting barriers all day and barely getting any sleep, the shield was struggling to maintain his spells, but he endured. He had to. About a dozen yards away, I whispered solemnly, if we're lucky, they'll pass by or go a different way. If they suspect something near us, I'll take Circe while Maeve and Cole hold them off, Fane declared. My eyes widened in panic. We can all stay and fight. We outnumber them. Cole rubbed his stubbled chin. Even if we stay and fight, we'll have to do so with magic that'll leave traces. It's too risky. Cole is right, Maeve added. We're expendable in this mission. You're not. The gravity of her words shook me, but I knew it was true. Out of all the teams trying to create a route to the Elven Kingdom, I was the only sentry with an emblem powerful enough to navigate effectively in the Elshire Forest. Still, the thought of abandoning my teammates sickened me. What if we ambush them and take one as a hostage? We can use the elf too. You know what happened to the other team that tried that? Fane interrupted harshly. I nodded. The captured elf had killed himself and the team was tracked down by its brethren. Luckily, they were close to the southern border of the forest and it didn't happen long after the initial beast raid, or else they would have become suspicious, Maeve muttered. The 4 of us stopped whispering, afraid the elves might hear us even with the 2-layered barrier around us. By the time the footsteps below us were audible to our barriers, we were holding our breaths. I clamped my mouth shut with my hands, praying that they'd just keep walking. Chapter 206, brother's consent, the unexpected deaths of Rajas and Yuto would be enough to cause a mass panic within the echelons of noble families both living in the castle and out in various fortified cities. Having two major figures of the enemy side in the council's palms created a certain semblance of power and control to the people of Daikon. To prevent chaos, the council did what countless leaders, regardless of time, race, and world, do when faced with setbacks. They covered it up. Gentry, Albold, and I all had to be questioned by the council since we were the ones present at the scene. Because of the black spikes left skewered on all three corpses almost like a postcard, it was obvious that it couldn't have been done by any one of us. Still, a majority of my day had been taken up by this. Eventually, Gentry was left to grieve over his assistant that he apparently cared very much for, and Albold being relieved of his guard duty so he could be sent back to Elshire Forest to assist as a soldier. As for me, I was standing in front of Virion in his private office as he sat behind his desk with a grim expression. Cynthia Goodsky died this way as well, right? I confirmed. Virion nodded, his eyes unfocused. I continued, you must be worried about everyone's safety. 3 people have been killed in the most secured location of a flying castle that has existed from ancient times. Do you think I'd allow people to still be here if I was worried about their safety? Virion retorted, I'm not in the mood for tests, Arthur. I know you noticed as well. It was the same with Cynthia. It's good that you realized. I smiled. No one had infiltrated the castle. No matter how much I thought over it, it just wasn't possible. The layers of defense that one would have to go through in order to reach the insides of this castle, only to kill 2 prisoners, just didn't add up. If I was sent on a mission to infiltrate this castle, it'd be much simpler to assassinate as much of the council as I could. It just didn't add up, which led me to the answer that the attack had to be done from within, not within our side, but within Raja's and Yuto's bodies. Just like Cynthia, who had a powerful curse embedded inside her, it made sense for Rajas and even a retainer to have that as well in case they were caught. From how the black spikes seemed to almost bloom out of Rajas and Yuto's bodies, I felt that their curse had been activated. As for the Chester, Gentry's unfortunate assistant, it seemed, by the random spikes lodged into not just his body but his extremities as well, he had just been caught in the explosion of spikes that shot out from within the 2 prisoners. That had to be the case. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. Agrona had made it clear that the whole point of this war was to take over this continent with as little casualties as possible so that he could conquer and utilize the resources, living and non-living, available here to strengthen his power and become a threat large enough to attack Ephatus head-on. Daikon was merely a stepping stone for him, so wouldn't make sense for him to only kill the prisoners if he had the power to send someone inside the castle. Does that mean what Rajas said was something important? It was too much of a coincidence that he died right after telling me that poem. This led me to think whether Rajas purposely said in the form of a poem to try to bypass the curse. I remembered Cynthia having a curse where she was restricted to reveal or even think about revealing anything relevant. Forcing myself out of the never-ending speculations in my head, I spoke. Any plans for what to do next? For now, consolidating the priorities of the council members come first. They were already restless after the attack on the southern borders of the Elshire Forest, but even this. The old elf let out a breath that seemed to contain a bit of his weathered soul. To be honest, Arthur, I'm at quite a loss at the moment. This war. The scale is so unlike any war this land has faced, yet, things have been too quiet. I finished. I agree. Even with the death of Yuto and Rajas, I feel like something big is about to happen. I'm just not sure what. The room grew quiet as both of us mulled over our thoughts until Virion let out a cough. Well, no use worrying right now. There are things that must be done. Arthur, you're on standby as of now, correct? Yes. General Leia is currently stationed in Illinois. General Micah is assisting in the investigations of the radical group in Darv. General Vary is helping with fortification of major cities throughout the western coast, and General Bayron, I believe, is scouting the northern ranges of the Grand Mountains for any signs of retainers or scythes since there was that base we had cleared out nearby. I reported. I had wanted to help out, but because the Alacrians have been so quiet despite the seemingly random attack on the outskirts of the Elshire forest, there was nothing that needed my attention. Okay, for now, stay in the castle and get used to your new corps. You'll be sent out immediately if any of the cities report anything unusual, so I need you to be in top condition, Virion declared. I turned to leave when Virion's voice called out from behind. Oh, and Arthur? Looking back at the commander over my shoulder, I responded. Yes. He smiled. I know you don't care for this kind of thing, but as a lance, don't you think you should go around dressed a bit more appropriately? Looking down to see the loose shirt and dark trousers I had on, I let out a chuckle. Perhaps I should. Returning to my room, I was greeted by not only Sylvie, but by my sister and her bond as well. Arriving in front of my room, I could hear faint mutters from a voice that sounded like my sister. Have to help me, okay? Promise? Sylvie must have told her I was here because my sister stopped talking. Opening the door, I was greeted by Ellie and my bond, who were sitting on the couch. Boo, who was lying on the ground with his giant head propped up on top of my bed like a pillow, acknowledged my presence with a snort before closing his eyes. Hi, brother. My sister smiled weakly. Sylvie greeted me with a simple wave of her hand. That's not suspicious, I thought. You're overthinking, my bond immediately replied back, making it more suspicious. Anyway, what happened for you to be gone for so long? My sister asked, a bit upset that I hadn't had the chance to really spend time with her since I came back. Just more meetings that I had to attend, I said vaguely. Anyway, I'm free now. Ellie cocked a brow. Does that mean you'll finally spend some time with your precious sister? Yup. If you're okay with the training ground, that is. Sylv and I both have things to test before an actual fight. Of course that's okay. That's exactly what I was about to suggest. My sister exclaimed, grabbing her bow that was propped up against the wall beside her. After changing into a more socially appropriate attire, which was just a high-collared military tunic that covered the red scars on my neck, and a more fitted pair of trousers, compared to the rest of the lances, I was dressed rather casually, but at least I didn't look like some farmer's kid. Your hair is almost as long as mine. When are you going to cut it? Ellie asked with distaste as I was tying my back hair. I shrugged. When I feel the need to. We made our way to the training room that was guarded by pair soldiers arguing over something. I'm telling you that it's not the General Arthur. The armored man on the left clicked his heels and saluted while his companion on the right side of the entrance did the same. There are currently several mages practicing inside. Would you like us to clear them out? The guard on the right asked as the two of them opened the entrance. Because of the sheer power that can be generated from a white core mage, most of the time, the training room was completely emptied and walls were additionally fortified when a lance came in. No need. The one training isn't me, I informed, walking in after my excited sister. Sylvie and Boo followed along as we stepped into the loose earthen terrain. The large room was lively with various nobles in well-adorned robes and tunics around my sister's age or slightly older testing spells while guardians oversaw and gave pointers to their students. The ones training here were all of status with privileges that extended from family members that were of high rankings within the army. Being able to live and train in the castle meant that they were safe, a luxury that only the top houses and families of captains had. Seeing the large entrance open, a few turned their heads my way and the private instructors and adults all immediately recognized me. Bowing in respect, they quickly shushed their children when some of the younger ones asked who I was. A woman that looked a few years older than my mother walked up to me with an amiable smile. It's an honor to see a lance like this. If you are here to train, I will take Son and his friends elsewhere to learn. It's okay, I smiled back. Just here to stretch a little, don't mind us. Hurry up! Ellie exclaimed, already several yards ahead. If you'll excuse me. I followed after my sister with Sylvie and Boo in tow. Your sister really wants to impress you, Sylvie said with a smile. Don't be too hard on her. Oh, that's no fun. I smirked before turning my gaze to my bond. Get ready to stretch as well. I want to see what you can do before we get into an actual battle. Is that okay with all of these people here? she asked. "We'll tone it down a bit. If we really wanted to go all out, we'd have to find a large valley somewhere." My bond chuckled. "True. Very well. I'm also curious to see how well I've adjusted to this new form." Making our way to the far end of the training grounds near the pond, I launched a slab of earth at my sister. "Income?" I stopped my warning as 3 arrows of mana lodged itself into the slab. Ellie turned her head back at me with a smirk. "You're going to have to do better than that, brother." Sylvie and I exchanged glances. Looks like I might not get the chance to be hard on her. I chuckled. Time passed quickly in the training grounds despite the fact that all I basically did was create targets for my sister. It gave me the chance to really test the limits of what organic magic I could create with my white core. Free-forming spells into odd and sometimes intricate shapes seemed to fascinate the children that had gathered around us to watch the show. The noble kids would do and as I conjured birds made of ice to skirt around in the air while my sister attempted to shoot them down. Some of these spells weren't very applicable in battle, but like a pro athlete learning to juggle a ball intricately, it helped me metaphorically stretch my abilities and see what I could and couldn't do in a set amount of time. I tried raising earthen soldiers like Olfrid was able to do, but after raising about 3 simple humanoid golems, my control over them faltered to the extent that they began mimicking each other's movements. Memories of my time with Ren popped up. He was able to control his golems to the point that they acted like sentient beings. Even Olfrid, while not as precisely as the Azra, was able to conjure and control an army of golems, albeit not as precisely as the Azura. A shame one is forbidden to help while the other is dead. Not that either would have offered to help had they been here. The thought of them left a bad taste in my mouth. Rather than dwelling on the past, I focused my attention on the task at hand. It felt rude to train Ellie so half-heartedly when I saw how concentrated she was. Let's try kicking things up a notch. With a wave of my arm, I conjured a current of fire that began twisting and shaping itself into a beastly shape. The ground where its legs touched sizzled from the heat as I willed my creation to walk toward Ellie. Boo, who had been watching beside me, tilted his head in curiosity at the flaming beast that mirrored his form. "Your offense is good, Ellie, but what happens when a spell that you can't just shoot down with arrows comes at you?" I called out. Some of the noble kids a few yards away let out gasps as the instructors let out murmurs of praise. Ellie's lips just curled up into a confident grin as she drew her bow. A shimmering arrow manifested, glowing white due to its elementless nature. Just before she let go of the string, however, a slight undulation rippled across the shaft of the mana arrow. The arrow quickly approached my fire bow with a shriek. I had expected Ellie's spell to simply pierce through harmlessly, but as the point lodged itself into my spell, the entire arrow exploded in a ray of light, dispersing the flaming beast I had conjured. I blinked. That was impressive, superb, jaw-dropping. My sister finished, her eyes twinkling. "Not bad." "It was not bad," I said, rolling my eyes. Ellie sniffled, trying to hide her smile. The day went on with me moving on from conjuring various elemental targets for her, to testing her body's defenses. Though I hated to admit it, her ability to conjure a protective layer of mana over her body was flawless and fast enough to rival some of the upperclassmen I had seen at Xyrus. Due to her unnaturally intricate control over her mana, she was able to layer mana in specific portions of her body almost instantly and create a fairly durable panel of mana. I put the scabbard of Dawn's Ballad that I had been using to spar with Ellie in close range back inside my ring. "Did you learn close quarters combat with your bow from Helen too?" My sister fell down on the ground, sweating and panting. "Yup. I read a couple books too that helped. Although there weren't that many. Most archers carry around a dagger or even a light sword around for close combat," I informed. "But since your archery doesn't depend on you taking out an arrow from your quiver and knocking it on your bow before firing it, learning how to fend off a few attacks in order give yourself some space for a quick shot was the right decision. Your compliments seem somewhat dull," my sister said in between breaths. "Because that wasn't a compliment." "Don't get ahead of yourself," I smirked. "We've been drilling for only a few hours. Your stamina needs improvement." "That's not even fair. Ellie huffed. What your brother means to say is that he's very proud of your growth, Sylvie comforted with a smile. Whoa, no verbally expressing my thoughts. I protested. This was rigged from the start, anyway. Ellie stuck out a tongue. I mean, how do you even dodge a narrow shot at point blank? Repeatedly. A lance has to be able to do at least that much, right? My sister narrowed her eyes, discontent by my reply. You didn't even break a sweat. You'll get there with enough training and experience, I replied. Ellie shot a glance to Sylvie before looking back at me. Speaking of getting enough experience, I was wondering if I can maybe. You know, I raised a brow. I know. What? And never mind, my sister muttered. Ellie, Sylvie chimed in, shaking her head. Just say it. Does this have anything to do with what you guys were talking about before I got in the room? I asked. I want to start helping out in the war, my sister said, unable to look me in the eyes. Even though I saw this coming, my heart still sank. Arthur. Sylvie sent, feeling my emotions. You said it yourself, or rather you thought it yourself, that I was a lot better, my sister continued when I didn't answer. I'm confident that I'm better than a lot of the soldiers that have been assigned to squads, and I'm okay with being in the reserves, and since I'm an archer, I'd be in the back line anyway. So, Ellie, I interrupted, kneeling down so I was eye level with my sister. With a wave of my hand, a barrier of wind surrounded the four of us. I didn't feel comfortable having others listening to family conversations. I'm not saying no, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to make this decision for you. Mom or Dad aren't here, and to be honest, we haven't exactly been on the same track these days, I said. You guys still haven't made up since before you left to go train? My sister asked, concern laced in her voice. You knew? I'm young, not dumb. My sister frowned. Right. Sorry. I looked at my bond, who simply gave me an encouraging smile. Letting out a sigh, I gave in. How about we go on a mission together once? If you do well, I'll give you my blessing. I can't speak for Mom or Dad, but I won't hold you back on it. Okay. Ellie beamed. You promised. That was very fair of you, my bond approved. I shot Sylvie a smile before getting back up. Anyway, since that's out of the way, Sylvie, it's your turn. Chapter 207, Coordination. Although my bond had the appearance of a little girl that was even younger than my sister, if you disregard the two horns sprouting out from her head, she was still in Azura. After having the guards evacuate the small audience that had no intention of continuing their training regardless, I began pouring my mana into the large mana crystal responsible for powering up the defensive mechanisms within the training grounds. A low hum resounded in response, and the cavern walls and rounded ceiling glowed dimly. Emily wasn't here to power up the plate-like sensors she had installed for my previous training, so the only functionality available was that of the barrier. My sister was the only other person still inside the training room, but I had her stay near the entrance behind Boo in the rare case that one of our spells accidentally hit her. Do I really have to stay this far when you two are just practicing? I can hardly see you guys even with mana-enhanced sight. Ellie shouted out a complaint as she peeked her head out from behind her bond. Ignoring my sister, I continued to stretch out my body, making sure to be extra diligent while stretching my legs. Are you not going to stretch? Better yet, do you even need to stretch? I questioned my bond, who was standing perfectly still while watching me. Considering I can barely use this body for basic daily functions, I'm a bit hesitant to try anything more, Sylvie replied, frowning. Better to practice now than in the middle of battle, right? I countered, balancing on one leg as I stretched my aching thigh. Sylvie let out a sigh. Very well, my bond attempted to mirror my pose, only to stumble. After a few more minutes of her violently swinging her arms to try and keep her balance as we went through a series of stretches, we began our training. So, how do you want to go about this? I asked, having only seen her use her superior body to fight alongside me or use Vivim to heal me. I had no idea as to how she planned on fighting in her humanoid form. Stay there for a bit, she replied, raising her arm and pointing an open palm in my direction. Without warning, A missile of light shot toward me. My eyes widened in surprise, but I quickly reacted by coating my hand in mana and swatting the missile away. A mana arrow? I looked at the shallow cut on the side of my palm. Despite the spell being similar to Ellie's mana arrows in a way, her attack was much denser, almost solid. Ellie's use of elementless mana provided me with a few ideas on how to best take advantage of my traits, she answered, sending another arrow of mana my way after a moment of preparation. This time the arrow, or more accurately a harpoon, judging by the size of the shining projectile, shot in a slight arc towards me rather than in a straight line like the previous one. Wanting to verify my curiosity, I made no attempt to block or dodge the incoming spell. Instead, coating my hand in a thick layer of mana, I grabbed Sylvie's mana harpoon. The speed of her spell jerked my arm back, but I held on firmly. I had expected it to disperse immediately, but it remained in my hand even while I was gripping down on it with sufficient force to shatter a rock. After becoming a white core mage and practicing organic magic, I could tell that although Sylvie may have gotten the idea of her attack from watching Ellie, but the composition of the two spells couldn't be any more different. The raw power of her attack isn't that high, but in order to pack so much mana so densely into this form so quickly, my mind wandered off as I contemplated all of the possible applications of my bond's magic. By the time I looked back at my hand, the mana arrow had disappeared. Mana manipulation for dragons is limited to pure mana only, right? I confirmed. If you don't take into account my race's ability to manipulate ether, yes, Sylvie said. Although there's something else. What is it? I asked, curious. I'm not quite sure myself. After being in this form, I've been able to get a better grasp of my core, yet there's a part of it that I can't seem to access, she answered. Maybe you'll be able to access it once you get stronger, I said. For now, let's see how versatile your control over pure mana is. I launched a dozen fire arrows with a swing of an arm. The streaks of fire spread out before converging back into a single target directed at my bond. Before my attack landed, a shimmering barrier of light enveloped Sylvie, covering her in fire and dust from the ground around her. Try to create individual panels to block each projectile, I barked out, sending out another wave of fire arrows. Sylvie's brows knit in concentration as she managed to conjure a large sphere of pure mana from her palm that separated into multiple panes to block my spells. By then, though, I had already closed the distance between us and had the broken blade of Dawn's Ballad pressed against her arm. However, rather than flesh, my blade had met a patch of black scales that appeared from beneath her skin. Despite my attack's failure, Sylvie seemed to have been genuinely surprised by my follow-up. I sheathed my broken sword back into its scabbard and gave my evaluation. Your control over pure mana is excellent, and considering how dense your spells are, it seems your mana reserves are quite big. Your innate body provides good physical defense even if you are a bit slow. Although Sylvie held in her smile, I could tell through our bond how proud she was feeling. Still, I don't think your attacks are strong enough to threaten retainers and scythes, I continued. What else have you noticed about this form compared to your draconic form? Sylvie thought for a moment. My innate defenses are a bit weaker in this form. You held that strike back, but if you had attacked me seriously with Dawn's Ballad, I would have lost a limb. Good to know. I nodded. Anything else? My control over mana is better in this form, but my dragon form allows me to utilize more of my mana in a single breath, albeit a more unrefined form, my bond explained, twirling several orbs of mana around her hand as if to emphasize her point. I see, I muttered, taking a few steps back. There are a couple more things I want to test out. Sylv, can you conjure a square pane in front of me? I could feel her curiosity flare up, but I hid my intentions from my bond. With a twitch of her wrist, the spheres of mana that had been orbiting her hand shot out and converged into a bigger orb before flattening out into a flat square. Keep it stable, I ordered, reeling my fist back. I punched Sylvie's panel of mana, and while it trembled from the impact, it stayed where it was. What about distance? How far can you conjure a spell and keep control over it? She didn't answer. Instead, She stretched out a hand and willed the panel of mana that I had just punched away. The spell changed into a spherical form as it hurled toward the back wall of the room. Sylvie then closed her outstretched hand into a fist, suspending the orb in midair. "Move it left," I ordered, concentrating on the shining orb. Upon Sylvie's direction, the orb easily darted left and stopped just before it hit the wall. I gave another order, "Bring it back. Change the shape of it into an arrow." I led Sylvie into a series of exercises, gradually adding more orbs and having her manage them until there were 10 orbs, 5 of which I had instructed Sylvie to change into a flat panel. By the end of the drill, Sylvie was sweating profusely, but I had a pretty good idea on how we were going to coordinate in battles. 4 days had passed in the blink of an eye. I spent the majority of the day in the training grounds, drilling with Ellie and Sylvie until the two of them were mentally and physically drained. It was a great change of pace for myself as well, and I felt my control over my white core steadily improve. While Sylvie had yet to unlock more of her abilities hidden away in her core, and we hadn't had the chance to attempt at any sort of coordinated fighting together, she and my sister had still improved greatly under my scrutinizing tutelage. After our morning drills of target hitting for my sister and multitasking with 10 or more mana spheres for my bond, we took a break. Sylvie, Ellie, Boo and I rested near the grassy patch beside the pond, eating the sandwiches brought to us by a hulking woman that was apparently a chef inside the castle. "Hey, Art," my sister called as she absent-mindedly picked the vegetables off her sandwich. "What would you say are the biggest drawbacks of fighting using pure mana?" From what I've seen while you and Sylvie were practicing these past few days, her spells seemed really versatile, even against all of your elemental attacks. "Stop picking them out and just eat it," I chided, gently slapping her hand. "And to answer your question, I can think of 3 big reasons why most mages prefer to use magic of their elemental affinity rather than just pure mana spells. First reason is that it uses up a lot of your mana reserves, more so than elemental spells." Ellie interrupted. "Pure mana can only come from your mana core, which, as you know from experience, is often time-consuming to gather and purify. Elemental magic also uses mana from your core, but it's also powered by the ambient mana that consists of all of the elements," I explained. Ellie's brows furrowed as she tried to wrap her head around the concept. "I'm not sure I follow." I thought for a moment, trying to come up with an appropriate analogy. So it's kind of like this. Imagine I'm on top of a snowy hill and I'm trying to hit you, who's at the bottom, with a snowball. Why am I the one getting hit?" She frowned. I looked at her with a deadpan expression. Sylvie chuckled beside me as she tossed a sandwich to Ellie's drooling bond. Okay, please continue." A mage using elemental magic would first make a snowball with his hands, but instead of just throwing it, he would roll it down the hill so that the snowball picks up more snow from the ground. By the time it hits you, we'll say the snowball turned into the size of Boo, I continued. Boo let out a grunt upon hearing his name but quickly turned his attention back to Sylvie, who was the only one feeding him. Now, a mage using a pure mana spell of the same power will have to make the snowball and pack it with more and more snow until it's the size of Boo before throwing it down at you. See the difference? That sounds like a lot of work, Ellie admitted. Okay. What are the other reasons? It's harder to effectively control pure mana once it's been expelled from your body, and deciding it'd be easier to just show her the last reason. I willed a field of stone spikes to shoot out from the ground a few dozen yards from where we were. Unlike what I did just now, pure mana spells must originate from the caster. Just by looking at my sister, I could see that the proverbial light seemed to have lit up in her head. Anyway, since we've taken a break, why not continue a little longer? I suggested, getting up. Yes. Ellie agreed, bolting up as well. Hey Sylvie, can you do what you did earlier and make those moving panels? I want to try to hit them. Sure, my bond smiled. Shoot some mana arrows off course so I can practice reacting as well. A smile escaped my lips as I watched the two run off when the doors to the training room opened once more. A single guard came running in, and just by his expression, I knew it wasn't good. Sylvie and Ellie's eyes followed the guard that stopped in front of me and saluted before speaking. General Arthur, news of a massive corrupted beast horde has come from the wall. Commander Virion is currently waiting for you in the dock with a team of mages to go with you as backup. Chapter 208. Enemy Territory 2. Alacrian. Please, Maeve, I need a break. I begged the caster in between ragged breaths. Looking behind me, I saw Cole just a few paces away running desperately to keep up with us. Suddenly, Maeve, who had been pulling me by the arm, stopped. I barely managed to avoid colliding with her when she let go of me and pointed up at large tree. Let's take cover here. Fatigue weighing down my body, Maeve hoisted me up the tree while Cole barely managed to push himself up onto the lowest branch. The strenuous task of climbing up high enough on the tree to stay hidden took the better half of an hour. Finally satisfied, Cole leaned back against the trunk of the tree, her legs dangling in the air. I peeled out of Fane's oversized silver breastplate so that my sweat-drenched shirt could dry off a little. The three of us remained silent, each doing whatever task they deemed more important to them. After eating a few strips of dried meat, Cole immediately set a barrier around us while Maeve cycled mana. As for me, I knew what I had to do, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead I turned to where Cole and Maeve were and asked hesitantly, do you think Fane made it out? Maeve opened one eye, just one eye, but the anger that exuded out of that eye made me wince. Cole shuffled over and sat between Maeve and I so we weren't in direct eye contact of each other. Sirs, focus on the mission. Can you use true sense yet? Cole's voice was soft and gentle, yet his expression had hardened to a point where he looked like a different person compared to when I had first met him back in Alacria. I nodded my head and prepared myself, but when I closed my eyes, the scene from earlier today still flashed like it was still happening right now. It was all my fault. If I hadn't gone off from the camp, there was no one there when I checked. I just wanted to wash my clothes in the stream. I rattled on more reasons in my head. The stream we had passed by was less than 100 yards from where we were hiding. I triple, checked using my crest to make sure there was no one within my heightened range of awareness. Throughout our journey, our whole group made extra precautions to hide our trail. We had even dug holes into the ground every time we did our business and covered it back up with dirt and foliage. So, how did I get caught on my way back to the camp? If I hadn't kept my crest active, I would have led the elves straight to where the rest of the group was hiding. I thought that I was in the clear after throwing them off. I ran for over an hour in the opposite direction before circling back to where Fane, Maeve, and Cole were. Still, by the expression on everyone's expression after I had told them what happened, I knew it wasn't as simple as that. Fane immediately ripped off my outer robe and gave me his silver chest plate for me to wear. Maeve cursed and turned away while Cole slumped, crestfallen. I didn't know what was happening back then. It was only Fane that gave me a gentle smile and said goodbye. The same Fane that had the personality of a poked snake tousled my hair and told Maeve and Cole to protect me. Draping my robe over his shoulders, he dropped down from the tree we were hiding in and ran off. Confused, I had almost called out after the veteran striker of our team, only to have Maeve cover my mouth with her hand. We can't have the elves suspecting that someone is out there. Do you understand? That's why Fane has to go pretend to be you, Maeve had hissed into my ear. I snapped back to reality when I felt a hand on my shoulder. Cole mustered a smile and mouthed for me to hurry. Gritting my teeth and praying that Fane would survive, I closed my eyes again and ignited my emblem. For a split second, as I felt my consciousness leaving my body, I was tempted to focus my limited time in this form to search for Fane. Snap out of it, sirs. The mission. Focus on the mission. I navigated through the perception-debilitating fog that was native to this area using true sense and locked in on multiple elements this time. My heart thumped at the sight of the rich ambient monoparticles in the distance. We're almost there. Unable to keep true sense active for much longer, I released the spell and let out a deep breath. Slowly opening my eyes, I saw both Cole and Maeve staring at me intently. Despite the guilt and fatigue pressing down on me, I allowed a small grin. We're almost there. Just a few more days away at our pace now. With my words boosting the overall morale of our small team, we decided to make haste. I put Fane's silver chest plate back on despite its weight restricting my speed. Without Fane with us as our vanguard, I knew I'd need every advantage I can get. After all, I've been drilled enough by my team members to know that everything we've done so far would have been for naught if I were to die. Still, dangerous thoughts of assuming that another sentry would succeed invaded my mind. I wasn't a hero. I wasn't like Fane or Maeve that had trained for years to handle these sort of situations. Even Cole, while only a few years older than me, had quite a bit of experience hunting beasts in the scouting teams back in Alakria. Me? I had barely graduated before I was recruited for this mission. A few weeks ago, before stepping through that highly unstable portal into this continent, I was still packing up my belongings in my assigned school housing so I could go back home to my blood. Stumbling on a tree root snapped me out of my thoughts. Thankfully, Maeve was able to grab my arm and stop me from actually falling flat on my face on the ground. The caster shot me a glare but didn't say anything. We weren't running particularly fast and the sun had yet to go down, so she knew I just wasn't paying attention. Gnashing my teeth together, I did my best to push away any useless thoughts as we hastened our pace in the direction I was leading them. I have to survive, for my younger brother. I repeated those words in my mind like a mantra. The great Vritra will be able to save my brother and bless him with magic so that he could lead a prosperous life if I succeed. A Mendel ring that notified me whenever a new presence entered my range of perception roused me out of my reverie. I stopped in my tracks and held out an arm with 2 fingers to stop Maeve and Cole as well. They immediately understood the signal and we immediately climbed up the closest tree. Unable to strengthen my body like Cole and Maeve, I scrambled for the lowest branch. In my rush, my foot slipped on a moss-covered root. My head hit the trunk with a dull thud that sounded like an explosion within this quiet forest. I didn't even care about the pain. The huge blunder that I had caused made my heart drop. Did they hear that? Is it over? 1,000 more thoughts flashed through my mind until I finally noticed the translucent tint around me and the blurred view on the other side of Cole's barrier. Great Vritra, that was close, I breathed, making a mental note to thank Cole for the nice save. Hurry! Maeve urged while Cole focused on reinforcing his barrier. I quickly grabbed the caster's outstretched hand and used her help to pull myself up onto the branch. My heart felt as if it were about to break out of my ribcage as my breathing grew more erratic, but I didn't have the time or luxury to gather myself. Maeve had already climbed up a few feet higher. I followed close, using the same handholds and footholds she had used to climb up the tree while Cole took the rear. The 3 of us had to be extra careful as we traversed up the giant tree. Going too fast meant that we might shake leaves off the branches which might give away our position. My arms ached and my legs trembled, half out of fatigue and half out of fear. I desperately wished my mark had allowed some form of body enhancement, but I knew hoping for that now was stupid. Finally, Maeve stopped at a particular branch and helped me up. The branches this high up were too thin for all of us to be on one altogether, so we each sat on our own tree limb and hugged the trunk in order to lessen the burden on our seats. Cole, who was about to strengthen his barrier, stopped on my signal. "I'll tell you when they're close enough," I whispered. We needed his barrier at its full power if they got near. The 2 presences were heading toward us but were still a few hundred feet away. I narrowed the focus of my second crest and with it, I was able to faintly hear the 2 elves talking. "We should head back, Allbold. We've already strayed far enough from our survey route," one voice said. "Just a second," the second voice, Allbold, replied lightheartedly. "You probably just heard a forest hare or something," the first voice said. "It wasn't really a sound," the elf named Allbold said as he continued approaching where we were hiding. "It was more like an inkling. I swear, if you weren't a chaffer, I would have just left," the first said. "Either way, it's good to have you back, Gorks and all." "Thanks, double thanks for promising not to tell our head about this little detour," Allbold said with a soft chuckle as he continued to lead his partner closer to our location. "We can only afford a little detour," The partner stressed. That damned Alacrian is still on the loose. How are they even this far up north? Anyway, I bit down on my lips but a smile still managed to escape. He's alive. If I knew, we wouldn't be out here like this. Ulbold scoffed. Prying myself away from the perceptions of my crest, I turned to Cole and nodded. He nodded back and tightened his veiling barrier to barely encompass the three of us. Tightening the area of effect strengthened his magic, allowed him the spare mana to add 2 more layers of barriers. I ignited my crest once more and focused my entire magic on the 2 elves approaching. They were less than 50 feet away now. Please, Vritra. Let them just pass like the other scouts. I wiped away the sweat rolling down my face every several seconds in fear that the drops might fall down and wet the ground. I held my breath as well. I knew it wasn't necessary. I knew the barrier would mask most of the noises made, but even Cole and Maeve were as still as the tree we were perched on. Holding up both my hands, I mouthed 10 feet to my teammates. Cole swallowed hard and Maeve's expression turned even more fierce. I looked down at the base of the tree, hoping, praying for them not to come into view. The snap of a twig nearby made stiffen. I looked at Cole and Maeve, but both of them were focused intently on the ground below us. Then we saw them, the 2 elves. One had long hair tied tightly behind his neck while the other one had cropped hair and ears slightly longer than his comrade. Unlike the long-haired elf that was looking around aimlessly, the short-haired one kept his head down as he walked. The latter slowed his pace. His head still dipped down like he had lost a coin on the ground. Please, just keep walking. Please. He was now adjacent to the tree we were on. I let out a sigh when suddenly, the elf's head jerked left. He looked at the base of the tree. More accurately, he was looking at the moss on the root. The moss that I had stepped and slipped on. The fear that I had been pushing down bubbled up, threatening to swallow me. Please. The short-haired elf stopped walking and his head turned up until I could make out his face. And his eyes. That seemed to be looking directly at me. Chapter 209, Deployed. I'm going with you. Ellie's voice sounded from behind. I stopped in my tracks and the guard beside me halted as well. Turning back to lock eyes with my sister, I struggled to hold down the words. It's too dangerous. Sylvie had already read what I wanted to say, but she stayed quiet beside me. You promised, remember? Ellie's gaze remained resolute as she walked to me. A massive horde of corrupted beasts. I muttered softly. You'll be with me, she answered immediately, and I'll have the protection of the wall. I understand your dilemma, but this is a good opportunity. Sylvie chimed in. I'll be with her as well, and casting arrows from the top of the wall is little more than target practice for her. But what if the beasts break through? I know you won't let that happen, she answered with a soothing wave of confidence. The guard beside me scratched his head and kept shifting his gaze toward the exit impatiently. General Arthur, we're going, I stated as I began walking toward the training ground exit once again. Looking back over my shoulder, I called out to my sister. What are you doing? Let's go. Allie visibly brightened as a contagious smile blossomed on her face. She followed after me in a full run. Come on, Boo. Immediately outside of the training grounds there was an unfamiliar mage with a large sparrow-like bird perched on his shoulder. Stood, waiting. After making eye contact, he respectfully inclined his head. Greetings, General Arthur. I am Officer Jeweler Sturgeon. A member of my squad surveying the beast glades was the one to spot the horde. I will be briefing you of the situation at the wall. Officer Jeweler, I acknowledged with a nod. Without wasting any time, the officer began informing me of everything that I was expected to know. 2 other mages, both highly accomplished adventurers before joining the army, would be accompanying us as additional support to the wall. The best estimate on the size of the beast horde was somewhere close to 20,000. Although a majority seemed to be from D-class to B-class, there were several A-class and even quite a bit of S-class mono beasts spotted. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get too close because of the Alacrian mages, but we spotted at least a dozen S-class mono beasts, Jeweler stated solemnly. I looked back at Ellie. A dozen S-class mono beasts, and the fact that they're corrupted means they'll be even stronger and more fierce. Ellie's face paled but her expression remained firm. I'll be okay. My determined, talented, yet sheltered, Sister has definitely never seen a mana beast besides the tamed Bons in Xyrus when she was younger. I doubted she could even fathom how scary an S-class beast was, but here I was, leading her straight into not only one, but a dozen. Along with several thousands of other beasts. They're only mana beasts, Arthur, Sylvie comforted. Right, I responded back mentally. I turned to Jeweler. Any signs of retainers or scythes, officer? None, he replied confidently, which was why Commander Virion deemed that just sending a single lance was necessary. Okay, how many days do we have until the horde reaches the wall? I asked. By the pace that they're marching, we expect them to arrive in no more than 2 days' time, he answered before shooting a glance at where Sylvie and my sister were. I could tell he was about to say something, but he held his tongue. We walked in silence for the remainder of our small walk until we reached the docking room. It was relatively quiet inside the usually bustling space. Besides the several workers strapping saddles on giant hawk-like mana beasts, I could only see Virion with a small entourage when we had arrived. Arthur. Virion called out. His once cheerful disposition had faded, instead replaced by war-weary eyes. Beside him were 2 mage soldiers and a few maids behind them. Commander. I saluted before walking up to the old elf. I'm sure Officer Jeweler informed you of the situation, so let me quickly introduce you to the 2 mages I've chosen to support you at the wall. This is Callum Hembrell. He is young, barely past 30. But already an accomplished fire conjurer in the solid yellow core stage. The chestnut-haired mage stepped forward, his long coiled bangs covering his forehead. He had an inquisitive look on him that he quickly covered with an amiable smile. Callum, as introduced by the commander. Pleasure. Virion stuck a thumb back at the figure a few feet behind Callum. This big lug here is a dark yellow core augmenter, but he's been out on the fields of the Beast Glades for over 40 years. The barrel-chested man that stood almost a foot over me and twice my girth was covered from the neck down in heavy plate armor that glowed dully. He had short hair and his lower face was dark with stubbles. With a piercing gaze that seemed to be assessing every inch of my body, he stretched out a hand toward me. Gaviklund. I shook his hand that seemed almost as wide as Boo's paws, before turning back to Virion. So, what's the plan? By those mounts getting ready, I'm assuming we're traveling by air? Those are Callum's and Gavin's mounts, Virion informed. The closest teleportation gate is in Blackband City and the train hasn't yet been fully finished. It's fortunate that the castle's location is relatively close to the wall. I turned to my bond. I can fly myself. Do you think you'll be able to carry Ellie while holding Boo? Finally grasping the situation, Boo let out a moan of protest. If the trip isn't too long, I'll be able to manage, Sylvie answered, ignoring my sister's giant bond. Wait, the little kid and her pet cub is coming along? Gavik asked with a scowl. Commander, is that wise? There will be a massive army of mana beasts. She's an adept conjurer that'll be valuable to have stationed on the wall, I cut in. And since when was it okay to refer to a general's sister as a little kid? Gavik, despite being about 3 times my age, blanched. My apologies, he muttered. Didn't know she was your sister, General Arthur. Virion's expression was laced in worry, but he didn't comment on Ellie going with me. Instead, he waved over the attendants that were standing behind him. They walked up carrying a large wooden chest with runes etched into its entire surface. Anyways, before you leave, I prepared a little something. It's not much, but I think wearing something a bit more eye-catching might help with the level of morale at the wall. Virion placed a hand on the lid and the runes lit up before opening with a click. Several compartments popped out of the chest to reveal an entirely new outfit for me. Jand, Brune, help the general get dressed, Virion ordered. Before I could protest, his attendants had grabbed me and led me to the side of the room where a dressing stall had been conveniently set up beforehand. The male immediately began undressing me while the lady attendant started working on my hair. After brushing it, she tied the back neatly and trimmed my bangs. I should cut my hair soon, I noted mentally. My hair had gotten long enough to reach past my shoulders. If it wasn't for my height and relatively broad shoulders, I could easily have been mistaken for a girl from the back. And from the front, my bond added, her thoughts invading into mine. "You're prettier than some of the noble females I've seen in the castle." I groaned internally. Yeah, I should definitely cut my hair soon. As soon as my hair had been tamed, they got to work on the outfit. I wore a black high-collared shirt that conveniently covered the burn marks on my neck that I had gotten from the first retainer that I had fought against. Trousers that felt surprisingly thick despite its lightness fell tight below my knees, which were designed intentionally so that the thin dark gray greaves could comfortably slip over my shins. The attendants then equipped braces of the same material and color of my greaves over my arms before slipping on tight, fingerless gloves over my hands. While the appearance of the outfit was a tad over the top with its intricate trimmings and engraved armor on my shins and forearms, Virian knew precisely what sort of armor would best suit me. While protection was minimal, the braces and greaves would allow me some form of defense while leaving my movements unimpeded. "The last touch, General Arthur," the male attendant announced as he carefully draped a waist-long mantle over me that was lined in white fur. I walked out of the dressing stall, and despite the thicker layers of clothing I had changed into, my body felt freer and lighter than it had before. Callum and Gavik had already hopped onto their mounts, ready to depart. "Ah, much better," Virian said with an approving nod. "Where'd my brother go?" my sister teased as she looked around the room. I rolled my eyes, making my way back to the commander, who was wearing a gray fur-lined coat that fell just below his ankles over his usual loose robe. "You really like your furs." "That mantle is an old piece of mine that I wore back when I was younger," Virian said, his eyes growing softer as if he was reminiscing of the past. "Although it doesn't look as good on you as it did on me, I'll let you have it." I raised a brow in surprise. "Thank you for the outfit." He smirked. "Thank me by keeping the wall from falling." "Will do." The large bifold doors that took up an entire wall opened, letting in a constant rush of air as the floor below us slowly slid out toward the large exit. I motioned for Sylvie and my sister to follow as I made my way toward the edge of the castle. My bond soon caught up, walking behind me with Valley and Boo in tow. I relished the beautiful sight of the sky below us. I forget sometimes how high up the castle is in the sky. "Tell me about it." "At least we can't see how far up we are because of the clouds below," my sister shouted over the sound of the wind. I let out a laugh. "Just be sure to hold on to Sylvie tightly." "I won't drop you," my bond reassured. Boo let out another groan. Sylvie shook her head. "I won't drop either of you." The sight of Callum and Gavik on their mounts whizzed by. The tamed monobeasts dove off the edge of the dock before reappearing into view with wings spread out. "Let's go!" I shouted as I ran toward the edge. Sylvie began glowing as she transformed into her draconic form. "Jump, Ellie!" she shouted, her voice a pitch deeper than it was before. I watched the obsidian dragon sail above the clouds with Ellie on her back and Boo in her clawed hands. Using the sound of Ellie's screams as the cue, I jumped off the edge as well, following the rest. "How are you holding up?" I asked my bond, whose speed seemed to be getting slower. "It seems that, despite all of my magical and physical capabilities, I wasn't designed to be an efficient mode of delivery," she replied, looking down at the large bear that had fallen asleep while dangling in Sylvie's arms. Several hours had passed since our departure, and besides the gorgeous views of the sky and clouds, it was a boring journey. We had settled into a comfortable speed heading southeast with Callum and Gavik leading just a few dozen yards ahead. After my sister's initial excitement, and Boo's terror, of flying had died down, the two had fallen asleep, one on Sylvie's back and the other in her hands. Ahead, Callum conjured a bright flare and signaled that we were descending. The two mages then led their avian steeds below the sea of clouds, both disappearing from view. "Looks like we're almost there." "You'll be able to get some rest once we land," I conveyed to my bond before following after Callum and Gavik. The shroud of wind I had cast over my body kept all of the moisture from the clouds away from me, but Ellie wasn't as fortunate. As I watched Sylvie descend through the thick layer of water vapor, I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of my sister awake, drenched and grumpy. Boo's thick fur was drenched and matted down to his skin, making him look scrawnier than what I had imagined. I shot a smirk at my sister, but her gaze was glued below, jaw agape. "Arthur, look down," Sylvie sent along with a wave of concern. I peered down, the layer of mist thin enough for me to finally see through, and what I saw was truly a sight to behold. I could only describe it as a sea of black and gray that was made up of what could only be the corrupted beasts. We were several miles above the ground and the beast horde was still more than a day away, at the least, but already my chest clenched in suspense. Callum and Govik had both stopped their descent to behold the sight below, exchanging concerned glances with one another every few seconds. The wall, the fortress housing close to several hundred mages and soldiers, responsible for keeping this beast army at bay, looked tiny, insignificant, in comparison. I could feel heart speeding and my blood boiling to the extent that my hands were trembling. Sylvie's presence seeped into my mind, snapping me out of my reverie. Arthur, you're smiling. Chapter 210. Awaiting the horde. We arrived at the ground level of the wall, where a small welcoming team was waiting for us around the designated landing podium. Sylvie, after dropping Boo on the ground, transformed back to her human form. If my sister let out as she fell into my arms. Couldn't you have used wind magic to I don't know, gently float me down to the ground? I looked down at her with a smirk. I thought all girls wanted to be carried this way at one point in their lives. Gross, Ellie groaned as she rolled out of my arms, landing deftly on her feet. As she dusted herself off, she looked around for the first time, only to start blushing as her eyes scanned our surroundings. Arthur, Sylvie nudged mentally from beside me. I pried my gaze from my sister to realize that there was a crowd forming, silent and expectant. Callum and Govik had already handed their mounts off to the beast keepers and were awaiting orders. Elle, let go of me, idiot brother, Ellie whispered, dropping her on her feet. I teased, are you embarrassed of your brother? General Arthur, a familiar voice called out. I turned to see Captain Trodius Flamesworth with both Albantha and Jasmine on either side of him. Upon making eye contact, the three of them inclined their heads respectfully. Rather than addressing the captains first, I swept my gaze through the crowd. Most of the people appeared to be the merchants or workers who worked within the wall, rather than the soldiers. You should have stayed in your draconic form, Sylvie. They're staring at you, not me, my bond responded with a faint smile. To keep the morale high, the soldiers most likely did not inform them of how large the enemy force was, but even then, their eyes were filled with worry. It seemed that having a boy the age of many of their children as backup didn't particularly fill them with confidence. Some of them were even mumbling to their neighbors about whether or not I was really a lance. I let out a heavy breath and ignited Dralmhart. Power surged through my limbs and the world shifted into a colorless scene aside from monoparticles that lit up around me. While the runes glowing on my body were covered by my clothes, it was obvious that the change in my hair and eyes stunned the crowd. There were gasps that could be heard even from where I was standing, and many of the people in the crowd buckled, unable to bear the pressure of my aura, even with me holding back. While my presence in this fortress may be unnecessary, my only wish is to expedite our victory with as little loss to our forces as possible, I stated with my head held high. The people in the crowd erupted into cheers and shouts as I walked toward Trodius and the two captains beside him. Suppressing my dragon will, I returned to my normal auburn-haired form to greet the senior captain in charge of the wall. Senior Captain Trodius Flamesworth. I held out a gloved hand. I didn't think I'd have the pleasure of meeting you again so soon. The senior captain shook my hand with a tired smile and waited as I repeated the same gesture to the other two captains. General, Jasmia said curtly. Albanth removed his armored gauntlet and shook my hand. General Arthur, pleasure to have you here. Let's head to the meeting room, I declared, matching my pace with the large armored man in charge of the Bulwark Division, whose main duty was to defend the wall. My younger sister would like to contribute in this battle. Her skills as a magic archer should be of use to your troops. If you'd like to test her out. No need for that, General. A lance's word is plenty enough for me and my men, Captain Albanth responded resolutely. I'll also have my most capable soldier guiding her, Benjamin. Without stopping, Albanth beckoned for a messenger and had him fetch the guard. I don't need a babysitter, you know, my sister complained, walking up to me. "I still have the pendant you gave me and Mom. Remember?" Ellie pulled out the phoenix worm pendant I had gotten her and Mother on Ellie's 12th birthday. "I've let you come on this mission as I promised, but you're not allowed to say anything about me taking extra precautions," I chided. "That pendant only works once and it's not something I can easily acquire again." By the time our small group had arrived at the familiar meeting tent, the soldier that had been beckoned for by Albanth was already there. "Stella," Albanth called out, "this is General Arthur's younger sister, Eleanor Lewin." My sister finished with a salute. "Eleanor Lewin. She's a capable magic archer that I'll leave under your direct care," the captain of the Bulwark Division ordered. "Make sure she's properly equipped before taking her to the top level." If the woman named Stella was discontent with being stuck protecting my sister, she did a great job of hiding it. Her scarred face was expressionless as she held her helmet in one hand and a mace in the other. "Yes, Captain," the soldier barked, clicking her armored heels. "Please follow me, Lady Eleanor." "Please, just Eleanor, or even soldier, is fine." My sister scratched her head in frustration as she followed after Stella. "My apologies for having one of your soldiers guard my sister like this." She was rather adamant about serving and I thought the wall would be a safe place to start. "Normally, I'd agree with you, but with the size and strength of this beast army approaching, I can't say that for sure," Albanth responded. After everyone had settled into their seats around the table, we started the strategy meeting. Those present were Senior Captain Trotius, Captain Jasmia, Captain Albanth, Callum, Govik, Sylvie and myself. While discussing battle strategy is important, I believe getting a better understanding of our troops currently at the wall, out in the Beast Glades, and those arriving should take precedence. Trotius began. With a silver croupier's rake, the senior captain began sliding markers around a large map spread out on the table. Each large marker represents 1,000 troops and small, 100. "Does this look about right?" Trotius confirmed with Jasmia and Albanth. "Not including the freelance adventurers currently under my wing, we have just bit shy of 2,000. Albanth confirmed. Jasmia used her sheathed sword to move around a few smaller pieces around in the territory of the Beast Glades. One of my scouting units returned a few minutes before General Arthur arrived. "The head will be joining us shortly to report." "Thank you," Trotius said with a nod. "We have a few more adventurers making their way here, but their numbers won't be greater than 100, so these will be what we have to make do with." "General Arthur, I've heard many praises from Commander Virion about your strategic abilities. Would you like to offer a plan of action?" Both Albanth and Jasmia regarded me with surprise, most likely at the fact that I was not only proficient in combat but in military tactics as well. I shook my head. "I'm unfamiliar of the inner workings of the wall and its residents. I think it'd be best if you take charge, though I may offer some suggestions here and there." "Noted," Trotius replied promptly before moving on to his plan. While I bore little fondness for the man that had tossed his own daughter aside like a broken toy, I had to admit that Trotius' efficient and callous nature adapted well into his position of power. The basic premise of his plan was to slay as many of the corrupted beasts as possible before they reached the wall. This meant that there would be several units sent out as cannon fodder out of range from the mages stationed on the wall. Trotius continued on with his plan, moving pieces around the map to indicate 4 units that would take a more roundabout way in their approach toward the beast horde. I believe our main advantage against the approaching enemy is that they do not appear to have a strategy, outside of marching through the doors with a few Elacrian mages to herd them in place. The senior captain voiced, moving 2 large pieces on either side of the wall. Thus, while we send in a steady stream of normal soldiers and augmenters from the Bulwark Division to impede enemy movement, 2 units of the Trailblazer Division will move out early and get in position to flank on either side. The senior captain paused for a moment before speaking again. "With enough rounds of concentrated attacks on both the front and the sides, by the time the beast horde is in range of the mages at the wall, the conjurers stationed with the help of General Arthur should be enough to finish it off." Captain Albanth looked blatantly dissatisfied with the plan of sending in his soldiers to their death, while even Captain Jasmia was thoroughly studying the map for a better alternative when I spoke up. Something feels off. While the lives of the soldiers sent out aren't cheap, this plan seems fairly reasonable, Sylvie rebutted, staring at the map as well. No, not that. General Arthur, is something the matter? Trotius asked. Huh? I looked up to see all three of the captains, as well as the mages that had I come with, staring at me. Your finger. The senior captain pointed at my right hand. Unknowingly, I had been tapping my finger on the table. My apologies, I was just thinking. Trotius' brow twitched. If you are dissatisfied with the plan that I have offered. No, it's not that. I interrupted, raising my hand. Whether this is a good or bad strategy, I'm not quite sure yet. However, I feel like this attack will most likely be their last on this front. What do you mean? Captain Albanth asked. The Alacrians have been sending a steady stream of corrupted beasts to the wall along with their mages, and while effective, thinking from a strategic standpoint, that isn't a feasible long-term strategy, I answered. Captain Jasmia. I locked eyes with the blonde-haired division leader. You've stated that your troops have wiped out most of the dungeons that the Alacrians used to hide their teleportation gates in, correct? She nodded. Yes, the few gates that my troops have been finding recently were those already broken. It was common knowledge that the Alacrian teleportation gates in the Beast Glades were rather limited in the number of times that they could be used. Even some of the more stable ones that the Trailblazer division had found were deemed too unstable to safely cross. The fact that the Alacrians had to take a gamble each time they wanted to send their troops to our continent spoke volumes of their leaders' ruthlessness. Having little to no gates available for the Alacrians to slip into Diketon through, it'll be nearly impossible for the Alacrians that have made it through into the Beast Glades to receive supplies, I continued. With how untamed the lands are there, they'd be busy just trying to survive once they run out of supplies, let alone plan an attack, Govik spoke. Which is why I feel they might be devoting everything they have into this last attack, I finished, my eyes studying the map with furrowed brows. Not that I don't agree with you, General Arthur, but how does that change our current predicament? Trotius asked, his tone impatient. I circled our current location on the map with my finger. It means that we might have to rethink our plan of sacrificing soldiers to keep the wall fully intact. Albanth spoke up. If it means not having to send my soldiers in a single file line to their deaths, I'm all ears, General Arthur. As am I, Jasmia agreed. A moment, please, Trotius stated flatly. While I am all for preserving as many of our men as possible, I'd like a plan that isn't based on a feeling or hunch. Fair. I nodded. This is speculation on my part as well, but my stance is that, in this phase of the war, keeping more men alive is imperative. We can rebuild the wall, Captain. We can't rebuild people. Trotius' eyes narrowed. That's a rather crude oversimplification of the situation, General. What happens if an Alacrian army attacks shortly after the beast horde? If the wall is in shambles, would a fortified wall hold off mages better than mages themselves? I retorted. Captain, I'm not saying we should just freely forfeit the wall. I'm suggesting we sacrifice parts of our fortress as opposed to our men. After a moment of silence, Trotius let out a sigh and slid the silver rake he had been using to maneuver the pieces on the map. Please continue. Accepting the gesture, I stood up and began moving the pieces around, all eyes following me. So here is what I had in mind. Chapter 211, Awaiting the Horde 2. Your movements are too stiff, I reprimanded as I thrusted the pommel of my practice sword into my opponent's wrist. You need to loosen your shoulders and wrists until the last moments of your swing. If you can't do that, the sword you're using is too big for you. The sharpened longsword clattered on the ground as the young soldier shook his armored hand with a grimace. Thank you for the advice. Next, I called out to the few dozen soldiers standing in line a few yards in front of me. A burly woman clad fully in plate armor, holding a buckler in one hand and a short sword in the other, walked up and dipped her head before getting into a stance. A dense layer of mana enveloped her body while tendrils of wind swirled around her blade. Same rules apply, I said, raising my thin saber-like sword at the woman. Attack me with the intent to kill. Any sort of hesitation had been wiped clean on the armor-clad brunette's face after watching her predecessors fail in even touching a hair on the fur-lined mantle that I hadn't bothered to remove. With a determined nod, she dashed forth with a tremendous amount of speed for someone weighed down by a full set of armor. She attacked with a simple horizontal swing, the reach of her blade extended by the wind magic imbued within the weapon. Rather than dodging, I parried, deflecting her sword upwards, which opened up her defense enough for me to fit an open palm into her chest. The woman was quick enough to raise her buckler in time to block my strike, but she still ended up stumbling back a few steps. I let out a sigh. If you're already hesitating, this match is over. I'm not sure what you mean, General. I was able to block your counter successfully. The woman responded, her brows scrunched together. It doesn't matter. Even if you had landed that initial slash on me, it would have barely made a scratch on an augmenter or a mana beast. Anticipating her question, I went on. Why? Because your weight was already on your back leg before you even swung? Again, she approached me once more, this time with careful steps. With a sudden stamp of her feet, she advanced with a lunge, extending her blade's reach once again. I dodged with a simple sway of my head, but by that time, the armor-clad soldier had already reeled back her sword. The stab I had expected was a feint in order to bash me with her buckler. Letting the full force of her buckler hit my arm and lift me off my feet, I tried to see what she'd do, but rather than continue her assault, she stepped back and raised her guard. Why did you stop? I asked, dusting off my mantle. You had me in the air where I'd be more vulnerable. You have your armor and buckler to make up for small mistakes. The soldier stood quiet for a moment before speaking confidently. I was wary that you were preparing for a counterattack. If I wanted to counterattack, I would have done so before you hit me with your shield, not after, I retorted. Your equipment and your fighting style are total opposites of each other. Your footwork, attacks, movements and feints all point to a speed-type augmenter, but your armor, shield and even sword says otherwise. I'm not sure if you're doing this to confuse your enemies or confuse yourself, but pick a side, because you're going to get tired real fast out in battle if you try to fight the way you are with all that on you. Next, quite a few soldiers that had been relieved of their posts to take a break had lined up to spar against me. A small crowd of merchants and people not currently preparing for the beast horde had gathered as well, excitedly wondering if any of them would land a hit on me despite all of the limitations I put on myself. So far, I had barely exchanged 2 or 3 moves before stopping my blade just short of a fatal blow and giving a few unadulterated pieces of advice to the soldiers about to face the horde of corrupted beasts. Just as a new soldier stepped up into the stone ring I had conjured, Sylvie's voice chimed in my head. I thought you said you were going to try and get some rest before setting out? I looked back to see her descending the stairs with Gavik and Callum on either side of her. I couldn't fall asleep, so I figured I'd warm up my body and train a few soldiers while I'm at it. How was your trip up to the top of the wall? Is Ellie doing okay? My bond cracked a grin as she walked up to me before speaking aloud. Ellie is adjusting pretty well. When I went to see how she was doing, she was busy practicing shooting from the edge with a few other soldiers. One looked around her age too. I looked up at the towering wall, surveying the bustling activity within it as everyone prepared for the plan I had suggested. That's good. Gavik spoke up, approaching the ring I was in. Captain Albanth and his troops are following through and tearing down most of the support beams holding up the underground passages. Captain Jasmia is reallocating her troops around the ends of the wall, but the burly ironclad adventurer shifted his gaze for a moment. Is it really necessary for you and Lady Sylvie to go by yourselves? I raised a brow. No offense to you or Callum, but are you confident in fighting alongside us without me having to worry about actually killing you? Gavik looked back at the curly-haired conjurer behind him before turning to face me. Both he and Callum steeled their gaze and nodded. Yes, you know, Commander Virian sent you out here to assist me in the wall's defense, but I doubt he meant it in this way. Just stay here, I dismissed, waving the two of them off. I could hear Gavik grit his teeth even from where I was standing. but the two of them turned and left, weaving in between the mages and shovel-holding workers all filing towards the underground passages. "We could have used their help," Sylvie said after the two adventurers had gone off, "and they seemed really determined to go with us." I motioned for the soldier on the other edge of the ring to come and held up my blunted sword. "Gavik has a daughter that looked to be about my age or even younger. If the picture on that pendant is recent, I saw him sneaking in a kiss after the meeting," I stated to Sylvie while redirecting my opponent's thrust. I could hear my bond letting out a stifled laugh from behind before she spoke back to me telepathically. "And here I was beginning to think how cold my bond has been to these poor soldiers. It seems like you're getting better at keeping your thoughts from leaking into mine. A man's got to be able to keep a few secrets," I joked as my saber proceeded to press against the nape of my opponent. "If I'm not wrong, you've had a big injury on your right side in the past, which is making you focus all of your defenses to that side. You're leaving your left side too open because of that." "Next." "Mind if I go next?" A familiar voice called out to my left. Sylvie and I both turned towards the source of the voice, and I could feel a flood of elation leaking from my bond as she dashed off. With gunmetal gray hair, a shade darker and still dripping with water, and bright turquoise eyes that seemed to nearly glow on their own, I saw my childhood friend wave in our direction. "Tessa!" Sylvie cried as she basically ran straight into the Elven Princess. I smiled, taking in the sight of the two of them. While Tess hadn't physically changed much since the last time we met, I could tell at glance that she had grown due to manning the fields. The princess shifted gazes between me and the child currently wrapped around her waist. It wasn't until her eyes focused on the horns protruding out of the girl's head that she made the connection. "As Sylvie, no more sparring for today," I called out to the crowd of soldiers and adventurers waiting in line with weapons in their hands before I made my way toward my childhood friend. For a while, I stood silent and listened as Tess and Sylvie talked. My bond had always had a deep fondness for Tess, even calling her mama at one point in her life. I could tell Tess was still trying to wrap her head around how the dragon and fox she had cuddled with like a pet was standing in front of her as a human. From the conversation I overheard, Tess and her team had gotten back an hour ago after receiving orders from a messenger sent out by Captain Jasmia and went straight to the inn to wash up and rest. Much like myself, my childhood friend couldn't sleep and decided to walk around the market area of the wall when she ran into me. I let the two of them catch up, walking a few paces behind, when Tess looked back over her shoulder and raised a brow. "What's so funny, huh?" "Oh, I didn't even realize I was smiling," I replied, touching my mouth. "It seems like Sylvie's emotions are influencing mine. If I take that the wrong way, it comes off as you saying that you're not happy to see me," Tess teased. "Unlike Arthur, I will wholeheartedly admit that I'm happy to see you," my bond replied before her expression dampened a bit. "I just wish it was under better conditions." "I agree, but I'm glad I was able to see the two of you before I leave. You look much more charismatic in that sleek new outfit, General Arthur, but Sylvie, I can't get over how cute and pretty you look in this form." Tess comforted. My bond's chest puffed from the compliment as she replied, "Back when we were in Ephatus, my grandmother did tell me that I would grow up to be a very pretty dragon." "I'm not sure if you'd describe a pitch-black 20-foot dragon with gleaming yellow daggers for eyes as cute," I responded back with a smirk. "Is this how you two always talked inside your heads?" Tessa asked with a chuckle. "We'd been getting along fairly maturely until you came, Tessa," my bond replied. "Your presence must be affecting Arthur." I rolled my eyes. "And there's that snide little attitude I missed." Sylvie simply shrugged as the three of us walked aimlessly around the lower levels of the wall. Workers, blacksmiths, artificers and soldiers alike went out of their way to greet Tess as we passed by them. "You're looking prettier than ever, Princess. A sight for sore eyes in these parts," a bald blacksmith shouted as he waved in our direction with a pair of tongs he had been holding. "I'm going to tell your wife you said that," Tess replied with a mischievous grin. Sylvie and I chuckled as the old blacksmith paled and quickly got back to work on the set of arrowheads spread out on his anvil. "Head Tessa!" a young girl covered in soot called out as she ran toward us. Catching her breath, she said, My master has a new set of armor for you that she's been working on in secret. Tess' face visibly brightened at her words. Oh, tell Senor that I'll go visit her later tonight. Thank you for the message, Nat. Anytime. The little girl beamed, her white teeth glowing brightly against her blackened face. Seeing me and Sylvie, she tilted her head, giving us a slight nod. She scurried off, as expected of Tessa. Sylvie chimed. Since I'm part of the Trailblazer division, I don't get to spend as much time here as I'd like, but I still got to know a few people here and there, my friend explained as we continued on. Sylvie followed beside her. Still, they treat you so kindly. Most of the people that we meet regard Arthur with either awe or fear. Well, seeing the head of a unit is one thing. Seeing a lance as young as Arthur would elicit a different sort of feeling. Tess chuckled. Still, Sylvie sighed. He can make do with some improvements on his interpersonal skills. You know I'm walking right behind you too, right? I cut in. Tess laughed, and by the warm fuzziness growing inside me, I could tell that Sylvie was having as much fun as our childhood friend. When we reached the steep set of stairs leading all the way to the top of the wall, Tess stopped and stole a glance at me before turning to my bond. Hey, Sylvie, do you mind if I steal Arthur away from you for a bit? Chapter 212, A Promise. Hugging Tess one more time, my bond headed up the wall as we waved her off. The guards let her through the gate to the upper levels, and she walked out of sight. Don't think about other things and try to have some fun while you're with her, Arthur, Sylvie sent. It's surprisingly easy to get used to Sylvie in that form, Tess said, turning to me. I smirked. Well, if it weren't for those huge horns on the sides of her head, she'd just look like an unassuming little girl. Those horns are pretty adorable though. But anyway, Tess pointed in the direction of the merchant area and gave me a warm smile. Shall we head off as well? I smiled back. Sure. It was an odd feeling as we walked through the crowds of people. My legs that had ached and felt so heavy without the aid of mana were light as I trotted alongside Tess. I watched as her head turned left and right and her expression changed from curiosity to amazement to delight as she took in the sight of the various booths and stands that merchants had set up along the street. It was a rare feeling where, next to this girl that I had spent so many years of this life with, thoughts of my responsibilities as a lance and general in times of war weren't priorities. That was when it struck me. This role that I had accepted for the sake of Daikatn had been slowly turning me back into the man I was back in my old world. There were some differences, of course. I had people I truly cared for, but in a sense, that made it worse. I felt like I had to be better, to make no mistakes, if I wanted to keep them alive as well. Has being apart from me for so long finally made you realize how pretty your childhood friend actually is? Tess teased, snapping me out of my thoughts. Actually, yes, I replied earnestly, not expecting that sort of reply. Tess blushed all the way to the tips of her ears. I see. Well, it's good that you know now, she said with a cough, her gaze avoiding me. I surveyed the crowd around us, finding mostly adventurers garbed in chainmail or hard leather armor and the occasional off-duty soldier, still wearing the insignia of their rightful division. Is it always this busy here? Having so many mercenaries and adventurers here taking jobs and missions at the wall brought about an influx of merchants and peddlers hoping to make money selling goods and services to them, Tess explained quickly, grateful for the change in topic. This place really does have its own separate economy, I uttered, admiring the bustling activities around us. Speaking of goods and services, there's a place that I always wanted to try. Tess pulled me by my arm and weaved through the tide of pedestrians until we arrived near the end of a line that wrapped around a single isolated cart. Before I could even ask what could possibly warrant waiting in such a long line, a smoky scent crept up my nostrils. My stomach became almost as impatient as my watering mouth as the thick mixture of herbs and spices mingling alongside the savory aroma of grilled meat continued to bombard my senses. Doesn't it smell fantastic? Tess asked excitedly as she craned her neck to try and get a better view of the cart. I nodded. If it tastes as good as it smells, maybe I should make your grandfather hire him as a chef inside the castle. Tempting, "But I'd feel bad for all the people here that look forward to eating here," she replied. That's when I noticed the gazes of all the people around us. Some whispered to the friends they were waiting in line with, while others saluted or bowed. Thankfully, a disturbance ahead in the line caught the attention of the people around us. It seemed like someone was trying to make their way to the back of the line. "Out of the way, move it," a gruff voice boomed. Finally, a man a head shorter than Tess appeared through the sea of people ahead of us. He was carrying a small paper bowl filled with a steaming stew of meat and vegetables in each of his hands. Locking gazes with Tess and then me, the stout man held up the bowls toward us. "It's not much, but here, even a lance shouldn't fight on an empty stomach." "Thank you," I said, reaching down for the piping hot stew while Tess did the same. "But how did you know we were even back here?" The stand owner jerked his thumb back to point at the line. "It didn't take long for news to travel all the way up to the front of the line." I let out a chuckle. "Regardless, thank you for the treat." The portly old man clicked his heels and saluted, which brought up his shirt to reveal a bulging stomach. "Thank you." His actions had a chain effect, causing all the people in the line to salute. Tess stifled a giggle and joined them, shooting me a wink while saluting as well. After returning my respects to the people waiting in line, Tess and I went on our way to our next undecided destination. "Looks like coming with you does have its perks," Tess said as she used a wooden pick to skewer one of the charred meat dripping with sauce. "That place is always so busy, even the captains here don't get that kind of treatment." After taking a bite, her eyes closed and a smile pulled at her lips. So good." "You're probably the only person who'd regard a lance as a perk, Tess," I said, taking a bite as well. Needless to say, the stew was delicious enough to make the extravagant dishes served in the castle pale in comparison. Despite my restraints, the flood of flavors on my senses were strong enough that even Sylvie felt my delight. "I hope you've saved enough for me," she sent with a tingle of curiosity laced in her voice. "Sorry, I don't think I can promise you that," I replied while taking another bite. Despite the constant din of people around us, I felt more at peace now than I ever had these past few months. I was grateful to Tess, who kept me engrossed in the present. She pulled me aside toward every stall that interested her without a second thought. She laughed and smiled at the smallest things, but I found myself constantly looking forward to her reactions. In a way, her bright and sometimes childish personality seemed so admirable. She had the responsibility to look after an entire unit. She spent days, sometimes weeks, out in the beast glades in conditions far from desirable. Yet, she was able to produce such a radiant smile that it infected those around her. Tess' hand slowly approaching the stew that I was holding brought me back to reality. "If you're not going to eat that," I snapped the dish out of her reach just as the skewer in her hand attempted to fish out one of the few remaining meat cubes I had been saving. "You wish." Tess let out a frown, as expected of a lance. I rolled my eyes. "Yes, because it's imperative for a lance to learn how to defend his or her own food from treacherous allies." Skewering a meat cube with the pick in my hand, I held it out for Tess. "Here." My childhood friend's eyes visibly brightened as she got on her tippy toes to snatch the meat with her mouth. "So good." I blinked as I stared at the empty pick in my hand. "What's wrong?" she said. "You're kind of red." "Do you have a fever?" "It's nothing," I said, quickly turning around. "My body hasn't been in the best condition these days." We walked in silence for a while. Tess looked a bit guilty because of what I said, even though I just said it to cover up a lie. Hoping to lift her mood, I pointed at a confectionery where several colorful dough-like desserts were displayed. While the line wasn't long, there were quite a few people holding or eating the dough nearby. "That seems like a popular stall. Do you want something from there?" "Oh, that's a pretty popular dessert stand," she said. "I'm okay, but Carrie loves these." "I'll go by myself, just wait here, okay?" "Okay." I smiled, watching her struggle with deciding which flavors to get while the old lady waited patiently on the other side of the stand. Suspecting it would take a bit longer, I walked over to a smaller booth a few yards away. "Interested, I see." "You have a good eye, sir," the little boy attending the stand exclaimed. "What can I get for you?" "I'm just looking around," I answered, not taking my eyes off the display of trinkets and accessories laid out on top of the white cloth. "Actually, can I purchase this?" "Of course, it'll come out to be 1 sil. Ouch." The kid yelped, looking back. "What gives, Mom? What do you think you're doing?" An older woman huffing for breath chided. She looked at me apologetically. "I'm so sorry, General. My boy here is a bit ignorant of the world." "General, you?" the boy said, dumbfounded. "But you're like the same age as my brother." That turned him another smack from his mother before she handed me the item I wanted to purchase. "Please take this as an apology for my son's rude behavior." "Again, I'm so sorry." I let out a laugh. "No problem at all. And please let me pay." She waved her hand in dismissal. "Oh no, please, how can I possibly take money from a lance? Since it's a present, I'd feel more confident in giving it to the person if I actually earned it," I admitted. "Is it that pretty lady over there with the silver?" "Ouch, Mom." The boy rubbed the spot on his shoulder where he'd gotten hit. Chuckling, I tossed the kid a coin and thanked the two of them before walking back toward Tess. "Wait, this is a gold coin," the mother called from behind. Looking back over my shoulder, I held up the charm that I had just bought. "I just paid what I thought this was worth." "It's very well made, ma'am." The lady stared at me for a second, stunned, before she bowed. Thank you." I walked over to the dessert stand just in time to see Tess devouring some sort of stretchy dough in one bite. She looked at me with a guilty expression before holding one out for me as well. "Do you want some too? What happened to just buying it for Carria?" I teased with a laugh. As the sun quickly set, the streets began to empty. We made a quick stop by the inn, where Tess dropped off the desserts she had bought for Carria. Unfortunately, she, along with the rest of her teammates, were still asleep, so I didn't get to greet them. "When do you leave for your next mission?" I asked, almost afraid of the answer. "Later tonight," she replied with downcast eyes. "There's a place I want to show you before you go then. Is that all right?" I asked with a smile. Tess let out a breath as she took in the sight around us. We had climbed to the spot on the cliff, the same place I had came to after fighting with my parents. With the sun inches away from the horizon, a warm light cast all over the Beast Glades. "The view here is even better than from the castle," she said with another sigh. "I agree." I nodded. "Although I've only been here once before and found it by chance." There was a moment of silence as the two of us sat side by side, close enough where our shoulders just barely touched. Tess shifted her gaze away from the scenery below us and looked at me. "I wanted to say this earlier, but it's been a while, Art." It must have been the way the red sun mixed together with her shiny gray hair or how she was tilting her head slightly so that the nape of her neck was exposed, because my heart felt like it was about to break out of my ribcage. Unable to meet her eyes for any longer, I turned away. "Where will you be heading off to for your next mission? You've led a country in your previous life and even in this life, Arthur." "You have no reason to be stuttering next to Tess." I continued berating myself until she answered. "My unit along with a few other elves from the Trailblazer Division are going to head off toward Illinois tonight," she answered. "Does it have something to do with attacks from the Olacrians?" "Yeah, we've been getting reports from the troops stationed on watch throughout the forest that there have been some recent sightings of Olacrian stragglers." It didn't sound too serious, but they've been requesting backup for a while now and Captain Jasmia finally relented, she explained, resting her chin on her knees. "It must have been a hard choice, especially with the beast horde approaching," I said. "Although I'm sort of happy that you won't be here for this battle." Tess cocked a brow. "While I may not be a match for a lance, I have recently broken through to the mid-silver stage." I never thought to check her mana levels, so her words caught me by surprise. "Congratulations." "Truly." Tess' shimmering turquoise eyes studied me for a moment before she let out a sigh. "I wonder when the mighty General Arthur, who is, in fact, younger than me, will actually begin to treat me as someone who can take care of herself." "You can take care of yourself." I'm sorry if my words came off the wrong way, but I really believe that spending time with you today made me realize how much older you've gotten, I quickly amended. Tess regarded me with an unamused expression. "Am I supposed to take that as a compliment?" I scratched my chin. "What I meant was, You give off a different aura now. I'm not talking about mana, although your core has improved, but more like, I've gotten more mature? Tess finished with a smirk. I let out a soft groan. Yeah, that. Chuckling, my childhood friend replied, thank you, before turning back to watch the sunset. Memories of the last time I had talked to Tess came to my mind. It wasn't that long ago, but she seemed so different now, more mature. Like she said, that's when I realized the feelings of elation and joy as soon as I saw Tess today wasn't because of Sylvie's emotions flooding into mine. Because I still felt it even now. I reached into the inside pocket of my mantle where I kept the charm I had bought earlier with a realization in mind. I liked Tess. I probably always liked Tess, if it wasn't for the fact that I was born with memories of my previous life as an adult. I might have confessed to her long before. But what would her feelings toward me be if she knew my secret? Would she react the same way as my parents? Would she feel disgusted like I had when I first realized I liked her? Doubt weighed down on me, and suddenly, the tiny little charm in my hand felt like a lead anchor. Thank you for showing me this place, Tess said as she looked afar. I always considered the Beast Glades to be such a dangerous and bloody place. I didn't realize how beautiful it looked. It was actually the same for me as well, I admitted, my hand still gripping the charm. Although I love the view here, this place is tied to a bad memory, so I thought coming up here with you would make it better. I see, she uttered. Has it made it better? I mean, it has, I said as I finally summoned the courage to pull the trinket out. It was a simple silver charm of 2 leaves laid over one another to make the shape of a heart. I got this for you. It's so pretty, she said, holding the charm in her hand. Is this, perhaps, for the great tour service I gave you today? No. I let out a breath. It's because I like you. Oh. Wait, what? Tess' eyes widened, more out of disbelief than out of surprise. Did I hear you wrong? I swear I thought you said, I like you, Tess, I finished with more conviction, pushing down the doubt still growing inside me. Tess stood up. What do you mean by like? I swear, Arthur, if you say you like me as a friend or as a sister, I'm going to. I got up as well and reached for the hand holding the pendant. I like you as a girl, and what I mean is that I wish to start a relationship with you and that I hope that you feel the same way. Tess' lips were trembling as she tried to contain her emotions. You're lying. I'm not, she sniffled. Yes, you are. Do you want me to be? I asked with a slight smile. I don't know, she said, her head down. It's just, I imagine things going differently. Differently? How? That I'd have to get stronger and prettier and older to wow you and swoon you off your feet, she said, hitting me in the arm. I chuckled. Can I still look forward to you swooning me off my feet? It's not funny, she snapped, finally looking up so I could see her 2 tear-brimmed eyes glaring at me. She held up the leaf pendant up to my face. Put this on for me. I took the pendant from her, but rather than undoing the chain clasp, I clicked together the 2 ends of the leaves. With a click, the heart shape that the 2 silver leaves had made became undone into 2 normal leaves. Removing one of the leaves, I wrapped the silver chain around her neck. Here, let me keep the other one. Tess stared down as her fingers clasped the single silver leaf hanging down just above her chest. She then pulled out a long leather string that had been wrapped around her arm and took my silver leaf. Here, turn around, she ordered as she weaved the leather string through the silver loop that made up the stem of the leaf pendant. She put the new leather necklace around my neck and tied it so that the leaf dangled loosely over my chest as well. Before I could turn around, however, I felt Tess' arms around my waist as she embraced me from behind. I like you too, idiot. But we're at war. We both have responsibilities and people that need us, she said in a solemn whisper. I know. And I have things I want to tell you as well, so how about we make a promise? What sort of promise? A promise to stay alive, so that we can have a beautiful relationship and a family that our entire country can come together to celebrate. Her arms trembled, but she answered firmly, I promise. Tess pulled her arms away, but I didn't turn around. I stared off at the Beast Glades, almost missing the cloud of dust approaching behind a large hill a few dozen miles away. Arthur? Tess' voice sounded from behind. It's too soon. I muttered. Whatever peace and warmth I had finally managed to grasp fell apart. Tess saw it as well as she gasped. The reports were wrong. They were coming. Less than a few hours away. From the pace they were approaching, the beast horde was coming. Tip: you can use left, right, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 213. Enemy Territory 3. Alacrian, Iran. It seemed all I had been doing these days was running through this cursed forest. Low-hanging branches scraped my cheeks and arms while thorny shrubs tore through my clothes and legs. I sprinted in the direction my magic guided me. Without it, I was blind. Even if there was a moon tonight, I doubted its pale rays would be able to penetrate the dense canopy and fog above. Every so often, I would see flashes of light from Maeve's magic behind me, illuminating the trees and casting eerie shadows on the forest ground. Maeve, Cole, please make it out safely, I prayed to Vritra without breaking stride. I continued to run, making sure to lift my knees high and step with my heel first while kicking off with the ball of my feet. This was the best way to run in the uneven terrain filled with broken branches and knotted roots. Running until the magical flashes of battle were barely visible, I skidded to a stop and crouched beside a thick shrub. The thorns and prickly leaves pressing against me gave me comfort from the open. I covered my mouth as I gasped for breath, afraid that I'd be heard. Paranoia had long since set in, filling my mind with endless doubts and hopelessness. Choking back sobs, I tried to calm myself. You're okay, Circe. You're doing great. I wiped away at the stream of tears that didn't stop flowing. I have to survive. For my brother. For Seth. I recited this over and over. It was my mantra. It was what was keeping me going. After finally catching my breath, I ignited my crest. Immediately, I could sense the location of the closest three-point array I had formed. Unfortunately, it was farther away than I hoped. Unable to even curse aloud, I grit my teeth in frustration. With this much distance between the rest of the arrays, just using mana wasn't enough. Digging a small hole in the soft ground with my hand, I bit down on my thumb until blood was drawn. Carefully, I let my blood drip into the hole while instilling the mana from my crest. It was by pure luck that I had found out that using my blood as a medium for mana would amplify the effects of the array. Perhaps finding out why might even one day evolve my crest into an emblem. After my mana-infused blood had seeped into the small hole I had made, I covered it up and moved onto a nearby tree. Taking out the small knife that Fane had practically forced me to keep, I began carving a small hole underneath a low branch. I was about to put my bleeding thumb up against the hole when a sharp snap made me whirl around. I held the knife with both hands, pointing it toward the source of the sound as I activated my first crest. My senses expanded, covering a 20-yard radius, only to sense that it was just a small forest critter. I lowered my knife, frustrated at my own pathetic self. I was trembling, my back up against the tree, with tears in my eyes. All I wanted was to curl up and cry, but unfortunately, I didn't have such luxury. Not if I wanted to live. I knew that the noise had been caused by an animal, but I couldn't focus. I was wasting time, but for some odd reason, I really didn't want someone to kill me from behind. It was odd to think, but I'd rather look at my killer as I died. After several minutes trickled by, I let out a sigh and turned back to my task. If someone was here, they would have killed me already, I said to myself. It wasn't a very comforting thought, but it was true. I was a sentry, widely respected and valuable but severely defenseless compared to strikers like Fane, casters like Maeve, and even shields like Cole. After the second point had been finished, I moved to the final tree to finish the three-point array. I knew that using blood as a medium for the array would take its toll, but I was still surprised by how weak I felt after the final point had been finished. Despite the brisk winter air that seemed even colder within this fog, I was sweating and my knees were close to giving out. Got to move. Almost there, I said to my legs. Without bothering to mask my mana trail, I moved on to the next point. Fortunately, with the three-point array imprint that I had just finished, I wouldn't have to use my blood again. I just needed to make sure I didn't set the next imprint too far away. I managed a half jog while panting. I didn't think it was possible, But the forest seemed to be getting even darker. The low-hanging branches snagged at my tattered clothes. Without the strength to just shrug them off, I had to stop and pull off the branches, costing me precious time. I stumbled more times than I could count on the roots and tree limbs that seemed to be growing more in numbers. But I finally made it. This location should be okay. Falling forward on my knees, I got to work once more. Igniting my crest, I began trickling mana into the first point of the array when something crashed into me from the side. Without even the chance to be surprised, I was suddenly looking at Fane, who was on top of me. Fane wasn't looking at me, but out in the distance, his face contorted into a fearsome scowl. It was dark, but even then I could make out how bloody he was. "Can you run?" he asked, pulling me up to my feet. His eyes were still surveying our surroundings, searching for something. "I think so," I stuttered, my gaze shifting down at a glimmering arrow buried in the ground. "Right where I used to be." Fane ignited his emblem. His entire body glowed and visible gusts of wind surrounded him, lifting him off his feet. In his hand was a spear, its length about twice my height, with a sharp point that spun like a drill, sending gales around us. "Then run. I'll hold them off." Without even the chance to greet my teammate, I turned and ran. I didn't know who the him that Fane was referring to was, but from the way he had immediately ignited his emblem to its full power, I knew he couldn't be good. It wasn't long before I could hear the echoes of battle behind me. The ground shook and the trees seemed to shudder in sorrow and pain for their brethren caught in the fight. More than once I was almost blown off my feet by the gales, but even then, I resisted the temptation to look behind me. I could only pray to Vritra that Fane would be okay. Again, I ran. I continued to run in this forsaken forest until my legs felt like lead. Every step seemed harder and harder to make, as if I was wading in a pool of tar. No matter how desperately I wanted to keep moving, my body had had enough. Barely able to lift my feet off the ground, my toes got caught on a gnarled root. I toppled forward and I soon tasted the dirt and foliage of the forest in my mouth. Fane's silver chestplate kept me on the ground like an anchor. Giving up on the thought of getting back up, I rolled to my side and ignited my crest. With the distance I had gone, I knew it was safer to strengthen the array with blood. The wound on my thumb had already scabbed over, but as I wiped my mouth of the dirt, I was able to make out a streak of red. What my sleep-deprived and crazed brain conceived as fortunate was the fact that the fall to my face had torn open a wound on my lip. Perhaps the most unladylike action I had performed in my entire life. I spat a mouthful of blood on the ground and dipped my fingers in it to imbue mana. If I can't run, I might as well create one more imprint for the army waiting. Maybe this will be close enough for them. Maybe they'll still save Seth. The crest on my back began burning, a telltale sign that I was overexerting myself. It didn't matter, my legs couldn't even carry my weight. I was prepared to die. "Idiot, didn't I tell you to keep running?" I never thought Fane's rough voice would sound so pleasant. But I was wrong. I spotted Fane's figure rushing toward me with the sphere of wind surrounding him. Without stopping, he picked me up by the chest plate and held me under his armpit. That's when I saw it. "Fane, why your arm?" I huffed. "Wide-eyed." "Not important," he snapped. "I need you to focus on guiding me." I had so many questions for Fane, but now wasn't the time. Pointing in the direction that True Sense had shown me, I directed the veteran striker through the fog-infested forest. Fortunately, the sun was coming back up. We had been running non-stop throughout the whole night and it was evident that Fane was close to collapsing. He had concentrated much of his mana on the stub where his left arm used to be in order to keep blood from spilling out. The rest of his mana was spent on maximizing our speed. "We're almost there," I said excitedly, pointing at an opening in the woods a few dozen yards away. "Just a bit more, and you need to focus everything you have on the three-point array. Do that and our mission is a success." Fane huffed. "Can you do that?" "I can." We skidded to a stop and Fane dropped me on the ground. I assumed that the striker wanted me to start on the array. I was only half right. I could see Fane's emblem glowing brightly underneath his shirt as he stood in front of me. The spear once again formed in Fane's hand as he aimed it at the elf slowly approaching us. Even at first glance, I knew who he was. It was the same elf that had spotted us up on the tree. It was the same elf that Maeve and Cole had stayed behind to fight against. N number. That can't be. I muttered as the elf named Allbold continued closing the distance between us. He looked injured and tired, but he was alive. And if he was alive, that meant I heard a faint whistle, but before my brain could process what that noise meant, Fane's wind spear had already moved. The arrow that was meant to take my life lay on the ground. Damn it, there's more of them. We need to run, Fane hissed. Now, Fane lifted me up to my feet and pushed me back. Go. Even with the strength I gathered while Fane had held me in his arm, I could only manage an awkward stagger. Fane continued to push me towards the opening in the woods, towards what I assumed to be one of the entrances to the Elven Kingdom. I tensed every time I heard a sharp whistle, but by the fact that none of the arrows had managed to hit me, I knew Fane was doing his job. I still had to finish mine. Igniting my crest mid-stride, the imprints of the 3-point arrays lit up like a map in my head. The closest one I had imprinted was too far away though. I needed time, which was something we didn't have. We're close enough. Set up the array. Fane groaned behind me. I dropped to my knees and began setting up the first point in the array. While doing so, I took a peek behind me. Fane towered over me just a few steps behind with shafts of multiple arrows jutting out from his body. A trail of blood leaked down the corner of his mouth. Array. He snapped without looking back. I nodded frantically and ripped open another wound on my thumb. The muted hum of weapons clashing startled me, but I refused to look back. Another whistle from behind. Fane let out a groan. My hands trembled as I started the array. Damn it, it's not strong enough. I tried to imbue more mana, but, out of the corner of my eye, I could see the trees around us swaying. Another pained grunt resounded from behind, but it wasn't Fane's voice. The sharp pain radiating from my crest grew more and more unbearable as I imbued more mana into the small pool of blood that had gathered on the ground in front of me. I heard another whistle, but almost immediately after, I was knocked down as a pain shot up my arm like fire. My head exploded with a blinding whiteness. I could barely get back up to my knees, dizziness overwhelming me. Despite my brain screaming at me not to, I looked at my injured arm. It was mangled beyond recognition. The array? Fane's voice croaked from behind. I can't, I mustered. I couldn't even think straight as it felt like every inch of my right arm had been jammed through the skin with serrated blades. I watched, dazed, as blood began to pool beneath me. I knew it wouldn't be long now until I died. I almost wanted to die, but in this near-dead state, I couldn't help but think of Seth. He was waiting back in Alacria in a hospital bed. He was almost dead as well. Even if I couldn't live, shouldn't he be able to? Through sheer willpower, I got back up to my feet. Blood continued to flow freely out of my mangled arm, but it was okay. I knew what I had to do. I hope you can forgive your sister for not being able to make it back home, I mumbled. I took a step to the side, creating a trail with my blood. The pain was beginning to subside a little as my arm grew numb, which was good. Fane came into view, but he was barely standing as well. He was dripping almost as much blood as I was. With neither of us able to even muster a word, Fane continued to protect me as I made the array, strengthening it with the sheer amounts of blood I was spilling. I took another step, but I must have lost consciousness because I found the world turned on its side. Fane was still on his feet, holding off Allbold and another elf. Almost there, I crawled, dragging my maimed arm on the ground to continue the bloody trail, but the loss of blood must have affected my vision. An entire row of trees had moved and bent out of the way to reveal a towering wall, and on the top of the wall were hundreds of elves, each armed with either staves or bows. The staves were glowing in all sorts of colors, some green, some yellow, others blue. Circe! Fane screamed, snapping me out of my daze. A desperate scream tore out from my throat as I ignited every ounce of mana I had left through my crest. My vision blurred and I fell to my side, But I didn't care. I knew it had worked. Every imprint I had left in the forest was now connected and displayed to every sentry waiting outside the forest. I had created the trail for our army. I managed to crack a smile as I faced the wave of spells and arrows almost upon us. I hoped they could see my expression so they'd know. And number 8230. Even this damned forest won't keep you safe anymore. The Alacrian army is coming for you. Chapter 214, Welcoming Gift. We need to go warn the others. Tess stressed, mana enveloping her body as she prepared to jump off the cliff. I grabbed her wrist. I'll warn everyone. You need to go get your teammates. You have a mission. That beast horde is more than a day early. Art, the people here aren't prepared for this. I should stay and that's what I'm here for, Tess. I cut in firmly. You have your orders from your commanding captain. I won't go as far as to order you to leave, but if things are looking bad here, I suspect the troops requesting for backup in Illinois might be having it worse. There was a tense moment of silence. Tess' brows furrowed and her jaws tightened in frustration, but she finally relented. Fine, I'll gather my team and report to Captain Jasmia before leaving. Good. Even if you are at an advantage in the forest, be careful, I replied with a gentle smile. That's what I wanted to say, dummy, she said before grabbing me by the scruff of my mantle and pulling me into a kiss. As she let go and walked toward the edge of the cliff, I found myself subconsciously touching my own lips in a daze. Tess smiled at me, her flushed cheeks betraying her bold move. Tugging on the chain of her leaf charm, she locked gazes with me. Remember the promise. I smiled back, all too aware of how hot my face had become. I promise, I replied, holding up my half of the charm dangling around my neck. And like that, Tess jumped off the cliff, sailing down like an emerald comet. I watched her go while convincing myself that what I said to her was for the best. I didn't want her to stay here. Even if she was one of the few mages in this continent that wouldn't slow me down, I knew that I wouldn't be able to go all out without worrying about her. At least in the Elshire forest, she'd only have to be careful of stragglers lost in an environment that she could freely navigate through. It's for the best, Arthur, I mumbled to myself. After a moment, I reached out to Sylvie and informed her of the situation before leaping off the cliff. Despite the bombshell that was thrown, the people of the wall handled the news rather well. That didn't mean they didn't panic, but with the tight leadership and the fact that most of the people present were either trained soldiers or veteran adventurers, they were quick to adapt. Trodius was especially quick to think on his feet. Quickly gathering the mercenary adventurers, he assigned them to help out at different parts of the walls that needed fortification. Workers continued their efforts inside the underground routes leading out from the wall with the help of some of the soldiers. Jasmia immediately sent out orders for each of the units making up her Trailblazer division to be dispatched into appropriate positions in preparation for the horde. The Bulwark division, composed of a bit less than 2,000 soldiers, had complete confidence and trust in their captain. Perhaps it was because we were on the defense and had the massive wall to protect us, but even knowing that they were vastly outnumbered, they were ready to march outside the wall without hesitation. In the span of an hour, archers and conjurers were positioned on every floor of the wall behind arrow slits. Melee troops, both warriors and augmenters alike, were being filed into formation just behind the entrance leading out into the beast glades, prepared to advance into battle against the approaching beast horde. As for myself, I waited inside the meeting tent with Sylvie. Trodius was buried behind several stacks of paper on his desk, leaving me with a blissful few moments of peace as I checked the contents of my dimension ring. The only useful thing I had in it was Dawn's Ballad. Cracked and broken but still better than any other weapons I'd used. I took it out, inspecting the cracks and splinters scattered across the translucent teal blade. I really wish this damn weapon inside my hand would manifest already, I cursed in my head. Now would be as good a time as any, Sylvie agreed. General, please, reconsider. Allow us to accompany you. Gavik's deep voice resounded. I looked at the burly adventurer and the girly-haired mage beside him. As I said before, your job will be to support the troops here. Callum spoke up, frustration evident in his voice. "Commander Virion had personally picked the two of us to assist you in battle, if something were to happen after sending you by yourself. I'm not looking down on you two, but the chances of something happening to me and Sylvie only increases if you two come with us," I stated, not taking my eyes off Don's ballad. "Please excuse the intrusion, Father. I brought the weapons you asked for." A clear voice rang. I looked up to see a tall woman with bright red eyes and dark skin that seemed even darker with the splotches of soot. In her toned arms were two swords, one longer than the other. "Ah, come in, Senir." Trodius waved the woman over, a rare smile on his face. "Arthur, this is Senir Flamesworth, my daughter and the master blacksmith of the wall." Tess had referred to a little girl's master as Senir back when we were touring the wall together. Tess even seemed to have a good relationship with her. But even so, the very mention of the word daughter coming from Trodius' lips annoyed me. Memories of Jasmine as she told me her life story resurfaced, leaving a bad taste in my mouth. Still, I kept my personal feelings of the senior captain down and introduced myself to the woman. "Arthur Llewellyn. Pleasure to meet you," I said, sheathing Don's ballad. "Senir here is one of the finest blacksmiths in Sapin, on par with even the master smiths of Darvdu of her excellent control and implementation of fire magic during the forging process," Trodius boasted. "Your anger is leaking onto me," Sylvie conveyed gently. "I can't help it." "I heard from Tessa that you prefer thinner blades," Senir said as she handed me the longer of the two swords. "I'm sure it's nowhere near the same level compared to your weapon, but my father informed me that you'll be in battle for an extended period of time. Having multiple backup weapons won't do you any harm." "Thank you," I replied, drawing the sword from its unadorned steel scabbard. With a sharp ring, a pale gold blade about the width of 3 fingers came into view. After testing its balance with a few swings, I began channeling mana into the blade. The thin sword hummed as fire, wind, water, and earth all began to swirl around the blade in harmony. I continued injecting mana into the sword until I could see the blade beginning to deteriorate. "Not bad. I think it'll suffice," I mustered, expunging the magic surrounding the new sword and putting it back into its sheath. Senir couldn't hide the disappointment in her face as she accepted my words with a bow. I'm honored. Putting the longer sword into my ring and fastening the shorter one onto my hip alongside Don's ballad, I turned to Trodius. "Have the ground troops ready to advance as soon as I leave." "I'm aware of the plan, General. Don't worry about us and come back in one piece," Trodius replied. "We'll be waiting for the signal." Without another word, I walked past Senir Flamesworth and stepped out of the tent, only to be met with a thunderous cheer. Around us were soldiers, merchants and adventurers alike clapping and roaring my name. "Your presence is what is holding this wall together, General," Trodius said as he stepped just behind me. It was overwhelming, to say the least. But rather than feeling joy or pride at being the center of attention, I was overcome with horror because within the crowd, I spotted my father. He wasn't supposed to be here. If they were down here, that meant the rest of the Twin Horns were somewhere around here as well. They were supposed to be in Blackburn City, away from this battle. Sylvie squeezed my hand. "Arthur, everyone is watching." I didn't care. I wanted to run to my father right now and tell him to leave. Leave with Mother and the Twin Horns who were surely here. But I couldn't. One look from my father stopped me in my tracks. The man who had raised me alongside Alice stood amongst the unit of soldiers that would be fighting outside the protection of the wall. He had such a determined expression that, even as a general, I couldn't dare stop him. I feared that if I stopped him and everyone here, they would never forgive me. "It's okay, Arthur. If everything goes to plan, most of these soldiers will make it out alive and your dad is one of the stronger ones out of them," I said, hoping to calm myself down. Swallowing the angst and the dread building up inside me, I saluted the crowd, locking gazes with my father. He saluted back and, despite the fight that we had not long ago, he smiled at me. I exchanged glances with Sylvie, and with a nod, she shifted into her draconic form. This spurred on another wave of cheers as I got on. My hands were trembling as I finally felt the gravity of the situation. I had brought my sister here. My parents were here as well as the Twin Horns. They as well as the lives of everyone here cheering, depended on me. "You're not alone, Arthur," Sylvie said as she spread her obsidian wings. "Nothing has changed from when you made the decision to bring Ellie along." She was right. Despite the beast horde arriving a day earlier, the preparations had been made on time. Both my mom and sister had the phoenix worm pendants to keep them safe, and I had even given Ellie a transmission scroll to reach out to me. But even then, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Was it because of the promise I had made with Tess? The pendant hanging around my neck seemed to weigh down on me, but it wasn't just that. The timing of everything happening seemed off. "Focus, Arthur. You're going into battle." Gripping the spikes on Sylvie's neck, I muttered, "Let's go." My bond reeled her head back and let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire ground. Some of the merchants stumbled and fell to the ground, but it only rose the morale as the crowd responded back with a cheer of their own. We ascended with a single beat from Sylvie's broad wings, clearing the height of the wall in just a few seconds. I had a view of both the approaching beast horde as well as the people below us that we were responsible to protect. "Are you ready?" Sylvie asked, her excitement flooding into me. "Not as ready as you are," I sent back with a chuckle. Sylvie's laughter rang in my head before the world around us turned into a blur. With her seal released, every inch of her body was brimming with power. Each stroke of her wings made gales behind us until we were soon approaching the army of beasts. With mana-enhanced vision, I could make out the Elacrian mages scattered within the beast horde, riding the larger beasts. "How about we send them a little welcoming gift?" I suggested. "My thoughts exactly," she responded, arching her wings to hover. Space began to distort as mana gathered into Sylvie's open maw. A golden-white sphere formed and grew larger with every passing breath until it was even larger than me. The sphere erupted into a beam of pure mana. There was no sound to be heard from the attack, only pure destruction as the blow marked the start of the battle. Chapter 215, 2 versus an army. I watched as the hole that had been formed from Sylvie's attack slowly disappeared, covered by the sea of mana beasts steadily marching toward the wall. Despite the devastation the blast had caused, any signs of the damage had soon become swept away. Sylvie released another blast of mana, but this time several shields compounded upon one another, taking the brunt of the attack before shattering layer by layer. "Looks like we won't be able to comfortably just rain spells down on them," I mused. "We would run out of mana long before even making a dent anyway," Sylvie responded. "After you," she transmitted, giving me a toothy grin. "Try to keep up," I sent back. Falling headfirst from several thousand feet in the air into an army of magical beasts should have normally caused some sort of fear or anxiety, but that wasn't the case. My heart beat against my ribcage, not out of fear, but excitement. As if feeding off my emotions, mana flooded out into my body as I continued my plunge. Wind gathered around me, swirling and condensing as I collided into the center of the beast horde. The layers of wind surrounding me burst into an explosion of gales, shredding and pushing away the hundreds of beasts caught in the blast. I stood up in the center of the crater I had created as thousands of monstrous eyes glared down at me from above. There was a breath of silence as I waited with Dawn's Ballad in my hand. Mana surged around me, itching to let loose. That's when the first battle cry was unleashed. It came from a bipedal canine that appeared at least 3 times my height with claws and fangs that glowed menacingly. It let loose a howl that spurred the others surrounding me, as if waking them up from their stupor. The zombie-like mana beasts that seemed almost drugged all spurred to life in a concert of cries, roars, and jarring screeches. But piercing through the cries of the corrupted mana beasts was the thunderous roar of my bond as she landed. She immediately ripped out the bipedal canine's throat with her fangs and slammed 4 other mana beasts with a swipe of her tail. "Try to keep up," Sylvie mocked as she continued tearing her way through the ocean of beasts. With a chortle, I leaped out of the crater and on top of a reptilian mana beast with 3 tails. Before the beast could even make a sound, its head was already cleanly separated from its body and I was onto the next beast. Disoriented and furious at our arrival, the mana beasts clumped together as they all tried to get their claws, talons, or paws on me. I constantly used wind magic to create space for me to swing my sword. For some time, I limited my mana, using my battle prowess accumulated through my 2 lifetimes and Dawn's Ballad to cut down the enemies that never ended. Killing one beast meant that 2 or 3 replaced it, but we had prepared for this. After all, this wasn't a battle I was supposed to win. This was a battle of attrition. In the chaos of battle where dozens of razor-sharp fangs and talons swiped at you from all directions, there was no time to communicate with each other. Sylvie and I relied on reading each other's mental state in case one of us needed help. Time crawled, or was it that time was flying by? It was impossible to tell as the debris from the battle had long since covered the sky. Swallowing my impatience, I limited mana usage to body strengthening and weapon augmentation as Dawn's Ballad drew crescents of teal in debris-filled land. A pack of wolves, each the size of Boo, carefully circled around me. Other mana beasts cleared the way, obviously fearful of the creatures clad in lightning. These ones seemed to have some brains, I thought. It was obvious by their murky black pelts that the wolves had been corrupted, but unlike the other beasts that had marched mindlessly toward the wall, these ones remained alert and kept their formation. The one leading the pack, a larger wolf with a spikier mane and horn, let out a bark and instantly, the 12 others pounced at me with crackling thunder glowing their surroundings. Rather than waste energy dodging and killing them one by one, I cast 12 spikes of earth from the ground with the stomp of my feet. The thunder wolves were skewered mid-leap, giving me the leisure to go after the leader that had managed to dodge my spell. Baring its teeth as tendrils of electricity gathered around him, the leader attacked. I dodged its mid-air slash, but the lightning surrounding its claws struck me in the shoulder. More annoyed than in pain, I shrugged off the wound that had been mostly blocked by my aura and stabbed the wolf. However, the tip of my teal sword had long since been broken, and was unable to pierce through the wolf's thick mana-imbued fur. Imbuing mana into Dawn's Ballad and condensing it into a sharp point, I dashed forward and struck again. Blood was drawn this time and the thunder wolf struggled to get back up, but there was no time to celebrate my little victory. Almost immediately, a flock of bat-winged birds swooped down with their sharp metal beaks homed in on me. Putting Dawn's Ballad back into my ring, I spread a blast of lightning into the air. The metal beaks dropped like flies, their wings still spasming from the shock as I quickly moved on to my next list of never-ending targets in sight. Despite our competitive banter earlier, Sylvie remained close as she continued to fight the onslaught of mana beasts. She fought with her wings tucked in, a flurry of claws and fangs as she dyed the ground in crimson. Sylvie's voice rang in my mind. Arthur, these beasts seem off. Most of them aren't even retaliating and just keep marching toward the wall. Only some of the stronger ones and their packs are actually putting up a fight. I feel it too. I'm not sure what the Alacrians did. They must be controlling the beasts to get to the wall no matter what, I replied, continuing to kill as many mana beasts as I could, giving my limbs, heavy from slashing through the tough hides and exoskeletons of the mana beasts, some reprieve. I began casting more spells. Spheres of fire, water and lightning orbited around me, burning, slashing and electrocuting beasts that came close enough while I cast spell after spell. The terrain had become a domain of all elements. Some parts of the ground had become scorched, with corpses still in flames, while other parts of the ground had become a garden of stone and ice spikes. The metallic odor of fresh blood alongside the smell of burning fur and flesh mingled in the air, causing the devastated landscape to be even more unbearable to endure. Navigating around the remains of my own spells and the corpses of fallen mana beasts, some of which were about the size of a small house, had become another challenge. However, the turning point was when the S-class mana beasts began coming. The first one was a humanoid feline just twice my height made of pure muscle, fur, and claws. Its speed and agility was on par with Kaerdri, my martial arts master from Ephatus. However, its major flaw was that it relied on only its speed, its attacks leaving it wide open. "Come on!" I barked, dodging its clawed kick while nicking its neck. Blood rushed to my head, drowning out everything other than the opponent in front of me. The beast that had the ability to kill its victims long before they could even fear it hissed and dashed toward me. Its muscular hind legs left imprints on the hard ground, its body barely visible, but its attacks were linear. Thunderclap impulse, I murmured as the sensation of electricity coursing through my body left me even more focused. Withdrawing my teal sword once more marked the beginning of our second round. The world around us blurred as I relished the battle. Each swipe of its mana-infused claws left deep gashes in the earth and oftentimes mana beasts nearby. Each failed attack of the S-class feline was a successful attack of mine as Dawn's Ballad left its mark on the beast's elegantly striped fur. I had almost forgotten my objective as I dominated the S-class mana beast even without relying on Realm Heart physique. My legs ached from old wounds and the scratches left by the S-class beast stung, but I was in much better shape than the panting oversized cat. Heaving for breath and blood matting down its fur, the S-class beast warily backed away. It didn't even manage to take 4 steps before I caught up and slashed its neck. Picking the dead S-class beast by the scruff of its neck, I let out a roar. The mana beasts around me, no matter how deranged and feral they had become due to the Alacrians corrupting them, began to tremble in fear. It would be easy to say that this is what war did to everyone. Part of it was true. Fighting countless beasts slowly turned me into a beast myself. However, another part of it was that I enjoyed it. Being surrounded by death, yet never being able to kill freely myself might have had something to do with it. The countless duels I had fought in my previous life had all been supervised and restricted by rules and laws. Here, it was different. Arthur, don't lose yourself. Remember that this is a battle to protect, not a battle to kill. Sylvie's words were like water splashed to my face. I had indeed lost myself, high on the freedom to wreak havoc. I had acted like a wild beast let loose from its cage. Finally sober, I could feel the aches and wounds I hadn't even realized existed began to take their toll. That's when I felt the next one. Before I could even see or hear it, I felt it. Even amongst the drone of countless mana beasts marching, the footsteps of the particular mana beast shook the earth. It didn't take long for me to see the towering monstrosity that trampled its fellow corrupted beasts like they were insects. Even as it stood on 4 legs, it was about 3 stories tall and every inch of its body was covered in a metallic hide. Spikes sprouted along its spine and at the end of its trunk-like snout was a dented metal orb the size of Sylvie's head. "Do you need help?" Sylvie asked, sensing my fear as I watched the colossal beast advance. "Not yet," I conveyed, putting Dawn's Ballad back into my ring. I threw out an arc of lightning at the beast but it didn't even flinch as it continued making its way toward me. It swung its snout like a flail, bludgeoning mana beasts left and right. The mana beasts fortunate enough to evade its snout were soon trampled by its thick hooves as it charged at me. That's when I saw him, a human. The Alacrian mage, who had been riding between 2 of the spikes on the S-class beast's back, was desperately holding on for his life. At this distance, it was easy to tell that this was not part of the plan. That's when it clicked. The weaker mana beasts appearing almost sedated and mostly ignoring Sylvie and I even as we killed them. The higher-tiered mana beasts seemingly possessing their own will even against the Alacrians' struggles. A plan began to bloom in my head as I watched Alacrian mage struggle with what appeared to be a black stone in his hand. I cast a ball of fire at the towering beast, hitting its face. The flaming sphere splashed across its metallic hide without so much as a mark, but it did its job. The beast bellowed and raised its front legs in anger. The Alacrian mage was barely able to hold on but the mammoth beast didn't stop there, making it its life goal to flatten me with its flail-like snout. The beast charged relentlessly. I, on the other hand, continued throwing spells just barely strong enough to annoy it while flying through the beast horde. The mammoth beast created a path paved in decimation and crushed corpses as it continued to chase me. I used every creative method my brain could think of in order to get the beast as furious as possible while slowly whittling it down. I drove earthen spikes into its hooves. I layered the ground in ice so that it'd slip. But my half-assed spells weren't doing anything. Fire seemed to work best in annoying the beast, but when I shot another spell at it, a translucent shield flickered in its path, blocking my spell before it could hit. "I need your help now, Sylvie," I sent leisurely as I led the beast to where I could sense Sylvie was fighting. "Wow, how did you make it so angry?" she replied, leaping into the air with a beat of her wings. "Pin the beast down for as long as you can," I instructed. With a mental confirmation, Sylvie flew up into the sky before dropping back down in a nosedive. "Keep it steady," she transmitted, showing the general range she'd be able to land. Clearing the beasts around me with a gust of wind, I waited as the mammoth beast rushed toward me. Taking a deep breath, I waited for the moment just when the beast's front legs were about to touch the ground as it charged. Precision, timing, and distance compounded made the spell that much harder, but as a white core mage, it felt natural, as if I was shaping clay. At my behest, the ground just below the beast's front feet splintered, sending the beast crashing on the ground. However, with the speed it had built up, its momentum continued to carry the beast and the mage riding on its back toward me, pummeling through every earthen wall I had conjured in its path until it was only a few yards away. I cursed in frustration. Damn it, no choice. Preparing my mind and body for the toll about to come, I waited until just before the beast was close enough before I activated Static Void. With my control over both ether and mana making leaps and bounds during my ascent into the white core stage, I confined the time-pausing mana art into just the beast and the mage. Even with the reduced range, the sheer size of the beast made my mana core protest. However, I persisted, biding time right up until Sylvie was about to crash into the beast. "Now!" she screamed mentally. I immediately released Static Void and leaped out of the way, almost crashing into the open jaw of a reptilian mana beast. The force of Sylvie's descent onto the beast sent a shockwave of wind and debris all around them. If I hadn't erected a stone wall from the ground, I would have gotten blown away along with all the other beasts in the vicinity. With no time to rest, I dashed toward the mammoth beast that was dazed but still alive and struggling to get out of Sylvie's grasp. "Don't kill it yet," I said to my bond. "I'm not confident I even can." "Its hide isn't as strong as my scales, but it's a lot thicker." Leaping up on top of the beast's back, I picked up the unconscious mage and threw him on the ground. The oblong black stone fell from his grasp. After picking it up, I formed an ice spike in my hand and drove it into the mage's thigh. The Alacrian, surprised at first to be awake and seeing me, quickly succumbed to the searing pain radiating out of his bleeding thigh. Before he could even get the chance to speak, I held the black stone to his face. "Does this control the mana beasts?" His eyes widened and he made a desperate swipe at the stone. I conjured a stone nail, impaling his hand to the ground. He let out another scream, and the mana beasts that smelled the blood of prey began drawing closer. "Hurry, I can't keep him still for much longer," Sylvie conveyed. I was about to ask again, when I realized that the mage was about to bite off his own tongue. Quickly, I held down his tongue, burning and searing his wound. The mage let out another muffled wail before I froze his mouth shut. "What is up with you Alacrians and killing yourself?" I sighed. "Well, if you won't tell me, I might as well find out myself." The oblong stone wouldn't react with any type of mana or even ether, so I did the only other thing I knew. I crushed it in my hand. Chapter 216, Battlefield. The mage stared at me with panic-stricken eyes as the crumbled fragments of the black stone fell from my grasp. There was a tense moment as I waited for something to happen amidst the war zone besides the already ensued chaos raging on. Suddenly, as if a switch had been turned on, every mana beast in the vicinity seemed to have become provoked by my action. The once glazed and lifeless eyes of the mana beasts now burned with fury. It wasn't just at me though. The mana beasts began growling and hissing at each other, bearing fangs, claws, and horns at one another. It didn't take long for hell to break loose. Beasts pounced on one another without even a semblance of sanity left amongst them. They leaped at me with reckless abandon, often getting caught by one another in the process. Quickly drawing the two swords I had received from the Flamesworth blacksmith, I turned into a flurry of blades. I slashed and stabbed at the vitals of the mana beasts that attacked me until a mound of bloody carcasses accumulated beneath my feet. However, despite the massacre that befell those who came close, the mana beasts continued to attack and throw their lives away as if possessed. "Arthur, I can't hold on anymore." Sylvie's struggling voice pierced through my mind. I turned back to see the mammoth beast break free, eyes locked on me as he pawed the ground in preparation to charge while the pile of corpses continued to grow. However, I didn't fail to notice the subtle difference in the mammoth beast's behavior. The way the beast glared down at me still indicated rage, but the very targeted, threatening act of scruffing the ground showed some level of intelligence. It showed that it wasn't thinking of blindly charging like before, but waiting for me to react somehow to its act of aggression. As for me, rather than having the luxury to react to the mammoth beast, I was occupied by the never-ending mono beasts that seemed hell-bent on ripping my limbs off. Enough, I roared, releasing every ounce of murderous intent I had pinned up over time. To the naked eye, nothing had changed, but for anyone that had an ounce of sense, they felt it. Even the beasts, as deranged as they were, froze in their tracks and began trembling out of instinct. This may not have worked while they were in their stupor moments ago, but now the beasts around me shrank back out of fear while some of the weaker ones even collapsed. With finally some space to breathe, I took a step toward the mammoth beast. A path opened up as I walked, the mono beasts unable to bear being too close. I locked eyes with the colossal S-class monster that stuck out above the sea of mono beasts wreaking havoc amongst one another, directing the entirety of my unabated bloodlust. It was a primitive thing to do, much like flexing your muscles in front of your opponent to discourage them, but it did its job. The colossal monster broke eye contact with me, its body slackening. Finally, with a mournful bellow, the S-class beast turned and left, trampling smaller monobeasts with each step. It's been a while since I felt your bloodlust. A good reminder not to tease you too much, Sylvie said as she joined me at my side. I cracked a smile before replying. It seems to only work on the more intelligent and powerful beasts, though. The monobeasts that had been temporarily paralyzed by my intent had quickly broken free and resumed their mauling spree. Turning around, I saw the Alacrian mage. Despite being bloody and incapacitated, he was still alive. None of the beasts seemed to even want to go near him. Seeing how the crazed beast acted, it couldn't have been out of pity or even out of loyalty to their supposed master. Now, I peered down at the frightened mage. I wonder how you're still alive. Sylvie craned her neck and began sniffing at the mage I had nailed to the ground. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with it, but there's a rather repulsive stench coming from this human. The Alacrian mage let out a muffled whimper as my bond bared her fangs at him, but there was little else he could do. As I contemplated whether to take the mage in for questioning or killing him on the spot and continue whittling down enemy numbers, the mage let out a slightly more coherent sound. Hello, hello, he muttered through the melting ice, binding his mouth shut. Exchanging glances with Sylvie, I melted the ice around his lower face. Speak any useless words and I'll kill you on the spot. I'll tell you why they won't attack me. Just promise you'll let me live. I let the tip of my new sword rest on the mage's mouth, just barely nicking the corner of his lips. I hate making promises I know I won't keep. Tears rolled down the mage's cheeks as he glared daggers at me. Then why should I tell you anything? The dirt and blood on his face did little to mask how young the enemy was, but it would be sloppy to show mercy. I pushed the blade just a little deeper. The mage let out a pained cry. Because a quick painless death is better than a long painful one. Using fire magic to heat the blade of my sword, I pressed it against the mage's cheek. While the monobeasts around us were creating havoc, the majority of the beast horde was still making its way toward the wall. I couldn't waste too much time on this. All right, please, just stop, he screamed, stretching his head as far away from my sword as his neck would take him. We have a serum that the corrupted beasts can't stand during their frenzied state. Where did you get it? Who else has this serum? The Alacrian shook his head vigorously. I really don't know this. I just know it's precious, so everyone who even gets it only gets a little bit of it to spray on themselves. With a terse nod, I stabbed my sword down into the Alacrian mage's heart. The young mage's eyes bulged, but what surprised me was his lips that curved up into a smirk. It's useless. Even if you know, he sputtered, blood leaking out of his mouth. Long live. Unable to even finish his sentence, the mage fell unconscious from the shock. He'd most likely die within a few minutes. painlessly in his sleep. I pulled out my sword with a quick jerk and moved on. There was a lot more work to be done. I spent the next hours on the ground, hacking, stabbing, and shooting mana beasts with swords and spells. My guidance under Ka'Urdri had honed my body to last for days with the help of mana arts and martial technique. There was no wasted effort in my movements and attacks as mana beasts, whether in a stupor or in their frenzied state, fell lifelessly beside me. Even the time spent training with Cathal, Hester, Bund, and Camospore fruit, having experience battling against multiple opponents, really helped, knowing how to best react to the unceasing waves of mana beasts, some of which were even able to cast long-distance magic, without overexerting my mana. Coupled with the mana measuring discs that Emily had tested out on me, I was able to limit the strength of my spells to its utmost efficiency. "How's everything on your end, Sylvie?" I asked while letting out a grunt. I pulled my lightning-clad sword out from inside a giant mana beast's scorched eye socket. Much like the S-class mammoth beast I had scared off earlier, this one had a hide strong enough to put a chip in my new sword. The beast crashed into the ground, flattening a few unfortunate mana beasts below it. Its lifeless body still crackled with arcs of lightning while its limbs spasmed. "A bit tired, I'll admit, but I'm fine," she responded, her mental voice clear even from the distance between us. "Tired already? It's only been like 4 hours of non-stop fighting," I teased, stabbing and pulling my sword out from the ribcage of a large primate mana beast. The short sword I had received as a set with my longer sword quickly became unusable, leaving me with only Dawn's Ballad and my thin long sword that had already grown dull. While the two of us continued our onslaught, my main focus had shifted to finding the other Alacrian mages. The serum that the enemy mage had told me about, capable of basically concealing the user from corrupted beasts, was an enticing bounty, and I already knew what to use it for. However, even after the hours of searching, our efforts were fruitless. Just the sheer number of mana beasts alone made it almost impossible to even distinguish larger mana beasts, let alone a human. "Damn it," I cursed, thrusting both my blades into the thick neck of a reptilian mana beast. "We're running out of time. The wall is getting closer, Arthur. The conjurers and archers will be in range to attack soon. It'll be even harder to find the enemy mages then," Sylvie informed. "You're right. And once the beast horde reaches the wall and the trap that everyone set up activates, it'll be impossible to find them," I responded back as I slashed through another pack of frenzied canine beasts. "What do you suggest?" my Bon asked as she fought her way through the hordes of beasts between us to get to me. "There's no choice but to rely on Ralmhart to search for the mages." There was a moment of silence in our minds as I felt Sylvie think over her next words. "I want to keep your family safe as well, Arthur. But is it wise to deviate from your obligations as a general and lance? Using Ralmhart will take a big toll on you, and even then, we run the risk of it being for nothing." Gritting my teeth, I jumped up on Sylvie's back. Memories of my fight with my parents during my last trip to the wall flooded out of my mind and into my bonds. It was faster letting her know this way than trying to explain. "It's not wise, Sylv. I know that. But please, just for a little bit, I need to be able to tell myself that I'm giving my all to keep my family safe, and finding a serum might just do that." Assuming everything went according to plan, we'd have to sacrifice parts of the wall and the underground routes, and it'd be much safer for our melee troops to fight. But, even then, with so many people I cared about participating in this battle, it was impossible to not be anxious and afraid for them. "I understand," Sylvie sent empathetically as her powerful wings beat down. With a blast of wind, the two of us soared up into the sky, shooting past any of the aerial mana beasts before they could even react. "I'm going to be relying on you to fight off any mana beasts while I focus on searching for the mages," I said aloud. Taking a deep breath, I ignited Sylvia's beast will from deep within my mana core and let its power flow freely out into my body. I felt the physical changes to my body as the warm surge of power filled me from the inside. Long white bangs obstructed my view while the runes covering my body and extending out to my limbs grew brightly, even through the thick clothes I wore. Soon, My vision turned into shades of gray before flecks of colorful light began emerging out of thin air. No matter how many times I had used this skill, it was breathtaking every single time. No matter how many spells were flung by mages and beasts, it was when I was able to physically see the very substance that made up all magic in the atmosphere that it felt like I had truly fallen into a magical world. Focus, Arthur. Can you distinguish any of the Alacrian mages? Sylvie said with a hint of envy. My bond had yet to grasp this ability despite breaking out of the seal that her mother had placed on her before birth. Not really, I replied, narrowing my gaze to try and pinpoint mana fluctuations that seemed different from the magic that the beasts were able to cast. Sylvie continued flying across the length of the army, avoiding or killing any flying mana beasts that got in her way, while I scoured for any signs of the Alacrian mages hiding amongst them. It wasn't until I pried my gaze from the sight below that I noticed something odd up toward the Elshire forest. Sylvie, can you take us higher for a minute? I asked my bond, trying to make out what was happening up north. Sensing my confusion and worry, we immediately ascended until it was impossible to make out the individual mana beasts below us. But as expansive and threatening the beast horde appeared, my focus was on a much bigger threat. It wasn't only the mana fluctuations that seemed to be made up of tens of thousands of mages, it was the trail, a bright trail of mana, leading from the army of what could only be the Alacrians straight to the heart of Illinois Kingdom. Chapter 217, Decisions Made. Darvis stepped up beside me, his knuckles white from gripping his dual axes for dear life. The smug grin that he always wore was nowhere in sight, replaced by furrowed brows and a tensed jaw. This doesn't look good, Tessa. I looked over my shoulder to see Stannard and Carria, and the 200-odd soldiers that made up my unit along with the ragtag squads of elven soldiers that had been placed under my command. Mixed amongst them were civilian elves garbed only in cloth or a leather apron for protection, as well as whatever thin metal they could find and strap on. These were the men that stayed behind to protect their home and their fleeing loved ones. Every one of them wore grim expressions. The soldiers gripped their weapons while the civilians anxiously clenched their kitchen knives and gardening tools. As the steady drone of marching grew louder and louder, the once lively elven town just behind us had long since evacuated, but we knew with the many children and elders amongst them, if we fled here, if we couldn't hold out long enough, they would all die. This wasn't a matter of protecting an abandoned town in the outskirts. This battle would determine the momentum in the fight for Illinois. My heart pounded against my chest and my knees felt weak. No matter how strong my mana core was, no matter how much I had trained, I felt nothing but fear in this moment. Yet, I couldn't show it. I wouldn't, because then, the morale of every one of these people behind me, relying on my strength as not just a mage and warrior but as a leader, would collapse. Holding my feelings in, wearing a mask of confidence and strength, this was my burden. I conjured the wind to carry my voice as I unsheathed my sword, projecting a wave of mana, not only to convey power to my subordinates but also to reassure myself. I spoke. You all know of the report we received a few hours ago. You all know why we rushed here without rest. I turned around to face my allies despite the fear of leaving my back open to the army approaching. We're here because of the Alacrian army approaching Illinois Kingdom. Not everyone here can call this land home, but behind us are the children and elderly, fleeing for their lives after being forced to abandon their only home. The enemy marching toward us now will kill them and take over Illinois, and if they succeed in this, Sapin will be next. Murmurs of consensus rang throughout the crowd. Our numbers are few, but I, for one, am honored to be the first line of defense in keeping that from happening, I declared, raising my voice just a notch louder. Lancea, along with every able-bodied elf, are marching down here to aid us as we speak, but the question is this. I held up my sword. Will you join me in not just fighting this battle, but protecting the weak and helpless from the Alacrians? There was just a breath of silence where I was afraid my pounding heart would be heard by all of the soldiers in front of me until a roar of cheers and battle cries resounded. At my signal, a line of defense formed around me and the rest of my ranged troops, conjurers, archers, Ready your weapons." The foreboding thump, 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 thump of the Alacrian soldiers marching grew louder and louder within the dense veil of the fog and trees between us. I pointed my sword forward. "Prepare your attacks." With my heightened senses and familiarity with the Aylshire forest, I knew rather than saw as the enemy vanguards came in range. I thrust my weapon, sending out condensed bolts of wind, fire. An array of colors dotted my line of sight. Arcs of lightning, blades of wind, blasts of fire, and sharp shards of earth flew toward the enemy alongside dozens of arrows. I held up my sword for everyone to see before signaling another flight of spells and pointed steel, fire. Another volley of colors rained down on the enemy, still mostly obscured by the forest environment. Shimmers of light shaped like shields and walls deflected or even absorbed our attacks. But that wasn't the only problem. The thick trees and jutting branches of the Aylshire forest were against us. "Another flight?" Stannard proposed hopefully, gripping his artifact in preparation for another spell. "Ranged spells and arrows won't win this battle." I turned to Vidict, the one in charge of the front line. "Order the warriors and augmenters to break their line for the rest of us." With a nod, the steel-clad elf raised his shield and ran forward, relaying my decree. Gallant soldiers in both leather and metal armor ignited their cores and charged forward into a battle where we stood vastly outnumbered. They vanished from sight into the thick fog, but I could still hear the thunder of their magic-infused charge. Stealing not only by weapon and body but my will, I looked at Stannard, Darvis, and Caria, my closest friends, and most trusted aides. None of us said a word, but with our time spent in battles, our gazes long since spoke volumes to each other and we all seemed to be saying the same thing. "Let's get out of this alive." I reached for the necklace Arthur had given me around my neck. I mustn't cry. Kissing the pendant, I tucked it into my cloak, vowing to keep it, and our promise, safe. Reaching deep into the pit of my stomach, I let out a guttural cry. "Charge, Captain." A concerned voice sounded from my side. Prying my eyes off of the beast horde slowly gaining ground, obscured by the blanket of dust, I looked down at my assistant. "What is it?" Cinder, the well-toned man, who I had trained and groomed since he was just a kid, pointed down toward my hands. I now realized that the reinforced railings built to keep soldiers from accidentally falling off the top of the wall had become bent out of shape. Ah! Readjusting my grip, I twisted it back into its proper form before letting go. With a gentle smile, my assistant placed an armored hand on my pauldron. "I know it's in your blood to worry and overthink, but look at the mayhem General Arthur is causing to our enemy." We, along with everyone else positioned at the wall, were watching. With how large the enemy army was, it was almost impossible to keep track of where the young lance was within that sea of mana beasts. But every now and then, we'd notice the small changes occurring within their ranks, like small nuts and bolts becoming undone, causing the larger pieces to become more unstable. I let out a sharp breath. "I know, Cinder, but it just pains me to be standing here twiddling my thumbs while the lance has been tirelessly fighting for hours. Our time will come. No matter how strong the general is, he is only one man. He will need our support soon," my assistant reassured. "Now please, Captain, broaden your shoulders and don't let the soldiers see you faltering." "Since when did you become all grown up?" I teased, smacking Cinder's back and almost throwing him over the edge of the wall. The soldiers around us laughed at our little show. Cinder, nearly killed by his own captain, wasn't as amused, but his expression softened after noticing the atmosphere lightening. I continued making my rounds, walking the length of the wall to make sure everything was in place for when our battle would begin. It wasn't a job that a captain should be doing, but seeing my men and encouraging them when need be was something that helped me as well. These soldiers that I had trained, lectured and sometimes even sparred with, relied on me, and in this moment when we'd be facing an army of beasts much larger in number, they needed my presence. "Wes, I'm not seeing you shake, am I?" I called out to a middle-aged conjurer gripping his staff. Patting his shoulder, I shot him a smile. "After this fight, let's have your wife make us one of her mean crumbled pies, okay?" The conjurer let out a laugh. his body visibly relaxing. "It's just like you to be thinking of food at a time like this, Captain." "Very well, Meryl will be delighted to know that you like her pie that much." I gave him a wink before continuing my stroll. It wasn't much, wave here, a joke there, making a plan for the future, anything to get the soldiers' heads out of the dark hole caused by the looming battle. That's when I saw General Arthur's little sister. Eleanor was her name, if I wasn't mistaken. The little girl was hard to notice with the large monobeast beside her. Stella, the soldier that I had assigned to her, was nowhere in sight, replaced by a dark-haired archer with bright eyes. She seemed to be teaching her the basics of firing from higher ground. "Miss Lewin," I greeted. "What happened to the soldier I had assigned you?" The little girl stiffened into a rather clumsy salute. "Ah, yes. Hello, Captain Albanth." I smiled before turning to the woman that was teaching her. "And you are?" The sharp-eyed woman saluted gracefully. "Helen Shard, Captain." "My apologies for the confusion. I'm this one's longtime instructor, so I relieved Stella of her duty to watch after her." "I see." I smiled. I was relieved that the general's younger sister wasn't the one to shrug off her protector. "In that case, I will leave her in your care." "Yes, sir," she said, brimming with confidence. "Miss Lewin." I turned to face the approaching beast horde that appeared to be getting even larger than I imagined. "Do you still feel up for helping us out even after seeing that?" "Yes." The little girl's expression hardened as she gripped her intricate bow. "My brother is fighting out there with only Sylvie to help him. The least I can do with all the training I've been getting is help him and my parents, who are here as well." She couldn't have been older than 12 or 13, yet here she was, with little traces of innocence and youth left. I wanted to ask whether her parents knew she was here and if they would approve, but it wasn't my place to do so. Giving her and the archer named Helen a salute, I continued my walk until I spotted a messenger running toward me. Seeing how hard he was breathing, people would think that he had climbed the entire height of the wall with his bare hands. The messenger dipped his head before speaking to me. "Senior Captain Trodius has called for a meeting and has requested your presence immediately." "Got it, thank you," I replied before immediately heading to the main tent. By the time I arrived, Captain Jasmia was leaving the tent with a rather particularly sour expression. She bumped my shoulder while muttering a string of curses under her breath. "Captain Jasmia," I called out, grabbing the captain's arm. The blonde-haired captain whirled around, her free hand already holding her saber before realizing who I was. "Captain Albanth," she nearly spat out while sheathing her sword. Surprised by her venom, I asked her what was going on, only for her to shrug me off with a cold shoulder. "Ask Trodius," she hissed before striding away. I opened the entrance to the tent to see Captain Trodius going through some paperwork in that eerily impeccable posture he always had. The captain knew I was here, but he continued on with his work as if to make a statement. This went on for a few minutes before I couldn't wait any longer and cleared my throat. "Senior Captain." A raised finger cut me off. The man didn't even look in my direction until he had finally finished whatever it was he was doing, despite the fact that he had sent a messenger for this urgent meeting. Finally, after meticulously filing his papers into 3 even piles, he looked up and locked eyes with me. "Captain Albanth, sir." I saluted, my armor clanging loudly. "Have your melee troops prepare to march," he stated. "They will be confronting the beast horde in the terms that we dictate." "Excuse me?" I asked, confused. "My apologies, Senior Captain, but it was to my understanding that the melee troops would enter combat only after we've lured a majority of the beast horde into the trap we had." "Captain Albanth," the senior captain interrupted again. "Do you know how many resources we've expended excavating the underground passages for our Trailblazer divisions to safely explore the Beast Glades?" "I won't go as far as to weigh the value of lives between the efforts spent on this fortress, but just realize that it doesn't make sense logistically to detonate the underground routes." "But, sir." I took a step forward only to be met with a blazing glare from Trodius. Taking a step back, I continued. "With General Arthur's plan, we'll be able to immobilize the majority of the beast horde. This will give our melee forces a much better chance to soar. As I have stated before, Captain Albanth, I won't go as far as to weigh the value of lives." The senior captain let his sentence trail off, letting me know that was exactly what he was doing. Besides, the Lance said it himself, it was only a suggestion. I said nothing at the meeting out of respect for his position, but he's but a boy that's ignorant of war. It'd be in your best interest to realize that as well. Clenching my fists behind my back, I stood silent. Trotius took the silence as my answer and gave me that fake smile that seemed to work so well with the people who didn't truly know him. Good, then we'll have your melee troops advance immediately. You and your troops will do whatever it takes to hold your ground until Jasmia's forces are ordered to come around the flank to assist you. By then, the archers and conjurers in position will be in range to fire freely at their backline. Gritting my teeth in anger, I was barely able to respond with a nod before turning around to leave. Suddenly, Jasmia's mood back when we had run into each other seemed too pleasant after hearing this conversation. "Oh, and Captain Alband?" the senior captain called out. "I realize that through this, the death toll will be higher, but know that our victory will be that much greater for having kept this vital fortress standing after all of this." "Arthur." My gaze shifted from the wall, barely visible over the dust that hung in the air, back to the site of the Alacrian army well within the forest. "Arthur." Sylvie's voice rang louder. "I don't know." I snapped. "I don't know what to do, Sylvie." My role was to stay here, to help the forces of the wall defeat this beast horde. Even if all of this was nothing but a diversion, my family and the Twin Horns were still here. What if something happened to any of them after I had left? On the flip side, what if Tess was in danger? With so many elves stationed around Sapin, it would be almost impossible for Lenoir to properly defend against an army of that size. "I know it's a hard decision," she responded, her soothing voice calming me just a tad. "Rest assured that I will support whatever choice you make." The gears in my brain turned tirelessly while I debated. After my emotions had quelled a bit, my logical side stepped in. It reassured me that the traps already set for the beast horde once they got to the wall would greatly lower the chances of the melee forces getting killed in combat, let alone a skilled augmenter like my father. Pressed for time as both the beast horde and Alacrian army advanced relentlessly toward their destination, I made my decision. "Sylvie, we're going to Elshire Forest." Chapter 218. From leader to soldier. Digging my feet into the ground as I leaped forward, I used a Manavine to pull myself to the nearest enemy mage. The surprised Alacrian didn't even have enough time to turn toward me before my sword staff sunk deep into his waist. The blood rolled right off as I pulled out my weapon, leaving its pale blade spotless. "Tessa, duck." The familiar voice of my teammate rang from behind. I immediately shot back, giving room for Caria to dive down on another Alacrian from the tree she was on. "Nice," I shouted back as I released a bolt of wind to knock back an enemy gaining on Stannard. "Thank you," he shouted. His artifact had finished charging, unleashing a blast of mana directly at an approaching mob of enemy soldiers. Darvis came into view, his dual axes creating sparks and trails of fire as he cleaved both flesh and steel to support our small conjurer. "We can't let them get past this point," I reminded them as Caria flew into action as well, her gauntlets enveloped in thick mana. "We can do this," I reassured myself, watching my teammates battle alongside our other unit of mages. Hucky, one of our new recruits, stood out even from this distance as he stood a head taller than everyone else with his flame-clad fists. Suddenly a bright beam of ice shot down from a tree nearby. Caria managed to dodge it and Hucky was barely able to dive out of the way, but a nearby elf from his team wasn't as lucky. "Damn it," I cursed, watching as my ally fell. With a mana-infused leap, I landed on the branch that a long-range mage had been perched on. Before she could even let out a noise, a fatal wound had already been made. The body slumped and fell off the tree. Letting out a sharp breath, I surveyed the battlefield below, making sure there weren't any other enemy conjurers in range to hurt my teammates. Instead, what I saw was chaos. With the foliage blending in with the trees and ground as well as the thick blanket of fog ever present, it was hard to tell exactly how many enemies there were and how many of my allies were left. A scream pierced through my ears. It came from nearby. Not knowing whether it was friend or foe that made the pained cry, I whirled toward the source. It was an elf, from the leather apron fashioned clumsily with a metal sheet on the chest, most likely a baking pan. I could tell instantly he was a civilian that had chosen to stay and defend his town. The elf crumpled lifelessly to the ground while a puddle of blood formed around him. The killer was an Alacrian mage that had a spinning ring of wind surrounding his open hands. He wore a proud sneer while trampling over the elf's body. My blood burned with righteous anger at the sight. Landing deftly on the ground, I sprinted toward the enemy, fully intent on removing him from this battle. "Tessa, where are you going?" I heard Darva's voice behind me. "I'll be right back," I responded, not bothering to turn back. My vision narrowed on the enemy mage as I easily cleared the distance between us, but just as I was about to drive my blade into the unsuspecting enemy mage, a golden pane of light flickered between us. The barrier shattered, but it gave the mage enough time to scurry out of my path. "Sneaky little thing," the enemy mage spat. A chill ran down my spine as I noticed the man's eyes quickly scanning my body as if the armor and cloth I wore was non-existent. He licked his lips while the whirling blades of wind surrounding his hands grew larger. "You're lucky we're in a rush, otherwise I would have taken my time with you." "No," I replied coldly, honing in my killing intent and the first phase of my beast will into the enemy. "You're lucky that I'm in a rush." It wasn't my first time using my beast will, but I had never used it on another person. Regardless, beast or man, the mage knew how outclassed he was. Shield!" he screamed as he dashed toward him, reaching past his guard in the blink of an eye. Once again, a golden light flickered into existence, but before it could even fully manifest, the sharp tendrils of mana surrounding me had already pierced several holes into the mage's body. Without thinking, I looked down. My gaze was drawn toward the dead elf beside me. His empty eyes seemed to be looking back at me, blaming me. "I can do this," I repeated through gritted teeth. "Tessa, we need you back." A familiar voice rang nearby. It was Caria, facing against a group of Alacrians. Her expression was grim, but she wasn't losing her ground even against 3 enemy mages. "I'll be right there," I shouted before augmenting my sight. I peered through the layer of fog to try and find any of the so-called shields hiding. With my mobility and senses, I had the best chances of knocking down their defenses. Just as I spotted a shield conjuring a panel of light around a group of Alacrians, an enemy mage charged at me. "I don't have time for this." I easily dodged his flame-clad spear and carved a bloody line through his neck when I spotted another ally in need of help. There was a human soldier backed up against a tree with 2 enemy mages closing in on her. I knew my main job was to reinforce my teammates to stop the Alacrian troops from advancing, but my body moved without thinking. With a flick of my wrist, roots shot up from below the 2 Alacrians, anchoring their feet to the ground. Wind gutter. Compressing the air around my sword staff, I launched a translucent crescent of wind. This time, an earthen wall launched up from the ground. My spell left a scar on the stone shield, but by the time I could get past their defense, the human girl was already on the ground with a frozen spike jutting out from her chest. I cursed inward, angry at myself for being too late. Meanwhile, the enemy mages managed to free themselves from my shackles of roots and prepared their next attack, this time, at me. With a manic cry, the mage dashed toward me, his entire right arm enveloped by a lance made of ice. It took a little less than a single thought to command the emerald vines of mana to knock aside his feeble attack and puncture a hole through his stomach and chest. My eyes shifted toward my dead ally that was still leaning against the tree. I cursed again. I needed to take down all of these mages. The more I brought down, the better chances my allies had. That was my duty. I kept my mana usage constantly in check as the emerald aura surrounding me shot out more translucent vines that whipped, wrapped, and pierced enemies nearby. My thin blade whistled and sang through the air, drawing arcs of enemy blood wherever it landed, constantly reminding myself that each enemy I eliminated was an ally saved. I persevered and continued fighting. This is the right thing to do. While the forest was a handicap to many, The endless rows of trees worked to my advantage. Not only did I control the emerald vines of mana constantly protecting me, but every tree around me also beckoned to call, "Focus the gray-haired girl." A shout sounded from afar. Seconds later, a condensed beam of fire came into view from the top of a tree. Rather than dodge it and hope none of my allies would get hit by the blast, I waved my sword staff and channeled a spell through the mana-amplifying gem on its hilt. Thick roots from beneath my feet rose from the ground, sacrificing themselves by taking the beam of fire. Thankfully the fog makes it hard for fires to spread here, I thought as the burned roots withered away. "Head, Tessa!" A desperate cry rang nearby. I whipped my head back. On the ground just a dozen yards away was Hickey. The burly man was laying on the ground, his hand desperately reaching out for me just before a stone hammer crushed his head. His arm dropped to the ground, crimson spreading from where the earthen hammer had dropped. "No!" I yelled, seething in anger. However, the source of my rage didn't last much longer as a glowing axe promptly separated the Alacrian's head from his neck. Darvis appeared behind the Alacrian's corpse, his eyes fierce. "Are you out of your mind? Why the hell did you break formation and go off on your own like that?" "It's not like that," I retorted. "I was saving our troops." "Yeah?" He scoffed. "Well, because of that, Hickey died. You were supposed to be in position to back him and his team up." I shook my head, my face burning from being blamed. "Why, you don't understand. We all had our positions assigned, that you assigned. Because you ran off, two others are critically injured and their right flank is completely exposed. In what world is that saving our troops?" He cut me off. Before I could respond, Darvis dashed off, taking out his anger on the unfortunate enemies nearby. Snapping out of my daze, I tried going after him when, suddenly, a searing pain spread from my back. The protective aura from my beast will kept me from toppling over and the damage felt minimal, but it still felt like cold water had been dumped on me. If the attack had been stronger, I could have died. The promise I made to my teammates, the promise I had made with Arthur, would have been broken because I was so caught up in trying to save as many of my troops as I could. "Snap out of it, Tessa." "Darvis is right, we need to stay in formation." I made my way back toward my initial position, exerting more mana into the emerald aura protecting me. I mowed my way through the waves of enemy soldiers wielding weapons of steel and conjured elements that attempted to advance forward to my team. Turning into a whirlwind of blade and magic, I fought through, but we were vastly outnumbered. Even after part of their force had broken off toward Illinois, the difference in numbers were obvious, but I could only hope that General Aya's army would take care of them. Damn it, why am I not getting closer? I cursed, trying to find Stannard, Caria, and Darvis. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed since the battle first began, but one thing was painfully clear: I wasn't fit to be a leader. It didn't matter that I was a Silver Core mage with an S-class beast will. Getting emotional over every ally death I encountered justified that I was incompetent to make rational decisions for the betterment of the whole. The guilt that I felt manifested itself into a voice in my head, constantly reminding me that I was the one that led every one of my allies here to their death. I continued making my way toward my initial position, when I finally spotted one of them just a few dozen yards away. "Stannard!" I yelled, hoping the conjurer could hear me over the chaos. However, my voice attracted someone else's attention, a person that looked different from the rest of the enemies around me. Cutting me off was a brightly armored human riding on a corrupted wolf-like beast. "He looks like someone important," I convinced myself as I watched his long blonde hair billow, unobstructed by any form of protection on his head. Guards of a different caliber than the rest of the Alacrian soldiers surrounded me, obstructing my path, but as I prepared to confront them, the man spoke. "Leave the girl to me," he asserted. I kept my face impassive as the armor-clad man jumped off his mount and unhurriedly approached me. Even from this distance, I could see that his black armor was a finely crafted suit of both plate and chainmail. Hanging on either side of his waist were two ornate-looking swords embroidered with fine jewels on the hilt. He unsheathed his swords, as expected of Tessa Iralith, to barely have any wounds. "It's an honor to meet you like this." Keeping my sword staff pointed at the man, I cautiously stepped forward. "How do you know my name?" He smiled politely. "You can call me Vernet." The translucent green vines thrashed wildly around me as if portraying my anger. I hated when they talked. It made them seem less like savage enemies that we had to kill. My voice lowered into a threatening growl. "You didn't answer my question." Vernet shrugged as he got into a fighting stance. "Perhaps beating me in combat might make me talk. After all, you Dicothians seem to love interrogation. That's how you want to play it." The hardened soil beneath my feet cracked as I dashed toward the blonde-haired Alacrian, getting in range before he could properly react. Yet, as the monotendrils I shot forth approached the man named Vernet, they slowed drastically, coming to a complete stop before even reaching him. The Alacrian had a smug grin on his face as he used that chance to swing his blade. The attack was fast, but after training under so many elites, it was easily dodgeable. I followed up with my sword this time, only for it to feel as if I was swinging through a thick viscous liquid. By the time my blade reached Vernet's unprotected neck, the speed had diminished so greatly that it couldn't even draw blood. The battle continued, but we were at a stalemate. I was clearly stronger, faster, more adept in combat, but because of his unique variant of defensive water magic, I couldn't land a solid hit. It didn't help that this leader constantly moved around the battlefield. He weaved through other skirmishes, never staying in one place long. "After all your talk, you're scurrying around like a mouse?" I spat, unable to keep the venom out of my voice. Vernet let out a laugh. "Why bother butting heads when I'm clearly at a disadvantage?" I launched a crescent of wind in the feeble hope of getting through his defensive aura, but the man didn't dodge. Rather, he grabbed a nearby soldier, my soldier, and used him as a shield. The man's chest spurted blood despite his silver chest plate. His eyes, wide with shock, locked onto me before his head drooped lifelessly. "Bastard!" I roared, dashing toward him. The filth of a man threw the body he had used as a shield at me in order to keep his distance. "What good is your position when you're nothing but an infant wearing a shiny badge?" He gloated as he sliced off the leg of another one of my soldiers, purposely leaving him alive and in agony. "Shut up." Imbuing more mana into my beast will, the emerald vines surged with power, extending up toward the trees and killing two of the long-range Alacrian mages. Using the gap in their offense, I propelled myself toward Vernet. He dodged the vines I threw at him, his smile never wavering as he used one of his own troops to block another one of my attacks. Scurrying further away, he shouted, "You should have kept the tiara on your head, little princess. Leading with a sword doesn't suit you." "Shut up, shut up, shut up." I screamed. Succumbing to my rage, I activated the second stage of my beast will. Suddenly, the world around me turned a hue of green. Sounds of battle became muffled while my body seemed to almost move on its own. Finally, the blonde Alacrian seemed phased. Concern showed on his face, but it was too late. I reached out and a hand of translucent green held Vernet in a tight grip while the trees around him formed a cage around him. "Call off your troops," I growled, my voice coming out distorted. Vernet coughed out blood from the air getting squeezed out of his lungs. I could feel his ribs cracking through my magic, but a smile blossomed on his face. "Take a look around you." "What troops?" For the first time in what seemed like our entire battle, I pried my eyes off the scumbag in my grip and looked around. The battle had moved forward. No, I had been led back. Afar, I could see my troops getting bulldozed without me. More and more of their corpses scattered around the forest floor. Perhaps it was due to my beast will's second stage, but I could clearly see how much the numbers on my side had dwindled. Because of me, because I had prioritized playing to this man's tunes. "I'm happy you think so highly of me, but like yourself, I'm merely a distinguished soldier," he gurgled. blood leaking out from the corners of his mouth. The difference between us is that I know I'm only pretending to be one. As my vision swam from rage and other indescribable emotions, a piercing pain shot through my chest. I found myself looking up at the forest sky, my body frozen and cold. Vernet's pained but arrogant expression soon came into my view as he looked down on me. What had happened? Another enemy mage? Vernet clicked his tongue in disapproval. My, were you so mad at me that you couldn't even see the mage hiding in the tree straight in your line of sight? I closed my eyes, waiting to die, with nobody to blame but myself. That was when the horn blared from the distance, and when I opened my eyes, Vernet was gone. Replacing him stood General Ai, looking at me with an expression so cold that I half wished that I had died. Chapter 219, Army Approaching. Compared to the rate of my thoughts and worries speeding by within my mind, the hours in the sky crawled by. If I wasn't looking back towards the fading side of the beast army out of sheer guilt that I was leaving the troops, and my family, at the wall behind, I was focusing on the bright path of mana that made a road straight to what I suspected was the heart of Illinois Kingdom. What sort of spell is capable of such a thing? My Bon asked as we followed along the path shining even through the thick layer of fog above the forest. I'm not entirely sure, but seeing as how the trail sort of zigzags around various points leading up north, I don't think it's a single powerful spell but an accumulation of the same spell creating a path. It was just my speculation, rather, it was my hope. The thought of an enemy mage being able to basically nullify the ambient magic of the forest with a single conjuration scared me. Snapping myself out of the pessimistic thoughts, I urged Sylvie to fly just a bit faster. It was already worrying enough thinking about something happening to my family or one of the twin horns, but thinking of not being able to make it to Tess in time left me trembling in sweat. After about another hour of scouring above the forest, following the crooked path of mana almost palpable even without Ralmhart, I finally spotted signs of a battle in the distance. Mana fluctuations were apparent even above the thick canopy of trees below us, but what worried me was the fact that they were old. This meant that the battle had ended, and it was impossible to tell from this distance which side had won. Sensing my shift in emotions, Sylvie dived down closer to the forest, fast approaching the location that I had imprinted into my mind and into her as well. As we approached closer and closer to our destination, however, a figure hovering over the blanket of trees and fog soon caught our attention. What worried me more than his familiar appearance was the fact that he leaked no mana. Compared to the oppressive tidal wave that was Yuto, this man was the eye of a terrible storm. Just like his master. Sylvie stopped about a dozen yards away. This time, it was her fear and anxiousness that was leaking into me. Silret, I greeted the writer clad in black armor as he stood in the air, his purple cloak billowing behind him. The retainer dipped his head before responding back with a brusque expression. Lance. Despite my impatience, I exchanged a glance with Sylvie, who had transformed into her human form. I was at a loss. My instincts urged me to fight him. He was an enemy. But at the same time, the scythe above him had saved my life and the reason Sylvie and I were able to advance past our respective bottlenecks. Imbuing mana into my voice, I asked hesitantly, "Are we to fight?" "I have been instructed to keep you from advancing further," he replied simply without a single change in his expression. "And if I were to say that I have to advance?" I pushed, getting ready to release Ralmhart once again. Silret's sharp eyes narrowed, but his voice was still calm as he answered, "It is for your benefit, Lancelwen. My master wishes for you to be in optimal health before the final battle, and partaking in the defense for the Elven Kingdom will make that difficult." Saris said this was for my benefit. I blurted, "My master's name isn't something you should speak so casually, human." Silret's voice didn't change, but a sharp bloodlust surged from him at the mention of the scythe's name. Matching the pressure he emanated, I spoke back, unable to keep the venom out of my voice. "Watch your tone, Silret. I chose to exchange words with you out of courtesy for your master." "Courtesy?" The writer's expression darkened. changing for the first time. Master Saris saved your life. I suggest you heed her words and clean up the mess happening in your fortress. My eyes remained locked with his. We're going to Illinois. Knowing how to sacrifice is a part of war, Silret said, still trying to persuade me. Wasting your efforts here won't help you even if you manage to succeed in defending Illinois. You don't think I know that? I growled, unable to hold back. The wind stilled and the air grew so thick it was almost tangible. Beside me, I could feel the worry from my bond, but at this moment, I didn't care. Coming all this way was me already sacrificing the soldiers that would get injured or killed in battle from the beasts that I failed to kill. Who was he to preach about something I'd had to experience for 2 separate lives? The writer's brows furrowed in frustration. Go back, Lance. If you want a chance of saving Daikon, you should worry about bigger things. I silently approached Silret. Move aside. You're mistaken if you think you can keep us both here. A lot has changed since our fight against Yuto. Saris' retainer clicked his tongue before holding out his arm. A thick black fog swirled around his outstretched hand, manifesting into a pitch-black greatsword almost twice the owner's height. Very well, if you insist on fighting, allow me to prove you wrong. Lanceller Academy, Calberk City. Keep your formations. I barked as I followed closely behind the group of students riding my bond. Vanguards, keep your shields up. Trust in your mounts to protect your legs. That's it. The 12 students followed the marked path for this particular drill while the archers a few dozen yards away were already in position to fire. Release. I shouted at the archers. A volley of blunted arrows struck the line of students riding clawed equines owned by Lanceller Academy. As practiced, the students shrugged forward on their mounts, raising their shields and using their left knees to help support them against long-range attacks. Some of the students were slow in raising their shields while others weren't able to augment their bodies in time to withstand the volley of projectiles. Those unfortunate students were knocked off the monobeast they were mounted on and tumbled on the dirt trail. Groder, my bond, let out a disappointed grunt as he trotted towards the students groaning on the ground. Tanner, guard, Lair, I called. The 3 students bolted up from the ground and saluted. Sir. Stroking my world lion's deep red mane, I passed by them. Each of you owes me 20 sets of shield press without using mana. The 3 new recruits' faces blanched at my words. Letting out a sigh, we trailed behind the remaining students still riding their mounts. The practice ran for another 2 hours as we reviewed a few more formations. Eventually, the clawed equines had to recover, bringing the session to a brief rest. All right, walk your mounts to the lake and take an hour break. I called. Hopping off of Groder. Beneath the 100-year-old tree, I leaned my back against Groder, enjoying the cool breeze in the shade. One of my favorite things about this school was the fact that it was so close to Mirror Lake. I took out some dried beef and fresh bread from my dimension ring and watched as the students separated into their respective circles of friends. Tanner, guard, and Lair squatted by the edge of the lake, raising their steel shields above their heads. Some of the other students had already finished their light meals and began sparring with the blunted weapons used for training. As expected of Lanceller students, a familiar voice sounded from behind me. Even as trainees, they can never stay still. I looked up, not bothering to stand it, and shot the retired knight a smirk. What does that make me, then? A lazy fool, he retorted, taking a seat beside me in the grass. I ripped off a chunk of my bread and passed him the side of the old man's favorite broth that I had stored in my ring as well. A student is only as good as his teacher, Instructor Crow. Ex-instructor, he scoffed but accepted the snack with a smile. And it seems like growing up as royalty only taught you how to talk well. The 2 of us sat silently, enjoying the glittering view of the lake. We'd let out a chuckle or a laugh here and there while watching the students make fools of themselves either while sparring or playing in the water. The few girls present were always flocked by the male students doing whatever they could to try and impress their female counterparts. Looking at these youths frolic without a care in the world, it's hard to imagine that we're in the middle of a war, Crow said softly. Definitely, I agreed. Hearing the stories coming from the eastern border of Sapin, I'm frustrated in one sense because I'm not there helping out, But I'm also relieved because I don't think my students are anywhere near ready to face Alacrian soldiers. You know, I remember being pretty discontent when I heard the news of you coming to Lancellar. I remember thinking of you as another spoiled noble that found a position here due to your connections. My former instructor turned his gaze to me. I was wrong about you, Curtis. You were hardworking from day one, and you were happy to hear your mistakes because that gave you room to improve. Not used to hearing compliments from the strict ex-knight, I felt my cheeks starting to flush. Well, being an adequate mage and fighter I was one thing, but I didn't know anything about teaching. Exactly. So why is it so hard for some of you nobles to admit that you don't know something? Or you're not good at it? It still baffles me to this day. I let out a chuckle. Think of it as an inferiority complex. Nobles are taught to either have no weakness or, if we have one, to never show it. That's one good thing about when you're in battle. At that moment when you're one of the countless soldiers in the front line, there is no strategy. The old knight huffed. Is that your excuse for never trying to go into leadership or strategic positions? I smirked. Why, you little... Crow hooked me with his arm and began grinding his knuckles on my head while Grodder groaned in protest from being woken up. Okay, I surrender. The two of us continued bickering as we laughed. Despite the rather short time I had come here to teach students, there was an abundance of stories to exchange to one another on a perfect day like this. After the short hour of break time had passed, the two of us got up, back to the training grounds in full armor within 15 minutes. I yelled. The students stiffened at my voice and scurried back up the hill where we had practice. They listened to you well, Crow commented, smiling as he saw some of the students that he had once taught greeting him with a hurried bow before running up. Their graduations depend on it. I shrugged before patting the old knight on the back. Come on, Instructor Crow. It's time for spear lessons and you're still the best. I'm sure they'd love to learn from you. I may be retired, but I'm still expensive. Think of the bread and broth as payment. Why, you little... Crow stopped. He raised his head, peering up at a figure in the sky. Isn't that a messenger? I asked, squinting my eyes to try and see what sort of beast the flying mount was. The beast, along with its rider, descended, landing on the highest balcony on the metal tower. The tall, pointed structure in the shape of a colossal lance was not only the symbol of our academy but the building where our headmaster resided. That's a blade wing, Crow muttered, his tone serious. There are only a few mages bonded to those beasts. If they were hired as messengers, that means it's serious. I hopped on Grodder and gestured to my former instructor. Let's see what it's about. After passing by my confused students and riding through the paved school grounds, we approached the tall lance-shaped tower. Grodder couldn't fit in the staircase, so we left him with the guards stationed outside before making our way up the tower. Even with mana, the journey up the spiraling stairs was a bit hard on the old knight, but we made it fast enough to still hear the mutters of conversation going on the other side of the headmaster's door. After the two of us traded glances, I turned the golden handle and opened the door. Seated behind his desk was the giant frame of our headmaster, slumped forward with his head buried in his hands. Beside him was the messenger, his expression a mixture of fear and angst. I spoke up. Headmaster Landon. We saw the messenger and, the headmaster raised a hand, not bothering to look up. Gather your students, Instructor Curtis. Better yet, maybe it's best you just make your journey to Calburk now and use their teleportation gate to go back to the castle. I'm not following, sir. What's going on? I shifted my gaze from the headmaster to the messenger. An envoy arrived at Calburk from Edston this morning, the messenger started, his voice trembling. A watcher flying a few miles off the coast of Edston spotted roughly 300 Alacrian ships approaching. Chapter 220. The weight of a choice. Whether it was from the relief that a lance had arrived or because the backlash of overusing my beast will had finally set in, I passed out. The sun had nearly set, casting a red hue to the thick blanket of fog when I woke up. I found myself on top of a small wyvern with several soldiers stationed around me with weapons drawn, But the battle had already ended. My body ached and the very act of keeping my eyes open sent sharp waves of pain to my temples. But I couldn't stop staring at the scene. The battle had ended. We had won. However, what I was focused on were the injured soldiers in my unit being carried off while the dead were buried on the spot. Bodies that should be taken to their families for a proper ceremony were left in the very spot they were killed. I scrambled off the winged reptile, alarming the soldiers on guard. They tried to help me back up, thinking I fell, but I waved them away. Anger rose in the pit of my stomach, and had I succumbed to the impulse I might have actually begun lashing out at the soldiers burying our fellow allies. But I stopped myself, taking my frustrations out on the dirt below my hands. Even if it wasn't proper, I knew there was no choice. There was an army of Alacrians still marching their way to Zestir City, the very heart of my kingdom. There was no time to spare for the dead when every bit of time and effort would be needed in defending against the siege. One of the guards gently pulled me up to my feet and gestured toward the wyvern. "Head Tessa, please remain on the mount in case anything happens." Even then, what right do I have to get angry? Aren't I the one to blame for the deaths that happened here? If it wasn't for my selfishness, how many of those being buried right now would have survived? I knew it wasn't healthy to fall into this pit of self-blame and what-ifs, but with Vernet's taunts still echoing in my head, it was hard not to. Regardless, I began climbing back onto the mount when something out of the corner of my eye caught my attention. Shaking off the guard, I started running. It can't be. I made my way through the medics helping the injured and the emitters making their rounds to the soldiers in more serious conditions. It was hard for me to breathe as my eyes remained glued to the emitter kneeled on the ground and the patient she was helping. It was Caria, unconscious. I fell to my knees, but before I could get any closer, a hand blocked my path. I looked up to see a stony-eyed Darvis staring at me with an expression that I'd never seen before. She was just barely able to fall asleep with a sedative. "Don't wake her up." Stannard was also nearby, disheveled and covered in dirt. After seeing me, though, he looked away. Neither had any injuries besides a few scratches and scrapes, but the same couldn't be said for Caria. I watched, dumbfounded, as the emitter began closing the wound on her left leg. Or rather, what was left of it. The man had his hands clasped over the mangled stump, applying pressure, but blood still gushed between his fingers, forming a crimson pool. I stared, both awestruck and horrified, at the sight of Caria's wound rapidly healing. The skin around her open wound began closing in together to form a lumpy knot of flesh. I knew before that emitters couldn't regenerate new limbs, but seeing the wound close over the bottom of her thigh made it seem irreversible. That's when it hit me. The bright and energetic Caria, whose talent as an augmenter was only outshined by her love for martial arts, would never be able to walk on her own 2 feet again. "Chow," I muttered, my vision blurring from the tears welling up. "How?" I heard Darvis retort. "You leave us to go on your own solo crusade and—" "Stop, Darvis. People are watching." Stannard pulled him away and locked eyes with me before dipping his head in a bow. "I apologize for his outburst, Head Tessa." The blonde conjurer that was normally shy and kind-hearted, regarded me coldly. I shook my head. "Stannard." My 2 teammates ignored me, huddling close by Caria and asking the emitter how the wound was healing. Darvis was right. It was my fault. I had a role that I was supposed to fill, but I chose to go off on my own, thinking that I could help more with my strength. To be honest with myself, I probably thought at one point that being a Silver Core mage entitled me to greater battles than merely defending a position. And because of that, I abandoned my teammates. No amount of convincing myself that she could have still incurred the injury even if I was there helped alleviate the terrible pressure weighing down on my chest. "It's time to go," a familiar voice said from behind. I didn't look back. My eyes remained locked on Caria's peaceful slumber. How would that change when she woke up? Would she blame me like Darvis and Stannard? Would she hate me? I wiped my tears with the back of my hand. I had to stay strong. This was just the beginning. The battle to defend the capital of Illinois would be where I could make up for my mistakes. "Tessa Iralith." The voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Turning around, I saw General Aya clad in light armor with several guards close behind her. The rider is ready to depart. You'll be going back to the castle immediately, Head Tessa, the elven lance stated as she turned around. The castle? I replied. I don't understand. The Alacrian army is marching towards Zestir right now. There's no time to visit. General Aya looked back over her shoulder, her sharp gaze cutting off my words. Perhaps I haven't made myself clear. You will be withdrawn from battle until further notice. I quickly scrambled back up to my feet. Wait. General, I can still fight. Please. The lance's usually inviting and charming demeanor was laced with impatience, but she kept her voice polite. Please be wary of your position as an Aralith. Taking into consideration your current state of mind, I have already told the council that you are unfit for battle. You are reading on https://readnovelfulonline.com. Number. I needed to fight. I needed to make up for my mistakes. I needed to make it up to Caria and everyone else by doing well in the coming battle. Aya began to walk away, her dark wavy hair billowing behind her, when I latched onto her arm. General, I'm one of the few Silvercore mages ready to fight. I can't just hide in the castle when I know the entire Elven Kingdom is under. Your job was to remain in formation and hold off for the short period it would take for reinforcements to arrive, yet the death toll of your unit reached over half because of your selfish ambitions. The lance pried my fingers off and regarded me coldly. The remainder of your unit that is still fit for battle will join under the rest of my division. It'll take too long for any more reinforcements to arrive, General. Even General Arthur is occupied with the beast horde attacking. What happens from now on is no longer your concern. You've done enough, Princess. The lance's words hit me like a brick of reinforced lead, leaving me frozen as General Aya handed the soldier standing beside the wyvern a scroll. Take her straight to the castle and get this to Commander Virian. Making my way towards the mount as its rider tightened the saddle, I allowed myself one last glance back at Darvis and Stannard. Neither could look me in the eye. With pleading eyes, I continued to stare, hoping they'd at least meet my gaze. However, up until the very end, neither looked back, and the agony and hollowness I felt at that moment hurt more than every injury I had ever incurred as a fellow soldier fighting by their side. Virian Aralith, the castle. It was chaos. Live updates, a majority from Zestir City, were being branded onto the transmission scrolls faster than we could sort and read them. Despite the cost of these communication artifacts, piles of them were littered all over the meeting room as members of the council continued to read through them. The dire and hectic situation added oil to the flames of tension that had already built up in the room. A sudden thud turned everyone's head towards Alduin, who had thrown a stack of transmission scrolls on the ground. My son grabbed Bayron Glader, former king of Sapin, by his collar and slammed him against the wall. You're reading the reports from Illinois as well, right? He hissed. Are you happy? Are you happy? I gestured away the guards that were about to interfere. For the first time, the proud head of the Glader family looked ashamed. It was impossible to predict something like this could happen. Impossible? Alduin spat, bringing his face closer to the humans. An army of Alacrian mages is currently approaching Zestir, the very heart of Illinois. Even with the evacuation strategies being implemented, the death tolls are already rising from soldiers trying to stop the city from being sieged, and you're saying it was impossible? I understand your anger, but please, this isn't the time or place to do this, Muriel soothed as she pulled back her husband's arm. Jerking his arm free from his wife's hold, he swung a wild fist that was still clutching onto the transmission scroll sent by General Aya, landing squarely on Bayron's jaw. My daughter nearly died because of your greed. Priscilla Glader stood off to the side, watching the whole scene with gritted teeth and clenched fists, unable to aid her husband out of guilt. Bunt sat idly, the usual look of amusement replaced by a grim frown. Alduin fell to his knees. He slammed his fist into the marble ground until his entire hand was covered in blood. How many times did I ask for our own troops to be placed back in Illinois? How many times did I plead because I was afraid this exact scenario would occur? How are you going to take responsibility if this leads to the entire fall of the Elven Kingdom? Not a sound could be heard aside from the howl of rage and despair that my son let out. His wife gently wrapped her arms around him, comforting my son in a way that I couldn't. I had no right. After all, the weight of his words didn't just fall on the Gladers, but to myself as well. I was the one that had ultimately agreed with Bayron on keeping the elven troops in Sapin. I was the one responsible for what was happening to Illinois. I was overconfident with the magical defenses of the Elshire Forest, just like the Gladers. I was wrong. Such a simple acknowledgement was stuck deep in the back of my throat. I didn't have the strength to say it aloud. As the commander, I led the entire military forces of Dykhaven. While I didn't want this position, I had been confident in the decisions I made and the orders I gave. I felt like acknowledging this mistake now would be forever casting doubt in my mind no matter what commands I gave. I stared at the transmission scroll sent from Edston. Now isn't the time to doubt my decisions. I quickly flipped the scroll and tucked it into another pile nearby before speaking. Enough. Now is not the time to be pointing fingers. Get out and cool off, all of you, I stressed. The members of the council looked at one another, still emotional but more hesitant. Council member Alduin and Muriel, Tessa should be arriving at the castle soon. Take some time and be there for her. Shifting my gaze towards the Gladers, I gave them each a nod. Take a break, and just know that what happened is no one person's fault. I waited for the guards to escort the members of the council out. Alduin and Muriel were the first ones gone, and from the way my son's sharp eyes flashed with indignation and anger, I knew he blamed me as well. Perhaps the only reason he didn't voice it was because he knew how much I also cared for Illinois. Bayron, before he was taken out of the room, looked back. I know you swore your oath to be impartial in leading Dykhaven in this war, but I won't blame you if what you decide to do next is for your home kingdom. He didn't wait for me to reply as he walked out with his wife in hand. It was an answer I had never expected from the former human king, and it made my very decision to escort the council out of this room seem like I was avoiding the confrontation I would eventually have to face for my choices. Bund was the last to leave. He shot me a look that I couldn't interpret, but I didn't have time to ponder. I was now alone. The room that had been so lively just a few moments ago seemed so unsettling. The messages written in the transmission scroll seemed to create a cumulative pressure that was almost suffocating. Letting out a sigh, I retrieved the transmission scroll from Edston and read it again. The content of this scroll, and the many more soon to come, would stun the rest of the council as much as it was paralyzing for me right now. I couldn't let that happen. At least one of us needed to be in their right mind, which was why I hid it from them, even if it was for just a few hours. I needed that time to decide on how to proceed. There were now over 300 ships filled with Alacrian soldiers approaching our western shores, and there would undoubtedly be scythes and retainers amongst them. Taking into account the intensity and timing placed into their attacks, I couldn't help but fear that this war was reaching its turning point. Fortunately, Bayron and Vary were already close by, but just having those two wouldn't be enough. Even having all 5 of our lances might not be enough. Getting Lance Micah to the western coast wouldn't be too difficult, and Arthur should have been nearly finished with his role at the wall. That only left the Elven Lance. Would I withdraw General from Illinois and deny them reinforcements? Would I essentially abandon Illinois by taking the Lance away, or risk allowing another even larger army to step foot on our land? Chapter 221. Backtrack. Near the southern end of the Elshire Forest, the 3 of us stood aloft the canopy of trees. I gripped Dawn's ballad in my hand while 1,000 thoughts and worries ran through my mind. Despite Sylvie's recent growth, she wouldn't be able to handle the retainer by herself. And even if I were to hold Silrit off myself, Sylvie wouldn't be able to find Tess within the magical fog spread over Elshire Forest. The best option was to end this battle as fast as possible in order to make it to Tess. However, expending too much energy and mana in a fight where the opponent was just stalling could be detrimental for the real battles soon to come. Sylvie, I'm pretty confident I can beat Silrit on my own, but not if his aim is to just stall for time. Let's wrap this up quickly together. While the speed of my flight was by no means slow, fighting was another story. It was difficult to utilize my fighting style, which consisted of sharp movements and bursts of speed in the air. I agree, she confirmed as Mana already began gathering around her at an extraordinary rate. Opening my mind entirely to my bond, Sylvie formed a solid panel of condensed mana beneath my feet at my request. Silret's expression didn't change at my sudden approach. He merely lifted his greatsword into a defensive position. I focused on a space about 3 paces in front of Silret, sending a quick thought to my bond. The timing was just a tad behind, but another translucent panel formed beneath my right foot as I stepped on the space in the sky I had shown to Sylvie. This allowed for another quick change in direction as I pushed off Sylvie's conjuration. The retainer's eyes calmly followed my movements, but his greatsword remained frozen in place. Still, I didn't let down my guard. Dawn's ballad whistled as its sharp edge cut through the air towards Silret's chest. But something felt off. The closer my blade got to the retainer, the more I felt a weight pulling on it. Dawn's ballad almost seemed to be sucked in by Silret's behemoth of a sword as the teal blade arced off course and straight into its pitch-black blade. The sensation disappeared as soon as our blades clashed, but as soon as I swung again, Dawn's ballad was once again attracted to his mysterious sword. With only the thought of ending this quickly, I activated the first phase of my beast will, Static Void. The colors around me inverted, freezing everything but myself in place. I quickly brought the broken tip of Dawn's ballad against the motionless retainer's stomach before releasing Static Void. However, even at point-blank range, my sword veered away from Silret's torso, barely drawing blood while leaving me drained. Damn it, I cursed. Sylvie reacted quickly to my failed attempt by conjuring another platform beneath my feet for me to quickly gain distance from Silret. I let out a heavy breath. Static Void was a spell passed down to me from Sylvia that wasn't compatible with my mastery of ether. Even as a white core mage, just using a few seconds of the ether arts made me feel like I had been fighting for several hours. I was taught of the various mana arts that Azura clans had forged, especially the ether arts of the Indrat clan. Experiencing it in person, though, I could see why it's to be feared, Silret said, looking down at his wound. Having no intentions of exchanging frivolities with him, I mentally nudged my bond. Sylvie, fire a few shots behind him. Got it. Just as arrows of mana manifested in the air behind the retainer, I launched a blast of frost and an arc of lightning. The ice blast spread into a cone while the lightning spell branched off to completely cover our opponent, but to no avail. With a single sweep of his sword, our spells were sucked up and completely eaten away by the black blade. My bond conveyed her annoyance with a quick glance in my direction. What a troublesome ability. Impatience welled up inside me as I watched Silret maintain his stance, not bothering to attack. Rather, he pulled out a small scroll and began reading it. The retainer looked up, shifting his gaze from Sylvie to me before saying, "One of my scouts has confirmed that Elven Princess has been withdrawn from battle. Do you honestly expect me to believe you and walk away?" I spat. Withdrawing Dawn's ballad, I conjured 2 frozen blades like Vare had done, condensing layer upon layer of ice to reinforce its durability, before rushing towards the retainer. Silret's cold eyes narrowed in scrutiny, well aware of Sylvie preparing a spell from a distance as I quickly approached. My 2 blades of ice clashed with his sword, generating a blast of pressure. Even with mana coating my weapons, cracks were already visible. Mending the scarred surface of the weapons, I swung again, quickly turning into a flurry of blades. It was an odd feeling as my swords were unwillingly forced into a direction different from where I willed it. It got to the point where I would purposely abandon the ice swords and quickly conjure a new one, hoping that there would be a bit of a lag in between the gravitational pull from his sword. "If your master is really on our side, this is a meaningless battle, Silret," I growled, releasing the 18th conjured sword from my hand and shooting a blast of fire at his legs. That's when I saw, or rather, sensed it. Something within his weapon changed. Not visibly, but it happened just after the sword I had let loose was pulled into his sword and I had shot the fire. Immediately, I activated Dralmheart, surprising both Sylvie and Silret. I tested it out once more, throwing my other ice sword at Silret while simultaneously shooting an arc of lightning. The mana fluctuation within his greatsword, now visible to me with Dralmheart, changed in the middle of his swing as he blocked both the solid composition of my ice sword and the mana-fueled spell of the lightning. His sword can only attract one or the other at once. By his annoyed gaze, I knew Silret noticed my revelation, but it didn't matter. I knew his weakness. Sylvie, capitalizing on our discovery, quickly casted the spell she had been preparing. Like a brilliant firework display, hundreds of sparks spread with blazing trails. Rather than fade, though, the sparks of light remained suspended in the air all around us. A wave of fatigue leaked onto me from my bond, but she remained determined to finish this quickly. I need to concentrate fully on maintaining this mana art. Don't let Silret near me. With a mental nod, I burst forward, using a condensed blast of wind to aid my acceleration. I was doubtful whether we could pull off the sort of coordination we would need to follow through with Sylvie's plan, but I followed through with her intention. Silret was obviously wary of the gleaming sparks of light surrounding him, but his attention remained focused on me as I was the more immediate threat. I conjured a single blade of ice as I approached the retainer. The spark of light beneath my right foot turned into a panel for me to push off of, allowing me to sharply change my direction. Another spark turned into a platform, and another, until I was dancing around Silret fast enough for him to lose track of me briefly. Now, Sylvie expressed. I pushed off one of the many platforms of mana my bond had conjured directly behind the retainer, even without his powerful vacuum ability. However, Silret's reflexes were on par or even above mine. He whirled around, bringing his large sword around at a speed that made me believe his weapon was a hollow toy. I saw the mana composition changing within his weapon before feeling my blade of ice being sucked in towards the black sword. As I resisted the force pulling at my conjured weapon, Sylvie triggered one of the sparks of mana hovering nearby. A blinding beam of pure mana shot out towards Silret just as my blade clashed with his. The retainer, unable to alter his weapon's ability in time, was forced to dodge out of the way. Sylvie's attack still managed to glance off his black armor, leaving its mark alongside the small wound I had inflicted on his torso. We didn't stop there. I abandoned the ice sword for the countless time and concentrated mana into my fist before swinging hard at my opponent's face while sending a blast of lightning with my other hand. Silret opted to absorb the blast of lightning while using his own arm to block my fist. While he was pushed back from the force, I conjured a new, even larger, blade than the last one and striked. Unable to change his ability fast enough, he took the full force of Ice Sword Mach 20-something. The mana around his body negated the brunt of the attack, but by the blood leaking from the corner of Silret's lips, I knew we had landed our first successful attack. We continued to stay on the offensive, mixing spells with conjured swordplay or attacking with my own hands and feet. "It's working," I sent to Sylvie. My bond triggered another spark to release a blast of mana while I purposefully shattered my latest ice sword. Being a white core mage, molding the dozens of ice fragments into spikes was instantaneous while they hailed down on the retainer. However, before either of our attacks could reach Silret, the retainer spun towards me. I barely managed to dodge the kick aimed at my face, but his foot still scuffed me on the shoulder. Tumbling back in the air, I tried to regain my balance when I spotted a black object advance directly at me. It was Silret's sword, along with the barrage of icicles that were being pulled towards it. I grabbed onto one of Sylvie's suspended sparks to stop myself from tumbling. 4 other sparks in between me and Silret's thrown sword lit up and connected to form a large barrier. The pitch-black sword pierced through Sylvie's mana barrier but managed to stop the ice shards. I dodged Silret's weapon easily enough, but the retainer followed up with another kick. Barely managing to duck out of the way, I imbued my fist with lightning, but as I tried to strike at him, a force pulled the spell surrounding my fist back behind me. This gave Silret enough time to land a solid punch to my jaw. The mana protecting me soaked up some of the force from the impact, but my vision still swam. I dodged the next hit and tried to gain some distance from him, but he stuck closely to me. The sparks around us glowed threateningly, a sign that Sylvie was waiting for a chance to fire once more. Now was the time. While Silret's sword was set to attract physical spells. Do it. I roared. A note of panic and confusion bloomed from my bond's mind, but I expressed my confidence and determination. My bond abided and fired everything she had. The sky lit up as every single spark fired a bright beam of mana directly at us. My body begged me to move out of the way. It wasn't too late, but instead, I grabbed a hold of Silret. Arthur. Just from hearing Sylvie's voice in my head, I could feel how horrified she was. The retainer struggled to break free from my grasp, his attention focused not on the spell but on his sword behind me. It was obvious that he was trying to get his weapon back, but I didn't make it that easy. Unable to even risk releasing a single limb from Silret, I smashed my forehead into his nose and repeated until the heat from Sylvie's mana beams could be felt on my skin. Static void. The world grew still again just as the cluster of beams were inches away from us. I tried prying myself away from Silret, but the retainer had been grabbing onto the fur-lined mantle that Virion had passed down to me. I slipped out of the piece of outerwear and dropped down out of harm's way before releasing static void. The world's color shifted back to normal and I watched from a distance as Silret's figure disappeared within the beams of mana. Damn, so much for not wasting my energy. I cursed myself. Silret's abilities made it a bad matchup and there was still much to be desired from the coordination between Sylvie and me, but we managed to win without any serious injuries, a large improvement considering we got our asses handed to us by Yuto last time. I saw Silret's figure plunging down into the canopy of trees and fog below, but with Ralmhart, I knew he was still alive. I looked at my bond, both of us prepared to finish our journey, when I felt a mild shock pulse from within my pant pocket. It was the transmission scroll linked with my sister. I quickly unrolled it and read the short message now inscribed on the vellum. My hands trembled as I read and reread the content of the scroll. I fumbled with the scroll as I tried to shove it back into my pocket, but even after that, I remained still. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't decide. A beat of silence passed before Sylvie's voice echoed in my head. Arthur, let's go. I could tell by the angst from Sylvie that she had read my thoughts that I hadn't bothered to hide. She quickly shifted into her draconic form, swooped underneath me and scooped me up. We'll assume that the retainer was telling the truth for now. Right now, your sister needs us back at the wall. Chapter 222. Future's first step. A lot changed after Cecilia's accident at school. Things weren't as drastic as Nico had feared after our friend's secret was exposed. At a glance, at least. Despite the crude oligarchy we were in, we still had basic rights. The enforcers couldn't just take Cecilia and keep her for whatever purposes they had in store, but they were able to basically force Cecilia to attend sessions at a nearby government facility for tests under the guise of helping her control her abilities. Another problem was that Cecilia was an orphan like Nico and I were, with no legal guardian available after Headmaster Wilbeck passed away. More than once did a supposed wealthy or powerful individual extend their desire to adopt her. I'd like to say that I was there to help my friend as she endured the stresses and hardships that came from being under the spotlight, but that would be a lie. With Nico by her side, being the shoulder to lean on for Cecilia, it was quickly apparent that they had become more than just friends. While I thought my initial reaction to this would be discomfort at the fact that my two childhood friends were on the path to becoming lovers, I was actually happy for them. It was hard for me to show that, though, since I was hardly ever there with them. Training with Lady Veer became even more intensive as I met and even exceeded her own expectations. She had the authority to allow me to skip most of my classes since her own training regimen was several times more intensive than the academy, so my social life and youth was compromised. If I wasn't training or sparring, I was learning etiquette and basic knowledge required for the exam to even qualify to be a king. As it turned out, you couldn't only be a good fighter, You needed the intellect and charisma to appeal to your country's citizens. It was while under the full tutelage of Lady Vera and the team of tutors dedicated to making sure I had a fighting chance to become a king that I learned the role was more akin to a glorified mascot than it was a leader. Still, I needed the power and voice that came with the position. I still hadn't forgotten about the assassins that were responsible for Headmaster Wilbeck's cruel death. I also used that reason to justify my absence with Nico and Cecilia. Days and sometimes even weeks would go by without even being able to see their faces, and while I felt bad, I fooled myself into believing that becoming a king would solve everything. Whether the government was running shady tests on Cecilia to get a better grasp of her abnormal ki levels or the politicians trying to use her as a tool to further their gains, becoming a king would get rid of all of those problems. I wasn't sensible or emphatic like Nico was, nor did I have strong enough feelings for Cecilia to dedicate my time being there for her like my best friend. If anything, there was still a small part of me that blamed Cecilia for Headmaster Wilbeck's death. The woman that was basically my mother was killed protecting her. It wasn't fair for me to blame her. I knew that. I swallowed those unjustified resentments long ago because Cecilia had taken her death hard as well, but it still left a small chasm in our relationship. Perhaps that's why I could never reciprocate the feelings Cecilia once had for me. Whatever the reason was, it didn't matter. I barely had time to sleep since my current schedule was planned down to the minute of every day by Lady Vera. She wasn't completely heartless, though. She would still give me time to hang out with Nico and Cecilia every once in a while, and although many of the times Cecilia couldn't come because of her own training, talking and joking around with Nico was one of the few joys in my life. We were almost 18, and would soon legally become adults, when Nico brought up his plan with Cecilia while on one of our now monthly hangouts. "You're going to run away?" I asked incredulously. "No." "Well, I guess, in a way." Nico let out a sigh. "You make my well-thought-out plan sound like some sort of prepubescent rebellion." "Because it sort of is," I scoffed. "Do you think the government will even let you run away with Cecilia? As far as they're concerned, she's basically a national asset." "Trust me, I know." "But after Cecilia and I no longer need a guardian, we can drop out of school and go to a different country." The new prototype of the ki limiter I made is already several times more stable than the previous one, and that accounts for the growth in her ki levels. How much has her ki level grown? A part of me didn't want to know the answer. Nico leaned back against the seat. "According to her latest report, more than double." "What?" I yelled, instantly drawing the attention of the other students in the cafeteria. "Yup, apparently, it's not just her inherent ki level that's monstrous but its growth as well." At this point, I just hope the team of researchers watching over her know what they're doing. I'd expect any form of explosive growth can't be perfectly stable. "Still, that's ridiculous," I said, lowering my voice. I couldn't help but imagine myself having a ki level so high. A majority of my training with Lady Vera consisted of compensating for my levels of ki despite the endless resources she had spent on medicine and supplements. With my combat abilities and Cecilia's ki level, becoming a king would have actually been just a matter of time. I could see why the government wanted to control her so much. "Training still rough?" Nico asked his routine question once again. I nodded, barely able to raise a grilled piece of chicken breast to my mouth. "It's getting a bit more bearable now, but yeah." Nico usually didn't pry for details, but I guess he couldn't hold it in any longer. He set down the fork and looked at me with his sharp eyes. "Why are you doing this to yourself?" I continued to carefully chew my food, answering only with a raised brow. "I barely see you nowadays." "Hell, Cecilia isn't as busy even with the government training sessions and politicians hounding her. When I do see you, you're either bloody to the point that it and number 8217 s seeping through your uniform, or you're so sore you can hardly stand. Is being the king that important that it's worth throwing away your body and youth?" "You know it's not as simple as that," I said with a threatening tone. Nico rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I know, it's apparently the dying wish of Headmaster Wilbeck for you to avenge her by wasting away your life. I slammed my utensils down on the table. Are you done? There was a beat of silence between the two of us as we locked eyes. Nico relented, letting out a breath. Look, I didn't mean to come off like such a jerk. I just wanted to say that Headmaster Wilbeck wouldn't have wanted this for you. She would have wanted you and Cecilia to live as normal students and be happy with normal lives and families. You know I can't let it go that easily. Not after her whole murder was covered up as an accident. Those assassins are part of a bigger organization. I just know it. So you become a king and then snuff out the organization that killed Headmaster Wilbeck. Then what? Nico pressed. Then I retire. Find a quiet place and be happy with a normal life and family, I replied with a smirk. My friend shook his head helplessly. Let's hope it's that easy. I chuckled, wincing at the pain it brought to my sore chest. What about you and Cecilia? Do you have a particular country in mind, or are you just content with going wherever the wind blows like gypsies? Engineers never go wherever the wind blows, he scoffed. I have pretty much the whole plan set, and it's all legal. Just low-key. Well, have you told this master plan to Cecilia? Not entirely, but, oh, speak of the devil. Cecil, we're over here. Nico suddenly called out, practically bolting up from his seat. It irritated me how his voice went up a pitch every time he talked to Cecilia. It wasn't over the top but still a bit cringy. Nevertheless, I turned my head and waved to our friend with a smile. My greeting was casual and laid back, but my eyes scanned Cecilia with scrutiny. She had gotten taller, and her posture much more straight and confident despite the exhaustion shown on her face. It was easy to say that, objectively, she had gotten much prettier. Whether this was because her strict training was shaping her body into a more feminine figure or because of her inherent genes coming to fruition with age, she attracted the gazes of most of the male students around her. She was dressed in a similar uniform to mine, indicating to the students and faculty that we had mentors and were exempt from showing up to class or school. It was a more extravagant version of the ones normal students wore, embellished with gold trims and buttons to match. I thought it always looked odd on me, but on Cecilia, it made her look like a noble straight out of a fairy tale. Cecilia smiled back at us before taking a seat across from me next to Nico. It's been a while, Gray, she said, smoothing out her blazer. She looked at me with weary eyes. How is training going for you? It's been going well, I replied awkwardly. How are you? Cecilia had always been a quiet girl, but seeing her less and less made our interactions even more strained than usual. Still, she was a gentle and selfless girl, selfless enough to say she was doing good when, despite her improved physique, her psyche seemed to be at the cusp of shattering. Here, Cecil, I saved some of your favorite foods before they were all gone. Nico pushed the tray of untouched food toward her and I watched as she forced a smile and practically shoved the creamed seafood medley down her throat. For someone so smart, Nico was pretty clueless. I watched for a while as the two of them conversed. Nico did most of the talking. Cecilia mostly listened but responded genuinely to all of Nico's questions while she finished off the platter of food. Despite the change in dynamics between the three of us, things seemed normal for a while. We were three students sitting and chatting over a meal in the dining hall of our school. While my drive to become a king grew more and more while training, I still missed spending time like this. It was only when Nico mentioned his plans about fleeing the country that things started going south. Cecilia's expression hardened, to a point where she almost looked afraid. And Nico, I don't think we should be talking about that here, Cecilia said, looking around. Nico cocked a brow. Come on, Cecil, it's not like we're actually running away. We're legally allowed to go to other countries, you know. Still. Cecilia's voice trailed off as she continued to survey our surroundings. I looked down at the watch strapped to my wrist and got up from my seat. My time's up. I better get back to Lady Vera's estate before she doubles my regimen for the rest of the day. We'll walk you to the car. Nico got up and Cecilia followed. The three of us walked out of the dining hall and into the foyer still packed with students on their lunch break. Eyes were drawn towards Cecilia and me because of our uniforms, but the three of us ignored the envious gazes around us and walked outside to the murky afternoon that seemed to reflect how I was feeling. Nico was probably the only one out of the three of us that remained normal and somewhat ignorant. I never told him about getting captured and tortured, and I was sure Cecilia was withholding quite a bit of her experiences in the government training facility that didn't allow any outsiders. Still, the two of us probably needed someone like Nico in our group. Despite being an orphan like the rest of us and losing Headmaster Wilbeck, Nico was still Nico. Despite his sharp features and his cleverness that often led us both into trouble, he was bright and optimistic. "I'll see you both again soon. Hopefully," I said as I got into the black car waiting for me just outside the academy gates. I wasn't lying, and I really did want to see them soon, but I just wasn't confident. After getting back to the estate, my training resumed. Lady Vera was waiting for me with her team of specialists hell-bent on making sure I was both physically and mentally sore. All in all, it was a rather normal day. The little time I was able to spend with Nico and Cecilia was what I needed to get me through another few grueling weeks. It wasn't until I sank into bed that I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I answered the call. "Hello? Yes, this is Etheria National Hospital. Am I speaking to Gray?" A pleasant female voice asked. "Yes, this is Gray." "Hi, the reason for this call was because you were listed as Nico Sever's emergency contact. He was taken into urgent care a few minutes ago and is being prepped for surgery. We'll need you to come and..." I hung up the phone and ran down the stairs as fast as my aching body would allow. Luckily, I just barely avoided running into one of the many butlers in the estate, and he arranged a ride to the hospital for me. Everything was a blur until I reached the room where Nico was being held. I could barely recall filling out the proper forms and waiting for his surgery to finish. What I could out, though, was the pair of key-disrupting handcuffs chaining his wrist to the hospital bed. "G. Gray?" Nico's groggy voice snapped me out of my daze. I kneeled beside his bed, careful not to even touch the blanket on top of him in case I aggravated his broken ribs. "Nico." "Yeah, it's Gray. I'm here," I said, bringing my voice down to a whisper. "What happened, buddy?" Nico's glazed and half-closed eyes snapped open at my question. "Cecil, they took her. I just dropped her off and was on my way back when I remembered I forgot to give her the new prototype." "What?" I blurted, accidentally shaking the bed. My friend winced and took a moment to catch his breath before speaking again. "I saw them shove her into a car. She was unconscious." "Who took her, Nico?" Nico, who tried to adjust himself, finally realized he was handcuffed to the bed. He bit into his lip as he cursed under his breath. Covering his eyes with his forearm, he let out a quivered breath. "It was a team of enforcers. It was our own government that took her." Chapter 223, In Her Element. "Arthur, take a look." Sylvie's voice resounded in my head, pulling me away from the memories of my previous life that only seemed to get more vivid. The sun had set, enveloping the undeveloped lands of the Beast Glades in a blanket of darkness. However, even from the tens of miles we were away from the wall, we could clearly see the battle that was currently ensuing. But it wasn't the fierce battle that had the two of us perturbed. It was the location of where the battle was being fought. They didn't collapse the underground tunnel or even let the beast horde get close to the wall. I gnashed my teeth in frustration. Sylvie beat her powerful wings once more as we slowly descended towards the wall. Despite how thickly the moon was covered behind the clouds, it was easy to tell where the battle was going on. With magic involved, there were always spells lighting up the vicinity. It may have been a fierce and blood-filled battle from the ground, but from up in the sky, it was a beautiful, if not a little chaotic, show of colors. I did my best to swallow and contain the rage building up inside me. After all, the plan I had set in motion was a suggestion that had been accepted by the captains. But my decision to leave the Beast Horde and help Tessa was based on the fact that my suggestion would be implemented. It should have been implemented, even before I left. The plan was already being implemented. Ellie's note was vague, but it felt rushed and urgent, desperate. Almost. I took deep breaths, doing my best to submerge the rage that was beginning to evolve into a threat. The words "if anything happens to my family" was on the tip of my tongue, itching to be said aloud to whoever was responsible for this deviation. "Arthur, we're almost there," Sylvie's voice sounded, snapping me out of my thoughts. I gave her a mental confirmation as I activated Realm Heart once more. Using it shortly after my fight with Silver, it sent sharp waves through my veins, but I ignored it. The dark evening's muted colors were washed away, replaced by motes of colors. Some of these wisps and specks were floating freely while others were being absorbed and clustered in preparation for a spell to manifest. Homing in on the wall, I scanned the top line where rows of archers and conjurers were stationed in search for Ellie's distinct form of magic. This was the fastest way to find her in all of the chaos that came with large-scale battles. I could only hope that my sister hadn't run off somewhere. We hovered high above the wall enough for us not to be potentially shot at by alarmed soldiers. But it didn't take long for me to find my sister. Not many mages were able to shoot such well-structured arrows of pure mana like she could, making the mana fluctuations around her fairly distinguishable. "There," I indicated to my bond, directing her to a battlement situated near the left edge by the conjoining mountain. I released Realm Heart as we approached where Ellie was stationed. Bolts of fire and ice drew arcs in the air as they rained down on the battlefield a few hundred feet further away from where the ground was supposed to collapse from under the beast horde. Alongside the various spells and mana-enhanced arrows were streaks of pale light shot out by my sister. Sylvie quickly shifted into her human form as we neared our destination. As I continued to take deep breaths in a losing fight against the anger building up in me. It helped that my sister was still able enough to be consistently firing spells from her bow, but that couldn't be the same for the rest of my family and the Twin Horns, who were hopefully somewhere behind the protection of this enormous fortress. The two of us landed softly but still managed to alarm the soldiers around us, including my sister. The soldiers, however, were all capable mages that were able to clearly sense when they were outclassed. None bothered to raise their weapons, only barely able to slink away from the two intruders that fell from the sky. It was only when I stepped closer to a nearby illuminating artifact that Ellie ran into my arms. "You scared the hell out of us," my sister said in a strange mixture of annoyance and relief. The plan that was supposed to happen with the ground and the explosives, it didn't happen. At first I thought that they were delaying the plan in order to draw more beasts toward the area where we set up the trap, but the soldiers that were sent out aren't coming back. I pried my sister away, partly to talk to her face to face, partly to not let her hear my heart beating against my chest. "Ellie, where are the others? Do you know who's out there?" Before my sister could answer, though, an officer in charge of this section came running toward me. With a salute, he hastily showed his respects. "Good evening, General Arthur. My apologies that we weren't able to give you a proper welcoming. I am Officer Mander. If there's anything I can..." "I'm fine, Officer Mander." While I didn't mean to be rude, cutting him off along with the impatient expression made him flinch and shuffle away. I turned my attention back to my sister. Sylvie had a consoling hand on my sister's shoulder, calming her down enough to give us some solid answers. "We're required to stay in our positions, but Helen, who was watching over me, was able to leave. She never came back, but before the beast horde arrived, I saw Mom in the medic camp set up on the ground level. Durden and Dad. I haven't seen either of them," my sister sputtered. "It's okay, Ellie. Don't worry, your brother will handle the rest," I comforted, forcing a reassuring smile. What should I do? How can I help?" Ellie replied. I shook my head. "Stay here. You're a soldier now and this is your post. You wanted experience in a real battle, right?" "Okay." My sister's gaze hardened. After giving Sylvie a quick hug, she bolted off back to her station. "Is it safe for her to stay here?" my bond asked, unable to pry her gaze from my sister. "If they've decided to forego my plan, it means that they're trying to keep the wall as intact as possible. That means it'll be safer for the soldiers on this side of the battle." I leaped off the edge, ignoring the surprised shouts of soldiers and workers around us. The two of us landed deftly on the ground level behind the fortress and made our way towards the medical tents. I pushed aside a tent flap for the fourth time before I was finally able to spot my mother inside one. She had her hands hovered over a patient, brows knitted in determination. She barked out orders to some of the other medics nearby to have the patient moved and properly taken care of before another gurney rolled in front of her with another injured soldier. Her expression, her presence, her demeanor made me freeze in my tracks. The mother I knew and grew up with was gone, replaced by a strong and level-headed medic carrying the weight of the countless injured and dying brought to her. I thought back to the words she had said the last time we met and fought. She mentioned her duties here and the people that needed her help. Then I looked at the countless patients slowly recovering thanks to her abilities and imagined how many of those would be dead already if it wasn't for her. "Are you okay, Arthur?" Sylvie asked, concern laced in her voice as she stayed by my side. I continued to stare at my mother. Her white uniform was stained with blotches of red and brown and her face was grimy with dirt, blood spatters and sweat, but she looked so admirable. The patient she had been treating gained consciousness, and while his face was knotted in pain, he reached up to my mother and gently placed a trembling hand on her arm. Despite the frenzy of activity going on around us, I heard his words clearly. While shedding tears of pain and whatever mixture of emotions he was feeling, he smiled at my mother and thanked her for saving his life. "OF, sir, you're blocking the passage. Unless you're critically injured, please." The nurse that had bumped into me stopped mid-sentence and scanned my body in concern. "Sir, are your injuries bad? You're crying." "Number, I'm fine." I looked away, letting my bangs cover my face from her prying eyes. "My apologies, I'll get out of the way." I walked back out of the tent to gather myself. Sylvie stood by me, tears welled up in her eyes as well from the emotions that had leaked from me. She was right, they were both right, I breathed. Looking up at the starry night, I could still hear the angry shouts from my father as he called me hypocritical and as the two of them tried to explain that I wasn't the only one that could contribute to this war. "It's good that you've realized," Sylvie answered. I turned to my bond, watching her as she looked up at the sky as well. "So you thought so too? Why didn't you tell me?" Sylvie looked me in the eye and shot me a smirk. "I've been connected to you since I was born, Arthur. I know by now how stubborn and sometimes irrational you get when it concerns the well-being of your loved ones. Would you have listened to my words if I had told you back then? Or would you have played the 'I've lived two lives' card and say you know best?" I opened my mouth to speak, to argue, but no words came out. Sylvie's smirk disappeared, replaced by a somber smile as she squeezed my arm. "Age isn't always wisdom, Arthur. You're learning that slowly." I shook my head, letting out a scoff. "I'm such an idiot. An arrogant, hypocritical idiot." My bond leaned her head against me, letting me feel the warmth radiating from her horns. A wave of tender comforting emotions radiated into me as she spoke. "Yes, but you're our idiot." We spent another minute or so, taking a small break from the world and what it was throwing at us, before going back into the tent. "Arthur?" My mother's voice was a mixture of confusion and worry. I held up a hand. "Hi, Mom." Sylvie mimicked my gesture and greeted her as well. She flashed a smile at the two of us before focusing back on the task at hand. "Arthur, hand me a pair of pliers." Finding the bloody pliers in a metal tray, I handed it to her. Without looking up, she snatched the tool and used it to carefully set the snapped rib bone jutting out of the patient's side back in place. The patient, different from the one we saw earlier, let out a gut-wrenching scream. Unfazed by the howls of pain, she continued her spell, and I could slowly see the exposed bone mend together. I realized that she had narrowed her spell to only release from the tips of her middle and index fingers. Minutes slowly pass as both Sylvie and I watched, entranced, at my mother working. Despite the trauma that had haunted her all these years, I couldn't see any traces of hesitation now as she worked tirelessly on these patients. It was only after she had finished that she shifted her attention to us. "Sorry, Arthur. There are just so many soldiers that need my attention. Hopefully once the traps go off, it'll be easier for our Ray." Durden and the rest of the soldiers out there. Wait, so Dad and Durden are both out there right now, fighting? I asked, a bit of panic rising in my voice. Not so much fighting but luring them towards the wall, she answered, confused. Wasn't that the plan? Bury the beast horde by sacrificing the underground passages? No one had told her. It made sense. Medics didn't need the most up-to-date information to continue doing their job. If anything, having them know might hinder their focus. What about Helen? Didn't she visit you? She stopped by earlier but left a bit after saying to keep it up. Helen hadn't told her either, most likely due to the same reason that nobody else had told her. It was better if she didn't know. There was nothing she could do about it anyway. What's going on, Arthur? Her liquid brown eyes peered into me as if searching for an answer. It was the same look she always gave our family when she knew we were hiding something from her. Mom, I began. There was nothing she could do about it, but she still had the right to know. The troops are a lot farther away than planned and there hasn't been any signs of our soldiers backing down. What? That can't be right. My mother's brows furrowed. What about all of those explosives placed throughout the underground passages? I shook my head. It seems like one of the captains decided against the plan and switched back to their original strategy. My mother's knee suddenly buckled. I caught her in time before she hit the ground, but whether it was from her tirelessly using her magic to treat the soldiers or because of the news, she suddenly looked 10 years older. Don't worry, Mom. I smiled as bright and reassuring as I could. No response. I'm here now. We're here. Sylvie and I are going to go out there. I'm sure the two of them are still kicking ass right now. I'll make sure they both get back safely, I urged, trying to get her back up on her feet. I promise. Chapter 224. Carried back. Sylvie and I left the protection of the wall and looked out at the battle that had long since reached its climax. Archers and mages, whose ranges weren't as long as the ones up on the wall, were positioned on the ground, closer toward the bloodshed. I looked back once more at the thick metal gates of the wall closing behind us in both rage and regret. We'll find out who was responsible for this later, my bond comforted, her eyes locking into mine. Right now, it's our duty to find your family and help as many soldiers as possible. Giving her a nod, the two of us walked forward. I tuned out the shouts and cheers of the soldiers around us. I wasn't a hero, nor did I wish to be. It was impossible to be everyone's hero. It's inevitable that I'd let some people down. Hell, I've already let a lot of people down. Not every human, elf, and dwarf were equally important to me, and that's a fact that I had accepted long ago. I was here to serve my role to help end this war. It wasn't for world peace or to save mankind. It was to lead a comfortable and happy life with the people I loved and cared for. Walking through the lines of bowmen and conjurers, either firing at the back line of the beast horde or resting and replenishing their mana reserves, I could hear mutters around us. Soldiers nudged their colleagues nearby for their attention as hundreds of gazes turned towards us. You should at least acknowledge them, my bond said, noticing the stares. Focus, Sylvie, I admonished. Let's do what we came here to do first. We can worry about troop morale after. The dry cracked grounds of the beast glades felt like wet tar, gripping and pulling back my feet as I trudged forward with my bond by my side. I couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling that made my chest tighten. The veil of night and the crowd of beasts and man alike hid the answer to a question that I grew more and more afraid to ask. Brandishing Dawn's ballad, Sylvie and I dove into the thick of the battle underneath the shower of spells and arrows. My bright teal sword became the beacon for our soldiers within eyeshot, giving them hope and the strength needed to unleash one more strike. Sylvie kept her distance away from my sword range while shooting precise bullets of mana perfectly timed to save an unguarded soldier. Of course, neither of us were simply wildly attacking. As I sliced apart smaller foes and brought down gargantuan beasts without discrimination, my eyes were always on the lookout for signs of any large-bodied earth conjurer that resembled Durden or brawler with a fire affinity that looked anything remotely like my father. While sweeping my eyes throughout the barren glade, I saw the silhouette of a massive worm towering over the rest of the beasts around it with soldiers in its maw. Occasionally, blasts of fire tore out of its tip, eliciting faint screams from the soldiers before more were consumed by the familiar worm-like beast. Gritting my teeth, I tore my gaze away, trying once again to spot my father and Durden through the dirt, smoke and debris filling the gaps of the chaotic battlefield. It was then that I caught sight of another group of soldiers trying to bring down a giant monster. This one, however, was a midnight grizzly. That particular breed of mana beast ranged from B class to AA class, when it wasn't corrupted, depending on their maturity and the density of their metallic belt that they obtained from consuming precious ores. By its 12-foot height and the glimmering sheen its spiked fur carried, my guess was that this particular midnight grizzly ranged towards the latter. What drew my attention wasn't the beast itself, though. It was the broad back of a soldier that fought with thick armored gloves, taking the brunt of the grizzly's attack while the others made futile attempts at bringing the corrupted beast down. Before my eyes could even deduce whether that person was my father or not, my feet were already moving towards that battle. Within 2 mana-infused steps, I was already within range to strike down the grizzly, but my focus turned to the brawler. I clicked my tongue in frustration. The soldier was in a full set of armor, including a helmet that covered his face. Flashing beside the soldier that was taking a momentary breather while the beast was occupied by the other soldiers, I took off his helmet. Hey, what the hell? It wasn't my father. Suppressing the urge to just crush the flimsy helmet in my hands, I shoved it back on the brawler's head without a word. Move, I ordered. It wasn't just directed towards the man I mistook for my father, but at the other soldiers circling and striking at the midnight grizzly as well. Being mages made them sensitive to mana, and the mana surging out of me immediately put weight to my words, or rather, word. I knew Don's Ballad wouldn't be able to cut through an S-rank mana beast, especially in the condition it was in. Putting away my sword, I took a step toward the giant metallic, 6-limbed bear. That single step carried me just below one of its razor-sharp claws as the beast struck down. Grabbing a hold of one of its claws that were as thick as my forearm, I shifted my weight and imbued mana at the very last minute. The result? A 6,000 pound beast was tossed in the air and sent slamming into the ground by a mere teen. The ground shattered from the impact and the beast, as feral as it was, let out a deep wail in pain. Holy crap, a soldier that had been fighting the beast exclaimed. His giant warhammer was dented and its shaft slightly bent from multiple collisions against the midnight grizzly's armored pelt. I wanted to end it quickly, but the beast recovered faster than I had expected it to. The grizzly rolled back up to its feet and immediately lashed out with its 4-clawed arms. Arthur, do you need help? Sylvie's voice sounded in my head. Keep looking out for Durden or my dad. This won't take much longer. I swayed, sidestepped, and pivoted, cleanly dodging the barrage of claws that created divots in the dirt around me. Frustrated, the midnight grizzly attempted to hammer down its 2 top arms. Rather than dodging it, however, I held up a palm. Utilizing the technique that Elder Camus had shown me, I created a vacuum just above my open palm and received the full extent of the attack. I couldn't disperse the force of the midnight grizzly's powerfully claws completely. My feet sank into the ground and my whole body shook. Still, it was plenty enough to throw off the beast's center of gravity and leave him wide open. In the time it took to take another step, I had tethered the midnight grizzly's back legs to the ground so it wouldn't fly and cause casualties on our side, and condensed several layers of swirling wind around my right fist. The torrent in my hand was enough to make the trained soldiers nearby recoil, but when my fist landed squarely in the metal beast's abdomen, the ground shook from the impact. A shockwave resonated from the blow, sending some of the weaker soldiers and beasts sprawling on the ground, but it was enough to kill the high-ranking beast. Wasn't that a bit excessive? My bond chimed, obviously feeling the impact from where she was. The grizzly's coat seemed to have been affected by the Alacrian's corruption. I wouldn't have been able to kill it without at least doing that much. Unable to even spare the time to gather my breath, I continued my search for Durden and my father. Despite the lack of conjurers in the front line, it was hard finding my giant friend. Because of how much more useful earth mages were closer they were to the ground, It wasn't just one or two earthen spells that I spotted in the distance, and knowing Durden and his unruly strength despite being a conjurer, I knew he wasn't back near the wall with the other casters and archers. Damn it, I cursed. My patience grew thinner with each passing second. Every scream and cry for help made me flinch, afraid that the next one might be either Durden or my father. Sylvie and I continued on separately as we searched for them as well as killed as many beasts as we could. Not once did I find an Alacrian mage amongst the chaos, but that was a good thing. There were no mages to cast shields to protect the beast horde from our conjurers. In the blink of an eye, the sun had come up, highlighting the turmoil that stretched out as far as the eye could see. What about using Realm Heart again to try and find your father like you did with Ellie? Sylvie suggested, her voice weary even in my head. Don't you think I've thought of that? I snapped. Ellie's magic is unique enough for me to spot with the ambient mana fluctuations. How am I going to differentiate my father amongst the other hundreds or so soldiers that have a fire affinity? Letting out a deep breath, I apologized to my bond. The frustration and desperation building up inside me made it hard to tamp down my emotions. It's okay, Sylvie consoled. Her voice was gentle, but I could still feel a tinge of sadness leaking out. Promising myself to make it up to my ever-faithful bond after this was all over, I continued my search. Smoke, fire, debris, abandoned weapons, and the corpses of both men and beast decorated the once barren field. As limited as my vision was, I kept my eyes wide and ears open. I knew it was hopeless trying to discern my father amidst the roars of beasts, the cries of soldiers, the hum and crackle of magic and the sharp ringing of metal, but there was little more that I could do. The number of beasts had dwindled tremendously, but not without loss. Humans, elves, and dwarves alike lay sprawled out on the ground alongside the beasts that they had either killed or were killed by, as if highlighting the point that, in death, there were no sides. Because of the change in my plan, so many soldiers had died. Behind me, unscathed, the wall stood up high as if mocking us. The ground in front of it was intact despite the explosives we had placed underneath. My gut told me it was Trodius that had rescinded my plan, since the other two captains were transparent in valuing their troops over the wall. It was only the thought of finding my father and Durden, making sure they were okay, that kept me grounded. I had to remind myself over and over that what I had suggested was only that. A suggestion. Hours flashed by until the sun was high up in the sky. Soldiers too wounded or too tired to continue fighting were carried off by their comrades as the next batch of soldiers marched forward to replace them. The beast horde was slowly being pushed back as their numbers dwindled down to the hundreds. It wouldn't be long now until this major battle would turn out a major victory in the eyes of Daikon. Still, to the soldiers out here still fighting, each minute that trickled by was another minute that they could easily get killed. To them, this victory would be tarnished by the death of their friends that fought alongside them. After hours and hours of fighting and searching, my body was moving autonomously. I killed beasts wherever I passed and helped soldiers in distress if they were on my way. I couldn't save them all, but I couldn't ignore the ones right in front of me. It was when I was helping a soldier that had his right leg mauled that I was hit with a wave of panic and worry. "You carry this man back to the wall," I said after encasing his bleeding stub in ice. "Sylvie, what happened?" I sent, cold sweat dripping down my neck as my bond's emotions still carried over to me. I was already heading towards Sylvie's location. She wasn't far, less than a mile southwest toward the southern end of the wall. But why wasn't she answering? Despite the scenery blurring past me as I flew, time seemed to slow like a thick viscous fluid. Sounds were muffled and I could hear my heartbeat thumping against my eardrums louder than anything else. As I got closer and closer though, my vision came in flashes. It felt like I was watching the world through a thick glass jar as I barely made out Sylvie as she held me back in her embrace. I could hear her worried cries but I couldn't make out the words she was saying. Her teary eyes as she shook her head and stopped me from going closer registered in my eyes, but I couldn't make out her expression because my focus was on the man dragging his feet towards the team of medics running towards him. He was missing an arm and half of his face had been burned past the point of recognition, but I still knew it was Durden, and slung over his wide back was what was left of my father. Chapter 225, Shared Affliction. I should have stopped him from coming the moment he reached back out to me. The panic that leaked onto him couldn't be taken back, but I should have kept him from seeing it. The moment I saw Arthur approaching, his eyes begging me to be wrong before his gaze fell onto a sight that no one, man or child, should have to experience, my gut clenched and I felt tears threaten to take over. Seeing the horrified expression of my bond before he let out a breath and began chuckling in wide-eyed denial at what he was seeing, I wanted to disappear. I wanted to be anywhere but here. I would have rather faced another horde of deranged mana beasts by myself than endure the sight of my lifelong bond staring hopelessly at his own father's bloody corpse. Arthur staggered forward. He pushed everyone aside and knelt over his father's unmoving body, and for a moment, it seemed like all was silent. Beasts and soldiers alike seemed to have sensed the heavy veil that descended onto the entire area, but none could feel my bond's state of turmoil as much as I could. It hurt. It was excruciating. It was unbearable. I didn't know my heart could hurt this much. I clutched my chest and sank to the ground, unable to endure the self-destructive state of his emotions. Tears streamed down my cheeks and blurred my vision. I couldn't breathe as the torrent of emotions continued to surge out of my bond and into me. Rage that blazed like a forest fire, grief that flooded and drowned everything in its path, a gnawing guilt that trembled the very earth, and regret that destroyed and knocked aside years and years of hard work and development like a hurricane. I could feel these emotions, that felt like natural disasters wreaking havoc inside my heart, tearing away at Arthur's very sanity. Yet, on the surface, Arthur was as silent and still as a statue. I crawled towards him, gasping for air in between my sobs as my heart wrenched in my chest. It was only then, when I embraced his back, his broad, lonely back, that the thin wall that he had built around himself finally crumbled. With a guttural, primeval howl that tore through me like shards of glass, my bond broke down in tears. The very earth seemed to lament for my bond as his sobs and wails filled the air. The ambient mana all around us shook and surged at times to match his anger, while at times undulated rhythmically, sympathizing with his despair as Arthur mourned, clutching his father's unmoving body. I continued to cling to my bond's back as the fiery claws continued to grip and twist my insides. I tried to do more, anything more to help, but I couldn't. The lump in my throat blocked any words of consolation I could possibly say, so I did what no one else could do. I empathized through the connection I shared with my bond. This prodigy, that had become a lance, a general, a white core mage, was but a boy that had lost his father right now. The world continued to move on, even as Arthur and I remained stuck in this time of grieving and loss. The battle that had gone on for 2 nights had came to an end. We had won, but not unscathed. The wall loomed over us as if it were a king, pleased with its own health despite the sacrifices that had been made for it. It wasn't Arthur's anger that made my insides boil like this. It was my own. Time trickled on until the sun had set. It was only then that Arthur rose to his feet. Whether his emotions had been expended or locked away, I didn't know, but his state of mind mirrored the frozen tomb that he conjured and encased his father's body in. Nearby stood Durden, dejected. He had remained silent throughout Arthur's mourning, never showing any signs of pain or discomfort despite the blood leaking from the bandages hurriedly applied over his face and residual limb. Durden, please take my father's body to my mother and sister. My bond's voice was icy and hollow. He rose to his feet and walked towards the wall like a reaper of death out on his hunt. Following through with my original plan has led us to victory with minimal losses to the wall and the underground passages, Senior Captain Trodius boasted, a rare smile on his usually stoic face. Your obedience will not go unnoticed, Captain Albanth. Captain Jesmia. Well done. Jesmia bowed, receiving the applause of the other unit leaders present in the large meeting tent. I glanced down at the picture in my hand, worn, ripped, and crinkled around the edges. It was a picture I had found in the chest plate of one of my soldiers before cremating him. Captain Alban, looking up, I saw the senior captain with his brow raised. Beside him were soldiers and nobles that had invested in the wall, all sharing the same puzzled expression. "My apologies," I respond quickly, shoving the picture in my pocket before inclining my head and silently accepting the commendation with gritted teeth. Coming here after cremating several dozens of my men, many of whom I had shared drinks, meals, and laughs with, it felt wrong to accept any form of praise. While a proper celebration is in order, we are at war and there is much to clean up, Trotius said. "Continue your good work. I will have someone send a small gift to the fallen soldiers' immediate families, as expected of the head of the Flamesworth house." "Your leadership is impeccable," a portly man standing to the senior captain's left beamed. "It was the right decision to invest in this fortress." Meanwhile, Jasmia and I exchanged a quick glance. Both of us obviously hung up on Senior Captain Trotius' use of the phrase, "clean up." Surely he wasn't referring to cremating and burying our allies as cleaning up, right? After the other soldiers had trickled off, Jasmia and I turned to leave when the senior captain called my name. "Captain Albanth, I'll need a moment of your time," he said, waiting for Jasmia to leave. After all but the senior captain and 3 nobles, based on their gaudy and spotless attire, were left, Trotius gestured toward an empty seat. After sitting on the foldable wooden chair, one of the nobles raised an embellished metal wand and soundproofed the room using wind magic. "Captain Albanth, your home is in Edston, correct?" the senior captain asked, crossing his legs. I nodded. "Yes, sir." "And that means, with the entire city being fortified, your family has been evacuated?" he continued matter-of-factly. "Yes, sir. Fortunately, my position and contributions allowed my family to be able to secure a home in a fortified shelter nearby the castle." "I see," Trotius muttered before turning to a lanky bespectacled nobleman to his right. Receiving a nod from the senior captain, the nobleman spoke as he slid an unbound scroll toward me. "This is information that Senior Captain Trotius Flamesworth received during the Beast Horde attack." I read flawless writing, cold sweat forming and fingers trembling as I mumbled what I read. "Illinois Kingdom, Alacrian ships approaching from western coast, 300 ships. After discussing with the council, we've surmised that this will be the biggest battle, and it'll take place in the western shores just above Edston. Also, because of the manpower needed to withstand the Alacrian army, the council has decided on abandoning the Elven Kingdom. A majority of the Elven troops will be transferred to Edston while citizens will be evacuated before the Alacrians in Elshire fully take over," Trotius explained without a shred of emotion. This. The parchment slipped out of my fingers that were slick with sweat. "Why am I the only one to be notified of this?" "We should tell Captain Jasmia and spread the word. Our remaining troops need to be transferred to the west if we want to stand a chance." General Arthur was right. Senior Captain Trotius' expression turned sharp. Had my objective been the same as the Boyle Lance, I too would have proceeded with sacrificing the wall. However, this fortress will soon become an invaluable location. I furrowed my brows. "I don't understand." The portly noble from earlier spoke this time, eagerly leaning forward. "As my family always says, war is a big ol' bag of money waiting to be open. Sir Niles, please refrain from such insensitive talk," Trotius admonished. "All right, my apologies." Niles let out a cough. "Anyway, with the war drawing to an end and so much land being either destroyed or taken by the Alacrians, it's only a matter of time when people will desperately seek a safe haven." "What about Zyrus City?" "It was to my understanding that the Flying City is currently the safest location next to the castle," I responded. The petite nobleman sporting a mustache that had stayed quiet the entire time finally spoke, grumbling in annoyance. "That floating rock is a time bomb waiting to explode. Zyrus City is inherently in a safe location, but the city is not built as a fortress. Once access into the Flying City is overridden by the Alacrians, which is entirely plausible from the portals you've seen in the dungeons of the Beast Glades, the people there will be sitting ducks," Trotius clarified. "Which is why it was so important that the wall and underground routes remained in one piece. These two aspects will serve as the foundation of a great new city, The portly nobleman chimed in. That general is smart, but short-sighted. He wants to destroy this magnificent structure which could potentially become the new capital of Dykevn, or better yet, the only safe haven against the Alacrians. I apologize if I come off as rude, but from what you're saying, it seems like you're expecting or even desiring for the Alacrians to win this war. I seethed, barely able to control my anger. How dare you? That is a dangerous accusation you're making, Captain, the fat man barked. Trotius raised an arm, shutting him up. It's easy to shine a negative light on this picture, but what we're merely doing is capitalizing on the inevitable circumstance. I am in no way rooting for those filthy intruders, but it would be foolish to ignore their military might. Even if we do manage to win this war, Dykevn will not come out unscathed. Illinois has been abandoned, Darv is hiding in its own shell, and attempts to fortify smaller cities in Sapin have been left to the city officials. The senior captain let out a sigh before continuing. What we seek is to build a new safe haven for citizens to come to. There will be a new society reforged by the Flamesworth House and its patrons. I shook my head and laughed out of sheer incredulity. Getting up, I opened my mouth, prepared to risk my position so that I could tell him off. Think hard before you let loose your tongue, Trotius warned with a faint smile. Did you not say that your father, mother, wife and kids are all in Edston? My eyes widened and my mouth snapped shut. This was wrong. What they were doing was wrong, but my mouth wouldn't come open. Your reputation and presence here among the soldiers and workers here are great. Stay here, work for our cause, and I will ensure you that your family will be brought over here immediately. This wall will continue to be fortified and expanded, utilizing the underground routes. Your family will be safe here and your position here will be much higher and meaningful than being a mere captain. T.wh What about the soldiers here? I thought that you had received a letter ordering you to transfer all able soldiers to Whetstone? I managed to say. I clasped my hands behind my back, unable to keep them from shaking. The battle against the vicious beast horde was hard fought. We lost many. Too many, in fact, to be able to send west. That is what I am planning on sending as a reply, Trotius answered simply. I doubt that the council will come to check with all that's on their plate. My chest tightened and my breathing came out short. Then why you purposely send out these soldiers to their deaths so that you can? The soldiers here fought to defend the wall, as originally planned. Trotius interjected. No need to overthink. You're right, there's no need for me to overthink. An icy voice resounded from behind me. But it wasn't his words that made me shrink. It was the presence that spread out from the voice that hung like a thick shroud in the air, forcing me to my knees and sucking the very breath from my lungs. I tried to turn around, to at least verify the source of what might very well kill me, but I couldn't move. I was stuck watching the nobleman froth at the mouth, lose consciousness, or both. And I saw an expression on Trotius that I had never seen on him before. An expression of fear. His attempts at appearing collected failed as sweat rolled down his face and the barrier of fire that he had conjured fizzled away. In a voice that seemed practically squeezed out of his windpipe, Trotius spoke. General Arthur,